wash my hands after that one. No, there was a lot. I don't know why, because a lot of like easy targets really got hit, and I was beyond an easy target. Somehow I just never. I never had. Yeah, I did, because I would have got really. I was not as tough as my friends, but my friends were fucking lunatics. My grade was cool. Grade above me, grade below me. They were like fucking crazy. I talked to friends that worked in other places. They didn't have the same amount of fight stories. I think Boston is a particularly fighting place. Fighting, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah, there was something going on, but I mean, I think a lot of those, East, like New York and a lot of those, like I find people in like New England, Long Island, tri-state area, it's all sort of the same savages, savage children of immigrants. Yeah, but you go out to the Midwest, and that's like German, a lot of Slavic people, Polish people. So I mean, I don't know what. I think they just had more space out there. So less as intense, So like, something about Boston, though, in particular. I think even Boston, Boston's just a lot of fights. My boxing coach got his finger getting off on a fight. He was on PCP, trying to get his finger off, and cut his toe, and laced his finger with a toe. That's how he was. I remember he was yeah. So he had it curved permanently, so he could still right up. So his he would shake his hand, even though he's keeping it. So yeah, I can watch it too. He goes to some guy hit it off that transaction. This guy's the last years. And that's why I'm saying, why, it's right around 6 tomatoes. It's like, yeah, it's like becoming a blood sport. Like, I think I'm going to try to be funny here. But yeah, there was a lot of, there was also a lot of, sports scene back in Boston. It's just, well, hockey was insane. Well, hockey, yeah, hockey was big in Boston. Hockey is the only sport that involves actual fights. It's the only sport where fighting is part of the sport. I'm reading this book right now. I'm reading I got 3 sports books I'm reading. I want to come check. This one called Martin Kings, called The Code. He breaks that for anybody who didn't understand why they were fighting, which I never quite understood. I just kind of liked it. It's and how the players have policed the game. I'm not far enough into the book, but it's really eye-opening. Like what goes on out there. They have all these forces talking about it. Like sometimes you had to fight. Sometimes guys would just skate out. They put him on just the guy being out on the ice. Sometimes he'd say something like, "Hey, we don't settle down on here, boys. Somebody's gonna get hurt." The guy would just say that, and then you're like, "All right, okay, guy, fucking sticks back down. You're ready to play all-time hockey, whatever the fuck you're supposed to do, all-star hockey." And just as far as like how there's this whole code of there's all these like heavyweights. Like heavyweight only fucks with the heavyweight unless some middleweight is doing some shit and you give him a beating. And if he doesn't take the beating and turtles up, that means one of his fucking teammates is gonna get the and then he's gonna be a fucking asshole to lock him. I mean, it is this whole web of fascinating shit. And everybody just looks at the sport and they just think, drop gloves, fucking beat the shit up. There's a whole fucking thing that is going on out there that actually, because of that, keeps the game safer, which I don't understand. I don't understand it. But it's fascinating. This is one sport where it's okay to fight. Like Charlie talks about, it's a sport you do. That's all we do is fight out the whole sport. That's the sport itself. But there's no fighting in basketball. There's a three-part fighting. Hockey doesn't exist in any sport. Where everybody backs off, is getting up across the fucking professional. I don't know, but I wouldn't want to say that. I wouldn't want to say that to one of them. These guys, full fucking cage. I wouldn't say that, but those guys are savages. What about the cross-country skiers? All of a sudden, you got a rifle. Fucking, what is that? That's up in the cabinet. But that's like Tex-Mex from an Asian industry. That's like fucking America. That's all it is. It's just capital effect. People are, doing their version of cross-country. I like that cross country skiing when you then shoot. That's like the beginning of a lot of James Bond things. When I see you in the snow.
Yeah. Well, the whole idea is that you don't get rubber. It's hard to do a shot because I think they're supposed to shoot offhanded, but not supposed to rest.
See, I don't know shit about hunting. That's the thing that I always think that I do for hunting shows. But guys, after the kill, and they just, oh man, I was so scared. Say all this fucking shit. I get it if you shoot one of mine.
It's a nerve-wracking thing because you don't want to fuck up, and you know it says, "I make fun of you." No, because you don't hurt me. You don't want to beat at them. You want to kill it. You want to kill it. And you have to keep it together while you're pulling the trigger from that. And it's hard. It's very nerve-wracking.
Can't you just give me the second one?
Second one?
Oh, I'd be saying if you get away, then
Yeah.
you suffer.
If you nick it, you know, you shoot it in the leg or something. It's very likely to get away. Die slow. Like really bad.
I got my feet. You got me watching those fucking videos. I hate those videos. First of all, I love bears, but I can't watch them.
Especially the recent one
They don't hear.
Buffalo.
They don't kill it. Why won't they kill it? Well, they kill it because they start eating it before it's dead.
Yeah.
They just hold it down.
Yeah, that's what bears do.
I got one for you.
Okay.
Have you watched the praying mantis video?
Yes, I have. You see, the tried to eat him.
Well, because he fucking alligator on it. He was like, I'm gonna kill you. What is he kind of did a little flicky? He gave him a little jab, and then that thing just grabbed him. He's like, what the fuck? And then started at him. Then started, right in his jaw. But if he let his hands go, as you guys say, with his tongue, I think he could have pulled that thing in and crushed him.
No, the praying mantis is so fucking strong. They're so much stronger than you can imagine that being with them little stick arms.
Yeah, I watched one eat a hummingbird.
Oh, yeah. They eat all kinds of shit. They eat everything. They get all of it. We're lucky to live. Praying mantis is amazing. I fucking love them. They're crazy. What they can do to a bird or something much larger than the lizard is the most impressive. Because the lizard comes in and eat them.
And the thing was totally immobilizing.
Yeah.
It was like, did you watch the shit you say when he's past his guard? Yeah, now he's going for this. That thing was just like, oh, it's exactly what that.
Their clamp is so. It's like somebody got you a darce. It's the same thing. So it gets like this grip and then cinches it up to a darce. You're like trapped in there. That's what it was like. It's there. This is more fun. Like, he thinks he's gonna get him, and he's like, "Bitch, you ain't getting nothing." But look how he holds his mouth open. Oh, dude, I feel so strong.
But this lizard kid, he gets away.
He gets away for a second. But this is what's for a second. Yeah. Look at he starts eating his mouth. He just starts.
I know what he's doing, Joe. I know what he's doing.
Have you ever seen Praying Mantis versus a murder hornet? Everybody's afraid of murder hornets. It's like, fuck, what did you do to my face? Oh, Jesus. It's like your pain, you're shaking it off. The Praying Mantis like, what you want? And he's getting angry, he's spazzing around. The Praying Mantis just locks onto the head and slowly starts pulling it apart. At the end, he starts eating. It is going to pull that skin apart, like right through it. And it's so much bigger than you. It's like you eating a cow. It's like you holding a cow down and you let it in. It's fucking great. It's just dead as fuck.
But that part's not the problem for me, man, because now it's dead.
Yeah, but it died. It's
I had no idea. I love it.
I'm a big fan of the technique.
I just I don't
We'll
even
see the video taking down the buffaloes all 2 days ago. It's in Yellowstone. A 30-minute video. Praying Mantis? I'll put that on.
By the way, there's so many fucking people.
All time. This is pink. This is camouflage.
Oh wow.
What's it called? I wasn't mad about it. I was like,
I love bears, right?
yeah.
I love when they ride the bikes. This is my thing about that. What do they have to do to that bear? You see what this thing can do with bison. What did they do to that bear to get him to get on a fucking bicycle?
That's on the train.
It's not how you get it. You got a bear in the back. You just need confidence the way you said it.
Because it's everybody. That's in the train. Yeah.
What else guys who doesn't need any sleep? Okay, okay. Oh, look, the light. Oh, wait. That one right there. I'll tell you right now, that guy is not dressed to get fucking to be attacked by a bear. No. Well, the bear's gonna bother him. It's a little bear. Fuck you, man. They got the Freddy Krueger claws. Oh, they got 4 of them.
It's got a vestment now.
Look at that. Wow. I mean, you can bleed it bear even more. It's got a little frilly outfit. They got a thing to do a motorcycle.
What is a big fan of bears?
I was joking.
Me just joking.
I actually watched a whole training video of how, like, where do you find what part of the internet you on?
I don't know. I was trying to figure out why people what the fuck? That guy's got a giant grizzly bear on the back. He's about to play in a horn. This guy's coming in a trumpet. Does he got any volume on his trumpet? Here it is. Oh, right up there.
This person that's filming this is an idiot. You think it can't break out of its seatbelt? The thing has on a fucking lap belt.
Yeah, what is that? Imagine it's got to be Russian, right? It's the only way to go wild is Russian. Yeah, look at the language. We're back to the trees.
International fucking traffic. Hey, this claims this fucking girl!
Size that fucking. Just throwing his arms up.
Oh, he's thinking about that. I used to go once. Fucking eat whatever I want.
You think about bears that you train them when they're young? You know, that's like dogs. You become your brother. You know, it's weird.
Dan Simon tells that bear that it's wacky bitch. That guy fucking ride the motorcycle. He's gonna be in trouble. He's driving in the sidecar. Yeah, he's gonna be in trouble. Are those sidecars?
Yeah, those. I've never seen those motorcycles with sidecars.
See racing.
No, the sidecar racing.
Sidecar racing, and when they go around a turn, okay, and it's on the side where the guy's riding, the side is that guy, he has to stand up. All like, I don't know how many fucking miles an hour. He has to stand and lean on the side of the bike because of the way that the sidecar is supposed to fall off. So it doesn't, yeah, then he goes to turn it up their speed. I mean, it's bad enough being the guy in the car with the man. It's, you know, and turn on or something.
Yeah, you know, turn 100 yards left. Yeah, I know. Yeah, those are rally drivers, right? They never understood that. They know what they're doing. They're yelling out directions of the road, right? They didn't know those. It tells them what is the next turn right, next turn
I
left.
would guess the course is so long that they can't memorize it.
This is sidecar racing back. Look, I'm going fast as fuck. Oh, God. You know, you turn me on to those bike races in the island, man.
I was supposed to go to that this year.
Oh, east side, other side.
Oh, no. No fucking way. No, I played it with a balcony. And then, like, some part of the bike can come flying. I want to go to that before the outlaw. And outlaw is because people die. All people who die can use the app. And it's still like, yes, this is
So say that one person died.
Oh,
That's not
well,
one.
yeah.
Somebody average.
Yeah, and I think way back in the day, way more people die, but the safety equipment is much better because you see it going by brick walls and trees. It's just no. Jesus Christ.
You say safety. Fuck that safety. Safety.
Yeah, well, they have an airbag, which is a really amazing piece of technology, but as you fall, they can tell when you let go of the bike and you fall, like instantaneously, they can reach your, yeah, but obviously, the fluids. Check that. I can tell you about the best racing out there, MotoGP is the shit.
Better than this?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I would actually say, because I like the passing. There's so much passing. It's kind of like the Formula One with Mercedes and Ferrari, which is so much better than everybody else. It kind of comes down two of them, and every year since I've been watching since 2015, so I'm spoiled for time. Yes, that's good. So Mark Marquez, like, you know these guys? Yeah, wow. So Mark Marquez, the guy in second place, is like in sports, right? Vinicius is actually in third. I don't know who's first. So that's Ducati, Honda Ducati, I think it's cheap. I did for 3 months out there. I always wanted to ride my parents with Levy's, and finally out here I took a motorcycle safety course. I got my license and everything, and I had a bike for like 2 months. And it was just, LA is not the place to learn how to ride, and everyone was texting about driving I don't know, Wyoming. I think I want to get a dirt bike. But this is the type of shit, like with this racing, what I like is like the 3 or 4 races last year on the final lap, it was like two guys that would pass each other like 4 or 5 times. Like that shit right there. So then you try to come on the brakes, the latest on the brakes, but not overshoot the turn. I mean, it's just so much shit that's sort of blurry as you're watching. I still don't know shit about it. These guys are fucking incredible. On the track. Learning to ride on track. It's easy. Absolutely. That is the way to do it. Then wear all of that gear and then have fun and like, it's going to be this guy to force him to go 200 miles an hour. But he fucking does it on a highway. Like, you can't kill somebody, you kill yourself. It's like, take that thing to the track. And God forbid you get some debris or what's on. What's going to happen to your car? I think there's a lot of people that buy high performance shit that go into a track either it's not available, it doesn't enter their mind. Like somebody like myself, like it wasn't until I started watching racing, I kind of learned a little bit about it. Like, oh, there's like a track, I'll be in my Empire, there's a day where like the Czech Republic will come down or whatever, you can pay to rent the track. And it's kind of like, a lot of these guys used to drive around in Ferraris. The only time I had to go to Ferrari was I drove on a track, it was fun. Like how hard you can stop on the brakes and the other thing walking up. And you're trying to impress the guy you're riding with. You think you just want to be like Florida and blah blah blah. What you really want to be doing is smoothly going around. The smoother you go, both on the gas and braking, then it becomes like this really like finesse thing where it looks like you just grab it by the fucking throat and like I said, I only did it one time, but I immediately learned how to maybe appreciate what they were doing a lot more. Plus, I went up 5 times, my fucking brain was like itchy for it. Yeah, but I almost felt a little bit that shit. I sit down here for a couple of seconds. Not saying to any of the guys are driving. I'm fine. What? You do that all day. Porsche rally driver. Porsche drivers. Left goes there. Left, right, left, right. Right, let you need to drive next to you. That looks like a lot of fun. And apparently, that's a great way to learn how to drive too. So you learn to turn bikes. The slide bikes. You learn how to counter steer. How to handle the back. You have to keep an eye. I just like it, but I'm fascinated by this shit. I want to learn how to drive and fly and whatever. But I'm not a speed guy. I'm just not into. But I'm smart. Going fast is fine. I don't know. I like the shit that these guys see because they're fucking. So it's digital thing totally. Oh yeah. But this guy is driving like a fucking lunatic. This guy's looking down at his paper. When your friend says drive like a lunatic, you're looking at him. Don't do it. Slow down. This is a road. People and trees and cars and houses on both sides. This guy's flying on this fucking road. He's going sideways all the time. You see him counter steering all the time. You see his accident kick out all the time. Yeah, it's amazing. Oh my god. I used to think racing was this stupid, mindless thing. Now I think it's one of the coolest things out there. Oh, it's a very good sport. I like driving cars just to feel the mechanical, just the gears, all the things that are happening. I have a Porsche 93. It's no power steering, radio, doesn't have any physics, and it's all air. So it sounds like it's really. I'll show it to you. That one, yeah. I try to keep it eager. Let me drive it. It's fun. It's not fast. It's the slowest car I have. It's fun. It's so fun to drive. And you
feel every bump. There's nothing between you and the wheels in terms of steering. There's no power. You're steering the wheel all by your hands. Really hard to steer. It's not that safe. You came in quick turns. Awesome, motherfucker. I'm in these guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. When I drive through this fucking crazy ass study environment, I got it's just like, yeah, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm enjoying this stuff. That's the fuck height. This guy catches the ground with 2 wheels. Oh my God, is he landing? He does landing. That's amazing. But I tried that car at the coffee store. It's like, if I want to do it, if I'm really working on something or I'm like being jazzed up for a set, I'll take that car. Because it's so loud and fucking smoky. It's like your whole body feels like excited when you get there. It's like you're on stage. Yeah, no, it's fun. Oh, that's love. These guys, these shoes I missed. Since the last time I did this show, I got to finally fly in Easter, which was the cops. This guy's flying. That was the coolest thing. It's the coolest thing I've ever flown as far as like just the power and it. What else can I fly? I did. But like one of the last flights I did, I got to fly. I was trying to get my instrument. I got past the test. And then after you pass the test, you have 2 years. So it's about 2 years after December of next year. Pass it. So I got to finish that part. Did we do a podcast that took me up? Demo to took me up. I did one. I think we did. Yeah. Did we? Yeah. We went over downtown LA. You realized those buildings that was like parking spots on the top. Yeah. That was fun, man. It's crazy to me that with a helicopter, you can just kind of go wherever you want to go. Yeah. You just fucking float around. But what it is you give up speed. Yeah. For that design. There's all kinds of drag design for what you want to do. You give up speed. So I get envious of the planes. You get like a Cessna, like you just fly. Some of the smaller ones can fly faster than some of the faster helicopters. Maybe you have to like eat the helicopter. Maybe that can fly faster than you then I fucking you can't come anywhere near like most of them. 120, 130 knots. And it depends on the headwind. It's a knot. Well, it's like it depends on how the wind. Because you can literally be flying 90 knots and have like a fucking 50 like a significant headwind. This is all shit you have to know on the test. And the second you take the test, you fucking forget. But you actually become slower at times, especially contest and stuff. Wind comes really fucking scary as far as the mountains around. You're looking down the highway when I fly and you're going faster than you. And you just see it like, and then that's when it sucks. Because that's when the helicopter, you can't just like take your hands off the shit. You have to do your it's like you push over your, trying to parallel park that car, it's a later car. I had a 64 F100 when I first got it, and that power steering. It was just, I don't know when you bought that thing, guys, that thing's the shit. Yeah, I love that old truck. That's kind of my, I like the trucks, and then I like not pit cars, like the guy who is a pit, but he's not a pit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not nearly a pit, because I'm standing on he's crushing life. Like, I like that car. Like if I was going to get another car, I would get a 67 Cadillac Eldorado. Oh, it's actually the color that I loved. It was in the Tarantino movie, but somebody was selling when I sort of went. By the time I saw the YouTube video was already sold, I would have bought that fucking car. It's the most gangster man's car. Like, just the back end of that car is perfection. I absolutely love that fucking car. It's a beautiful car. 67 Eldorado, which gives me right now. I'm a little sensitive to convertible. There's one convertible that I'm going to have. 65. That's a 7. No, that's here's that. It's the car that the woman playing Margot Robbie. There it is. Looks like it's green.
we have the suspenders right to the left of that. No, that car. You gotta see the back end of that car. It's a 67. 68 or something like that. But the back end, look up 67 Cadillac Eldorado rear end. This is what I do when you're running down the street. Fucking, you're gonna run the bicycle. I need this shit. Click on the first one. Click on the first one. See the inside. Look at that. I do. This is what I love about my wife. That's I'll show her that. We can run that. That's a fucking great. She can run this. For sure. Yeah, that looks like that color. I'm too fierce to drive that. You know, I'm scared enough or more. Now, that thing would play too much of my beard. It just looks like maybe the ginger mobile. There's a year they got there's a blue that they have. It's not that blue. It's more red. But look at the front end. Like when the lights are flipped down, that's a fucking the lines in that car. That's just like that's the kind of car you never smoke cigar. I'm gonna shit right in that fucking mouth. Yeah, that's beautiful. I think I'm gonna get one. Get one. I know. I'm gonna put it. Bring me that guy in the fucking garage. You park it there. Hey, all right. This is why you're the number one podcast in the world. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to encourage responsibility. Continue to own your podcast. You can buy something like that. If you don't, you fucking hate your. Yeah, I love them. I love Cadillac convertibles too. I don't like most of our convertibles after a certain point. The Corvette that I have out there, CLC. I love that. But then it has an aftermarket suspension and aftermarket frames. It's not as car. The fact that the old ones, the frames too much. That one's too much shaking. You have to have an aftermarket chassis as far as it's very rigid. It makes me think like a swing bar or something. Because I know in my truck, when I take a turn, I have to grab underneath the seat. It's like a slide out the door. They can upgrade your equipment. I have a nice balance of a little bit of modern on it and still fighting it. So you feel like, because it still shifts on the column, which I think is badass. But then like on the highway, I gotta stay in the right lane. Yeah. Do you have disc brakes on? Do you swap disc brakes out? I had it had just the shoes on it, and then one was the drum brakes, yeah. And then I converted those just to tighten up those. And then I switched out the radiator because they tended to run hot, so they wouldn't run it. And tight system of power brakes and then power steering. Tight system was sweet. I think it was a 55 Chevy. And they made 4 of them short rides. It was incredible. And then Chip was coming. I thought Chip was good. Yeah, it was incredible. Just, I don't know if he still has it. I lost it. So I think he got it back. I like those. I like those resto mod cars. It's sort of the areas. That fucking. That is a hard. It's all very modified. 56 Bel Air custom white chip. Go down, Jimmy, you don't want nothing like tight. That's bad. That car is incredible. Like when you look at that and drive that non spot. Yeah, that's what I like also I think those camel engine trucks. I like weird just a camel engine. Those big trucks, 40s and 50s, the reason why they hated that was it was some weird law. They didn't want trucks to get too long. They kept the tractor trailer long and they put the engine, camel engine. Oh, so the engine's below what you're saying. Yeah, so if you look at some of the ones that people fixed up, they're fucking wild. It's wild. Yeah. Wyoming, you can find it all original, just like sitting in like junkyards and shit. Like I always was like one of those car shows like Fast and Loud I watched throughout the years. I always wish that somebody would do those. I had like a conference. Yeah, we brought it home to kids. Oh, there's another great one from when I was a kid. That yellow one down. That's a Ford. Yeah, love those because that was like the fire engines looked like that day. It's like, what would you do with it? Would I drive around? That thing is cool. It's for sale. Keep with classic cars. I know, but that's like dumb shit. I like those kind of GMC RV from Stripes. And you gotta do it in the Palm Desert, fucking the Ron Burgundy green. They're like very odd cars. Yeah, well, at first I think you're into Mustangs and you're into fucking like the GTOs and what you're supposed to like. Yeah, and then I'll normally just do that. And then, I mean, look at that. We had to get the interior on that fucking thing. So we did one there. It's true. No, they have. Okay, click on the one. You're on the right, the lower left, all the way lower left, up from the cluster on the right. Yeah. Click on that. No, that's not. No. It's the best green one they have. There it is. Look at that. And inside, it looks like a Ron Burgundy. Like it's the green plaid type shit. Get a little humidor in there, drive around, do some fun. Look at that. Look at that. Come on, man. That's the fucking shit. So you like those old cars, like the GTOs? I like all of those, but like what I don't like about them is the baby boomers like them, and they have $1 zillion, and all of a sudden it's like, this is a Mustang Shelby. This guy committed $250,000. It's like, oh, fuck yourself. So I like a 65 Ford Galaxy for Frank Murphy season 4. That's what he drives. You've never seen those Icon Masters exploders. More than the Icon, he takes a three master and redoes it completely from the bottom up. It's the fucking most incredible car. He drives like a car, looks insane. And they do it from the bottom up, so it's all like modern brakes, modern suspension. Beautiful. That's what I love. But then when you go inside, I wanted to look like the year that truck. That's the only one. Yeah. And I've seen actually at one point when I absolutely can't walk. I got another one. It's a weird one. Look up GMC. I used to do these things. Parade of Progress. That's what it's called. I think that's what they would drive these things like elephants in the town, like a living room, giant like truck / RV thing. Fucking these things called. Yeah, right. Look at that fucking thing. What the fuck? How do you even know about this? So the great thing is you open the door and there's like a spiral staircase where you go up, and in there, what they usually had was back in the day because they would open it up on the side. They would drop in like elephants and make like a semicircle. People would walk in. What is that? I don't know what they have in there. That's an airplane engine. Why is there an airplane engine? I don't know. Somebody power for the air region. It was this weird sort of after World War II. See, then they had the black and white. Then they had like driving it into town. And the steering wheel, you were right in the center. It was like a little spiral staircase that you walked up. And those things go for like, I can't remember, $2-3 million or something. Oh, that's 1936. It's in the rated car. But I don't get that motherfucker. That's funny as shit. That's what you want. One of those rolling podcasting. No, that shit is too weird, but I appreciate it. Like me, that old BMW where the whole front of the car opens up and you got the steering wheel like goes out, like disconnects and goes out the front of the car. It would help if I could fix the cars. Steering wheel disconnects. That's how look at this. So how you get it is you like open the front. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. See, it's a steering wheel. Oh, does it disconnect? It's something like it's supposed to. It looks like it. Well, maybe like it is just
So you get in the front and collision, you gotta keep your windows up, get out of the car. And it's 3 minutes. It's walking in the car, go.
I made it one time. It was fucking hilarious.
Oh, man, step over it.
Yeah, something. Want something.
Not necessarily, but you, you know what this is like to cool dudes.
No, it's like if you get into music, you really get into a band. Like if you're into AC/DC, right? Can you really listen to your shit all day long again? But when you're like, no, dude, you can listen to what's next to Get It Hot, and or like COD. Like I like after a while, you just like, like I would say, Shook Me All Night Long is the Mustang GT of AC/DC songs. And it's just like, you're not even listening to Mustangs, but it's like after a while, you want to see, part of your things, you want something a little bit different. It's cooler. Like I kind of like from Fast and Loud, the Fourth Falcon or something. It had the same chassis as the fucking Mustang, but like it's just a way cooler car because everybody goes for like the Mustang. You know, you're in a comedy club. If somebody just touches on the topic, you're like, I can't talk about that. I get that. And then it becomes like, oh, they all do. I get that. But there's a reason why everybody loves Mustangs. I love it too. I find this weird thing where I love the interior up to 66, but I like the back end 60, 67, 68. Yeah, I like that back end, but that's when I get this shit steering wheel. Like the steering wheel in the 60s looks like an old school steering wheel. And that one that they had in 67 or 68 was when they first came out with that. That one starts to look like, oh, cars are going to get up and down. The last muscle car that I like, I didn't remember like the last year would probably be the 70 Camaro, like that shark nose front. I like that. And then there's a few quotes, from the early 70s that I like. I really into those big two-door sedan, sort of like,
He's his own man.
I love those cars. I'm trying to think, like, there's a few cars in the 80s that really tapers off, but I like Ford trucks right up to 86. I didn't like when they did the first design of the aerodynamic. That's I didn't like, but there was one in the 80s. When OJ had that front end on his Bronco, that was the shit.
Yeah, that's exactly how it was. Totally restored. I like muscle cars that are really 71 seems like the last year. Like 71 American used to be really used car. Then it gets in 72, they start looking sketchy. 73, looking sketchy.
Or singles, they kept the model name, and then it was just completely devolved.
Yes.
Like your friend starts going out, was just some total cunt, and all of a sudden you can't hang out anymore. Like there was that era. The Mustang 2 Cobra.
What's that shit in the 80s? Mustang. Late 70s, early, once the gas prices hit, they started making economical Mustangs that didn't need too much gas. So it's a hard fall. If you go from 67 to 77, it's like, what the fuck happened?
And also the Mustang got all fat, like the Mach 1 and everything. It was like, kind of got to tell these years, the Mustang got rested on my laurels here.
There's no disaster, like late 70s, 79 Mustang. There's no disaster.
This is how bad it was in BQ. So if you watch, like, remember the Game Show Network? I just love it because I was fascinated with prices. And like, they would be like, we actually tried to pass off a Chevy Vega as a sports car. And these people are losing their minds. And I remember the Chevy Vega, like, a lot of, like, guys who shit about cars back in the day, they would try to like jam Corvette engines and they could afford Corvettes, but they knew about underbuilt cars and stuff, so they always were right. Yeah, there was always somebody had one of those fucking help clean you up on blocks. Like, that's so damn bad.
El Camino's a very great person. It's fucking Chevelle. That's really what they're at. It's like a Chevelle front end. It's good in the front.
And then in the early 80s, yeah, that was considered sporty. It's better for girls than boats. Well, girls were the West. Yeah, was all about tits.
Yeah.
It's like guys were running shit. It was about tits. I don't know why. It was all about titties.
Something happened. Something happened. It became ass became really boring.
And I think, like, yeah, because now the fake ass, I think it's probably more prevalent than fake titty. Remember by the 90s, it was like sort of the inverse of fake titty. You watch porn and the titty almost looked like bloodshot, like veins on the side, like they stretch the skin. So, that's really bad. It's really bad. That might.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it's just all. I don't think. Yeah, they didn't. It was still Freddie Mercury dancing around the video.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it?
It's like, wasn't Jennifer?
God bless him. God bless him. Because I was always an ass man. Always. I just felt like that was the new kid. Listen, what was your nice ass to this one? I give a shit. He comes in. Great. You want me hanging on your fucking knees for like 50? Oh, that's fucking snub. You're fucking.
It's weird though that the shape caught on. It's very strange that what's major, what guys are trying to change.
Well, I think because white people were so dominant, fucking owning everything, that their idea of beauty became the standard.
Just put your eyes on it's like you change too. That's what's strange. It's like
I would say somewhere, you know, MTV raps, somewhere around there. I'm just thinking of shit. Somewhere around there. I would get Ed Lover.
yeah, they're talking Craig. I think it happened around the same time girls lost their pubes. In high school, everyone had pubes. Even in college, everyone had pubes.
The apex of the pubes was the 70s.
You remember in the 80s they had
But you were proud of your pubes. The 70s. You know, maybe like you go to the fucking public pool and the chicks had like the pubes like shit coming out of the sides. And I remember thinking, oh, I'm gonna kill him. Yeah.
now people just muffs. If you're a girl, you got a full
But then I would say that was probably Dr. J in the ABA crossing over and women trying to muffs. So there's no research. I'm just making this up.
there is a clear shift that happens. It's like what happened? What made that clear shift? Porn caused the people to get rid of pubes. That's definitely wrong. Porn, they trim the pubes first, and everybody trim the pubes.
That went too far.
And not all pubes. Yeah, like,
Yeah, I was like, yeah, she looked like a woman.
yeah.
Listen, you better be understanding. Yeah, shut up. God bless you. Take it off the tab.
When I was a kid, I mean, everyone had pubes. It was a thing. That's a weird moment in our culture. We all just decided it was disgusting.
I think more than they need to be like that.
Yes.
That's going to be a camera.
Kayak the large.
Yeah. So,
What's this movie then?
it's called King of Staten Island. Judd Apatow, Keith Davidson.
You mustache! Oh, you need one of the right thing.
I didn't know those.
Cheap it.
It was really annoying to me because Club Soda Kenny told me because he was the guy I was saying, like, on this record, there's a whole way to grow it where it's like, because if you get into the club, fire everyone who goes in there has to go over your top limit. And Kenny had all these great ideas when he was the cop. And this is movie about? It's sort of autobiographical of Pete Davidson's life, where he's playing a kid whose dad is a firefighter who died in a fire. It's not 9/11, like Pete's real dad. And it's basically his mom hasn't dated. It just sort of froze. I know I think it's something that kind of happened in his family, and then all of a sudden his mother started dating. It was weird. So basically, his his mother, you know, whatever circumstance going on with it. I ended up meeting her after the meeting. You know, I just kept her. I don't like his coming to his house to fucking yell. And I see his mom with the mercy to me. And then all of a sudden, you know, clip or whatever, we start reading whatever that he fucking is. Comedy, seriously. But it's, you know, it's got a lot of heart, you know, it's not a comedy. But, yeah, mercy told me, I don't know about those. Chevy, no, it's streaming everywhere except Netflix. It's gonna be like it's like that movie that Kid Controls. Whatever they did is what Universal's doing. This one that's gonna be anywhere you can stream. It's gonna be weird with all this stuff happening. So then we decided we can hold on to some of this stuff, which is some of this thing fortunately there it is.
Other Apple TV, Verizon, YouTube, Play, Amazon Prime, basically.
I don't think it's a come on Netflix thing. I think we should probably end up there. But I think first this is going to be in their box office. I guess
You get it on Microsoft. Or whatever.
you'd be surprised. Right? I would think. That's such an easy answer. You'd be surprised. That's like a political answer. I know it's a phrase
Like I like that show. Many people are buying it on Microsoft.
Yeah.
So do you think this is a good thing? These are big forces trading. I kind of like it. I mean, I don't want to like the option of being able to watch this movie at home.
It's never going to go away because I still enjoy going to the movies. It's a way to get out of the house. You get to sit there. You reconnect with your wife. That's right, with friends. Popcorn. This is fun. All of a sudden, your jokes come back. Right. You're having fun. Anytime I hang with my wife, like a couple days away, the magic instant comes back. And then when we get back to the house, it's like the grind again. We just start laughing. We gotta remember those 2 days. So the key to have those 2 day little things enough that you don't forget it so you don't start fucking growing apart.
Here's the date nights. Yeah, tour all the time in comedy club on Saturday night. Because she didn't have to get up early in the morning for the kids, take the kids to school, so she could get rest and refresh, and then do her work from school the next day. So they didn't get up on Sunday. So it was a good day. So I just would take Sunday off to stand up.
Yeah. And it's the thing, as much as women seem impossible to guys, especially something like me, all my fucking issues, it's like just something like that does wonders for your connection. And we also had like once a week doing like 40-minute like doing a family dinner. And that was the best thing we were going to was a bunch of like just mom and pop places like the Valley, Pasadena and stuff like that. These places that are just, you know, legendary, you know, in that area. But they don't have a chain. So it's cool. You feel like you get, you know, regular people, money in business, and we would go there. And that was a big thing when I was growing up. Before you had all these screens and all of this shit, going out to dinner with your family. You know, I think that was a chain in Massachusetts. Or a pewter pot. Yeah. They made muffins. Somehow they were a chain that made muffins, and then expanded and getting full dinners. And everything was made out of wood. It's very like 70s. That was a big thing. My dad came home, we're going to pewter pot today. And you were like psyched. And I would always get whatever, cheeseburger, fries, and then a blueberry muffin. It's such a weird order. When I was a kid, we would get five. It was fucking awesome. So I want my kids to have a little bit of that sort of, I don't know, probably romantic, but I think it's my childhood. I think it's an important thing to do shit like that.
Yeah, we're big fan of local restaurants. It's recently great. The owner, Peggy, for instance, the owner's one female owner was the chef. The male owner was the matron. They were a married couple. They've been together forever. And when we met them, they were probably, I want to say, in their 70s. Great deal. There's a brewery fair. 35 years ago, they eventually sold it. So it was set. And it's a lot of things. It's a small place. It didn't seem very
And I get over that sadness. I get over when they opened this restaurant, it was only people that were upset about whatever they cleared up. It just happened.
Well, I was just upset that I couldn't see. I just enjoyed the company. It was always we have been involved for 10 years. It was one of those places.
What I do is I take the humanity out of the joke.
Cycle of life. Yeah. It's like playing medicine.
That's like this fucking this whole quarantine thing. I never know what the fuck can you tell me what I said? Is everything I'm told? Why the fuck did I just do this? Why did this need to fucking be on here? What job?
Cutting up these ashes on each other.
Chelsea.
Smart enough to realize stuff.
I can snap on me. I don't need to be doing coke.
Yeah, espresso. Driving by Kelly. Remember Kelly's hobby here?
Stuff like that. I don't know. Really? I can buy it a million times. So I can't be slickers on the way to the piano. I can't be slickers.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a cowboy. Yeah, you're a cowboy. Yeah. Can't tell us we've got clams too. We have clams. It's fried clams.
And that was one of my places I meant to get to. I was meant to get to that and the steakhouse with the giant cactus. I was like, yeah, but it's right. What the fuck was that house? Yes. And I was gonna eat there someday. I just love the cows, the fake cows out front. We lived on the North Shore then, so we thought my dad had to work. I was gonna go buy that, and I don't think So also a hockey rink up in the woods that we were allowed to use for the moment. But you can't use that those woods. And I was convinced that's where the Bruins practice.
I went to Hilltop Steakhouse once. For some reason, I haven't connected in my mind on the front box of it. I was so bummed out. Sugar Ray Leonard, fuck Terry Morris. And I was that name. Terry Morris. So Sugar Ray was his prime. He got older. Fuck Terry Morris. Terry Morris was fucking just a name. He was so good. Sugar Ray was chicken and no one's fighting. Just being bummed out. Just thinking, fuck, this is just what happens to all these guys. We all decide, one more fight. Can you imagine if you seem to find that? Can you imagine if your buddy broke down the run? Fighting to stand up anymore, you definitely try to go for one more step. It's different. It's different. It is. There's no thing. Terry Morris. His pride is just so fast. It's just hard to watch. That's something that I think you should know about. What about that division? Oh my God. It's TRUMAN, well, you find that long, he came back. One loss. I was just watching Terry Morris. I went to get fast. Yeah, hilarious. I had one of mine that's convinced that fight was fixed. An Italian mob, and then his payoff was the king. Everybody might be right. There's something about it that I'm watching. Almost like something about these fighters. And also, I just saw something like that. I didn't see it. That's why I also didn't see him tired. I think he might have gotten fucked on the decision on that fight. Because that fight could have really fucked. I was such a Burns. I'm a heck of a fan. And I also thought, what about Tom Barnes? Being as tall as he was, what could make that weight? Fuck Sugar Ray, I think it was 147. Sugar Ray stopped him after he was up. He gave that speech in the corner. Oh, and a kid. I'll never forget that. You know, one of the greatest ones I saw in the corner was that Corrales to Steel fight. And when he gets in the corner, he knocked down. I don't know how many times he gets knocked out. These things are way more than something.
this fucking Johnny Murphy, rest his soul, told me about that fight. He's like, dude, you gotta see this fight. He was like, well, I got my whole family. Wow, that's right. And he actually, Johnny, he was such a funny guy. He hurt his foot. That's how much he was in it. Like when he came back after getting knocked out and then knocked out the other guy, actually, Krause Castillo, was Krause is the guy I like. Well, the football once. Jim Krause, yeah, he's the guy. He died on a motorcycle. That's what I was saying. I'll tell you another way to fight. Right? Back when I had time to watch this shit. Was made a movie film for Michael Dukes. That was a great fight. Only 15 so many great fights. I think he was that guy was a yeah. Do you know that? He's trained. Mike Tyson's trained. Both trained in their 50s. Yeah, here it is. Michael Dukes. Yeah, it's just amazing how much longevity. All of it started as a 40. I remember being quite on top of it for the first time. And then gained all this weight. Yeah, well, I know when he was in his weight, when I was lifting, when I was young and all that shit, I was like, that's the body. That's what I'm going to do. I was like, that's the shape I want to be. You know, that's the brand. I thought it looked like that. Coming on stage to my show, just basically. What a poncho. Going to a big square lodge with you else. Yeah, I love that poncho. Yeah, you flip it over and you got a mic, you can take it out. Yeah, oh my god, this is rough. I think the people standing up, this shit was just slow. Watch those. Oh, right. That was interesting. Rich Steele said that it stopped the USA and shot as a Belgian tail for 2 seconds enough to go and file out. When Belgian tail was up on the fight, since the shot was dropped him. Are you ready to go on? He has more muscle than his cheesy, whatever the fuck that's called, and I drops I have in my whole fucking body. That's disgusting. What's interesting about Holyfield too was like the first guy that ever really online successfully. Like he had this crazy strength and conditioning program that he didn't go up to heavyweight, where there's some family things or started lifting weights back then. Most people thought lifting weights was terrible. There was a lot of people that in basketball don't lift weights. It's like a fucking shot. You don't send the ball past them. What it is, it's from each different sword. There's different sword. It does fucking it fucks your boxing, it fucks your everything. It's a matter of doing it very easily. Your body covers enough for somebody to actually fight without different swords. There's muscles in there that cause fights. Surrounding it, it's like fucking tremendous. I love it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I love that era of boxing. It's cool, real kids. John, ABC Marvel Sports. Everybody loves the fights. I watched on the streets, Muhammad Ali. Showed it on TV, must have been a week, but watching that, it just kept thinking Muhammad Ali was going to come back. He lost against the streets. I also remember that Mike Tyson, Michael Speaks fight, and I remember when he didn't even get there. My buddy was all excited. My dad wanted to fight. They had just finished their basement. And we went downstairs and watched that. It was over like 90 seconds. That's where my buddy got off the couch. It was on all fours, like an inch from the TV, just screaming, what the fuck? What the fuck? Because we didn't understand. There wasn't the education, mainstream education of what a body clock is. So, somebody got hit in the head and their mouth was fun. We didn't understand because that last shot, he was a hook to the body. We didn't understand. Like, every journal, it's just slammed to the other side of the rib cage. We didn't understand that was happening there. It's the whole fight. It's just amazing. Amazing moment because Speaks was another guy who hospitals.
People to the ending very much appreciate it because they love Rabbi so much. It's right there. Smart man.
I've never seen this video. The one on Rabbi smoking.
So he gets up, referees make out, he's in the car. And now goes to body shot and he's hit right here, right as it steps.
Oh, that was flat. See, I forgot about that. This is like, fuck this. Fuck this. Do you realize the fucking balls it takes to fucking walk what you did? Jesus Christ. Those guys, you walking around with a shirtless, it's scary. That's fucking amazing.
It's really scary. It's like, that was that level of watching. This is just just cut my point of view. It's all time.
You know, I was watching Lloyd, so many people think he's so cocky. He's such a weird style. That guy, Prince, that's, oh my god, that's been fun to watch. Something like that. No, that was Buster Douglas. Yeah, Flap or something. It was like, it was funny. What?
Yeah, funny when he thought Buster Douglas just been trained. It's just dumb. But just Buster's still almost won. Still drop Buster. It's his team. If you watch that fight, Buster's down. It's more than 10 seconds.
Yeah, but the thing was, he didn't go to the corner fast enough. He picked up the count. I thought he would cut it. I don't know. I remember where I was when I watched it. I remember all of that shit. It was my buddy Mitch's house upstairs. On his fucking smart TV. And I was like, you know, because you cheer for the underdog. And he was all bummed out. I see my face. I was just like, I didn't realize what I had lost as a sports fan. It was a great, not like it's not great, you know what I mean? You wanted to see them undefeated, keep going bigger than it. It's a weird thing.
Buster Douglas in that fight. You know, storyline is awful. Devastating. So he was always a really talented guy. That fight, everything came down. And one thing about it is that he's focused on. He wants to have he also is like dedicated to his own. But he wants to use the human element. That's just so cool.
I'm a robot. I am.
Is this what you're finding out from this pandemic? Locked up and having so much left out of it?
I understand my anger. I don't know how to fix it, but I understand what it is. It's feeling like I'm not going to be hurt. And things are going to go away. I don't want to be second. There's a suggestion different than mine. I catastrophize in my head. And I never took that. Well, no, actually, I can't do it because I'm doing Joe's podcast. Tomorrow. I just hear the information and feel like I have no power. And then I go, oh, what the fuck? I just answer the question. And then I am so fucking up here. I have to, like, it only takes me like 2 minutes. And then I come, so my head's inside of her head, and I just go, I'm sorry. I don't tell you what. No one can blame me yourself, but then I apologize like an asshole. And there's another thing too. Is I also, in this, I've never loved my wife more. You know, his son, and it's just like, it's one of those things where, you know, you can see that's a beautiful thing. You sit there going, like, I hate way more of a fucking asshole than I was. I knew I was, but I didn't think that was that bad.
So you realize you've got issues. You don't know how to solve them. That's what it is.
I realized that I had issues that I thought I was past. That's what fucked me up. So you feel like, all right, so I'm taking care of that, and I can focus on this. And it's like, no, this is still in this pile. I thought it was 6 feet high, it's 12 feet high. It was, it was demoralizing. So,
I think no one is part of the way to fix it, though.
yeah, but then you have to go through the torture of because it's not like It's not like, like the Dr. Phil episode. You may understand. Fucking yeah, whatever the fuck. Oh, okay, thanks, Phil. And like, you're just gonna go do that. It's like that you have to really fucking work. It's so easy to just go back into your it's a deep more into your personality. You try to get out of the rut. It's just easy to go back into it and just be on autopilot. Asshole autopilot. That's what people say it does. It separates you so much from who you are. You get a chance to do yourself. It's one of the things that comes like, I should have done that when I was younger. Yeah. It's a podcast like me. It's not another. Oh, it's great. I'm excited. I'm excited to see the mustache. Oh, so you're saying I'm done? Now, so much for this. It's not nice. Kids get out of the house. Fucking great people. It's a great team. I'm really good. When they're 18, yeah. In Boston, you have no mushrooms. You have one in the Pacific Northwest, which would be right to the ground. State. Over the 6 blocks, eventually expanded 12, looking to more Seattle. The trees will regrow Seattle. I'm going to put more theater. Love it there. It's great. I love Seattle. I love Seattle. I'm a big fan. I used to love that Bellevue place. The pool hall was in the pool hall connected to a comedy club. Remember that? Did you ever do that place? Went under real recently. It was fucking great. I'm trying to remember the name of the place. It was in Bellevue, and first one there was Cal. This is my dream. Connected to a comedy club. It's not right. He's fastest minds. That's unbelievable how fucking fun that guy is. Very funny. It's horrible. Yeah. What's your guy too? I saw him one time with a bow and arrow, just talking all of his shit. Somebody animals, I think he did the next one. He smoked his fucking arrow, talking shit over at Cal. Yes, it is. At this guy's house, they have those things. Absolutely. Get luck. Right? It's a terrible archery. There's no jack shit about archery. I know what I saw. He's dreaming. I saw this. He talked shit the whole time. It was fucking crazy. I'm watching a movie. Listen, I tell you something. I think you need to. It's one of my best friends. That water boat, on top point, carbon spider, really nice boat. So then I can use that boat. I can use that boat. Oh my god, fucking, you're probably standing on the string with your curls going in. Tomorrow. Because you gotta have to go into these old fucks. Okay? Why are you gonna do that? Because you see me, I see at this point. I remember that's when I first felt it. That's when I would be left the shows. I really got this guy's got 5 years on me. I find out for 5 years and I'm gonna be a 33-year-old. And he was in the range 28, married, 3 kids. And I saw what that looked like. Those fucking businesses, you get shit. It's like I love the harassing on social media. That's like, lose face, say, fat tits, and all that shit. Like, that motivates me. Like, you gotta honestly look at yourself. You're right, yeah. A hanger. I need to do some push-ups. Fucking all you, it's all how you process the information. No? Yeah, listen to that. Yeah, listen, look, you're talking about fat shit. I'm telling you that if I wasn't in this business, I would be a fat fuck. I get those blonde Oreo cookies, pair of floats. I would be fucking hammering that shit. And it's that, yeah, because then on Twitter, I would just have the fucking pussy picture, just the animal. When nobody knows who you are, you could be a fat fuck, be like, get people's shit, flatter, just last. Oh, no, a tuna can, then I went to a can of clams, now I'm up to a big weight, 1 pounder. And this is the big typical. You go from 1 pound to 2 pound. It's ridiculous. That's how you're increasing the weight by 100 days. 15 pound, 20 pound, 25 days. Those cents used to be, yeah. And then I had it's really right. I reached for some salt. I'm like, nah, 3 cents and salt. What I do is I just get slowly work my way up to 3 cents and 20. And then when I go to 2 pounds, I'll just do 3 cents and 3. So the weight load that I'm doing gradually. It requires all these patience that I don't fucking have in this book. This one had a bursitis. This one actually, I fucked up something else. This one is totally fine, but I'm not using as much as I'm using this one. So I do it on both sides. I've been doing a lot of core, a lot of back shit that I never did, which is how much I fucked up. Because I used to hate this and everything up here. But what I could see, I worked on. It's all back here. It was like, we can't fucking hold this shit. So my shoulders were bowed in. One was higher than the other. And eventually, we just got pinched. After these fucking things. I know that's for this. But I didn't do any special for the middle of my back or lower back on this. I don't know. I'm getting like bands. And that's like my back. There's a product called Crossover Symmetry. It's a series of different vitamin. I'll show it to you here. I mean, attached bars with cages. And these cages come in 15 pounds, 25 pounds, 40 pounds, bunch of different weights. You take these things, a series of exercises, rituals. It's great. It keeps everything strong. And you're not really, you're not pushing. Once I get it, yeah, I'd like to look at that. Once I get to a certain level of strength, the things you can do. So, this is oh, this is what I mean about myself. Why I didn't miss it, was freaking me out. Because what I experienced as a kid, straight across the board, being able to this mental place of like, I don't care. Fucking I don't care. I don't give a shit. And that's what caused everything to walk off. And that actually feeds into me having injury. Because I was a big moment for me where I got this fucking console thing. I'm trying to put in my podcast. So I'm supposed to deliver it and bring it in. Right? So the day they were going to deliver it, my wife went into labor. So I went to the hospital and they showed up and I didn't want them going out in the garage. I never really had shit. I just didn't want people in there unless I was there. So I said, drop it off. I thought it was going to be a box. It was already set up. It was fucking big, right? It was also weight loaded. I was just going to fucking I keep my arms like this. Mostly biceps. I was going to do this stupid German Irish. Fucking what I was going to do was going to send me back. Once again, like I had a reset back in February. I had an meeting, and they said, hey, this is a stupid little action thing. It's a wall, put your hands on the pop up. Can you do that? Like, my shoulder feels pretty good. Second one like that, I feel like lightning going down my shoulders. Like back to my candy and all that shit. So I actually had a friend come over who was gonna do it. I said, you know what, dude, I owe you a fucking dinner or something. I'm not doing this. And I called up this guy that was an instruction company. They had a couple of strong good guys that just really get there. And I just had that to it. And like that's like something that I'm pushing through where it helps me as a comic. It also helps me deal with highly emotional shit because I can just shut shit off and just do what I have to do. Which works. Like back in the day when you went to Letterman, which was fucking terrifying. It was freezing cold. And he said to me like, fuck this, it's just fucking people. This is just a different shiny fluid. It's freaking me out as an icon sitting at that desk. I have the tools to shut that off, which is great for that moment. But it's terrible for the rest of your fucking life. Like this shit that's like I just realized this is shit in me that I needed to I have not dealt with death of friends, all of that shit is just sitting in here. And I think that's also like when people that go like, oh, you can give me this out. Like, it's not all just that I'm not going to get what I want. A lot of that is like, you get all of this shit that you're sitting on. So you're sitting on all that, you haven't addressed it. So that it just, the only way for the steam to come out is like, for you to snap or whatever. So, which is really not fair to the people around you. To be honest with you. So, I don't know. Shut up. Every time I'm getting there, he starts fucking talking, and then he's using this really soothing, caring voice that makes me face all of that shit that I didn't get growing up, which makes me angry at this person that's trying to help me. Yeah, quarantine is not a bad thing. For what it's worth, you're always fun to hang around with. I always enjoy company. Oh, any issues with me? Because I have a crushing need to be liked. So I tone down my cookiness and look at you. Listen, my wife knows me. Hang out with her one time, she'll tell me some fucking stories. Well, you know what I do. Well, I will not accept you. Who's the guy that's running the meditation guy that's going to that means? I don't put the guy on class. Yeah, okay. And he's great. He's trying to help me. You should do that. I just thought I can't say what I said. Now it's what I said. I was playing. I said, I'm going to try to get sweaty. And that way, playing no contact. I have to play my phone up. I fucking not in now. Yeah, what I said, I still fucking I was so mad at him. He was carrying that movie. Oh, guys, I'm excited. It's like, what is wrong with you? Wow. You're really trying to come through some bullshit. Yeah, because I don't want to pass this shit on to my kids. That's what happens. That's just like, when people are like, people say my kids are not like me, like I'm not good. That's weird, but I do think that a lot. She's like, happy go lucky, right? I forget what somebody said one time. Oh my God, she's just an angel, right? Made some sort of, comment. Comment. I think it was gonna hurt me. And I was like, yeah, you're fucking busy. Tell me I want to be like that. No. You're trying to hurt me. So, no, it's one of those comic things when they look at kids. It's a guy. They don't know what to say. So they gotta make a fucking joke. Like anybody might have come on my birthday. He goes, hey, Henry destroyed your mother's uterus day. And I just remember laughing, going like, oh, this guy is more than I am. Or I can say, I know, but I know what it was off the card, and he couldn't just say happy birthday because that would be gay. So he has to go so overcorrect that he has to go to that level. It's so fucking stupid. It's probably why guys die. Hitting on this shit. There's all that stuff. Can't say enjoy sunset, try to get me. I know. But I know why. I know you do. I know you should know something. Shit, I know most people who fucking know. Sometimes that's you're like, oh wow. They actually want to hear that from you. When they see you spin a heel kick, they want to know that you enjoy the sunset. It's like, I don't, if this guy's as angry as I am, we can do all that shit. What are my odds of getting out of here? So you want to see that. You're like, too in here to understand me. I have a very weird thing. I have an alley of my personality that works that I somehow turn into a living. But the rest of it looks like Fred Sanford's yard. All the radiators and frames and shit. It's a fucking mess.
It's interesting because I've never seen this introspective. Try to work it out. Think about it. More than I've never seen you think about it. You've always joked around about it. All the years I've known you, it's always been a part of the things you talk about. It seems much more in the forefront of your consciousness. Something important to realize this is how you fix it.
Yeah, I think it started last year. Oh, brings back the book. There was a bunch of shit that I had to play that I never had to play before. Well, maybe a loud fucking asshole, I can do that. Then all of a sudden, I have a lot of anxiety, a lot of stuff. Like my character had 2 kids, and like the first time you meet the kids, it's a classic. And it's just like you just show up. I took this acting class. It's great. Like he was talking about what it's like to go to movies. It's just like I had to access cards. Okay, you're this guy, and this is your dad, your mother, just in action. This is like what? Because that's the way it goes. It just goes real quick. So I've got 2 kids here. So the first day I met them, we had to do the family photo. We wanted to put those into the background for a scene. So and I'm sitting there going like, fuck, I gotta act like I love these kids the way I love my kids. Like, and that's what was really confronting for me as far as how I'm wired. I fucking wouldn't need anybody. So I had like a fucking panic attack before. Like, even that thing, like just being like, just like comic thing, where you just like, I stand on stage and like do shit jumps for fucking hour, you get the check, and then I fucking leave. I spoke about it, it's fucking leave me alone, right? And this thing here, it's like, no, you're now on a schedule. Tells you where you have to be. So, like, I was like a kid on a leash all of a sudden, like, I need to be all these places. So I was freaking out about that. And then I had to do the picture with the kids. So what I did was, I got myself into a really silly. I was joking with all the other actors. I was making fun of myself. I was joking with anybody that had anything to do with the movie. It was really silly, stupid. I just to get myself in that headspace, and then I started joking around about what I looked like, this what your dad looked like, and then they started laughing. So I took a picture. They were actually laughing about myself, and then I looked at the picture, and they looked real. They looked like they loved these kids. So I got over that hurdle, so I threw out this shit. Obviously the shit yelling at me, it's like I can fucking do that all day. But all that other stuff, it's like, okay, and Jerry would be like, okay, and then you meet Margie, and you're spitting. It's like spitting. I've never, as a comedian, I don't think you're really go on stage because you want to do something. You're spitting, you're making fun of that emotion and the stupid things you do. It's like, we need you to play this thing. Like, you really have just, and I'm like, oh, so I'm like into it. I'm love struck, like a lightning bolt. And I'm just like, I don't know how to fucking do this. I'm fucking, I had an Oscar, and I think I stuck, still through all of that shit. So it took me probably 2 weeks on the film. That was 2 weeks in. They had shot enough of my shit. I was like, all right, they're not going to fire me. I can kind of relax a little bit. And after that, I had a great time. I had a fucking great time. It's not my dad. And I had a lot of fun. And that's what sort of started it. I was kind of like, trying to communicate it to my wife. And she doesn't know what I'm talking about. She's like, I love this. This is fun. And she has access. I was into trans. She has access to all of this shit. She's actually, a fucking way better actor than I am and stuff. So she helps me out a lot. So after those 2 weeks, I was able to chill, and then I had a great time. And I got over a bunch of hurdles. And I was kind of like, oh, this is like growing as a comic. it's like, okay, I know this is a comic. What if I try to act something out? It's not like a safe space. And I start feeling like okay, and then I'm like me, and I start getting spots at the store, home with my parents and stuff, that shit. Yeah. The whole show going on in New Joe. That shit after it was done. Yeah. I watched the initial cut of it, and then I saw the final version. Enjoy it. It's one of those things you know everything that was there, wasn't there, like especially with jokes. Like there was some, there's always going to be stuff that oh god, I wish I could cut there, I wish they put this in, but like as far as like the movie itself, I love how it works and the way they put it together. It's the opening scene that's in the movie initially was in the middle of the movie. Somebody, Judd, I don't know, came up with a brilliant idea to put that scene first, and he totally changed the tone of the movie, and that's when it like took off. Because I saw a real raw cut. It was like this is a bunch of funny shit. And like everybody I've ever talked to edits a movie, like when they watch their first cut of the movie, they look like, I'm never gonna look at this business again. I just wasted my fucking. I was actually talking to one of the actors who directed one of my favorite movies, Trees Lounge. Steve Buscemi made that movie. He told this fucking hilarious story about the first cut that we watched. He just went home like a zombie. You know, oh my god, it's such a great movie by the time he's done editing. But his first like look at it. So that helped me out. A guy as good as him having that type of thought. You know, it's just like, oh, shit, I think that shit all the time. You know, this guy's an icon and he thinks that this is normal. Like, I think some kind of normal. I think this shit's right. So I think that started it, and then I just kind of went, just went happening into the movie. And then that movie hit, and then I had to be quarantined. Going out in the so everybody's quarantined, and then I just became me sitting around. And I was like, I'm not watching TV because this is just gonna fucking make me feel like claustrophobic watching all this news and shit, trying to be informed. So I kind of went away from it. And then I was just in the house with me, just sitting there, and everybody was asleep. And it was fucking thinking. And I never had one. I don't know. Well, it doesn't seem to be. It seems isolated. Problem. Whatever. That's what I understand from all the checks. I don't allow to, they are who they are. They just fucking do that. There is some, I have a shit. It's so fucked up. It's people like when they look at people, they just do whatever the fuck they want to do. You know, like who doesn't want to just fucking eat a lover's cheese pizza and finish it off with a plate of ice cream? Like those people that do that, I know they pay for it, but there is something. I'm reading this book right now on Bobby Lee, who's a quarterback for the Detroit Lions. And there's all these legendary, like his story is so legendary, you don't even know where the legend is, where the truth is. But like, this guy Art Donovan used to tell a story about he was on the other team, sacked him, and he's getting up. Bobby Lee goes, Jesus Christ, where the fuck did you go last night? Bobby allegedly said last night because I had a couple of pops at halftime. This guy fucking lunatics. And he lived his life where he had this wide array of friends. Where he like, playing sports, he had African American friends. And if they were going someplace, they said, you can't come in because we're not fucking going in the 50s and 60s, right? And it was always like that. But he died at like 58 or 59. And it was hard for all of his friends to see him, not being like a legend, but there's a great part of the book where he's talking about his life and like knowing that he probably should have gone easier, but like this big smile came on his face that he kind of did it the way he wanted to. Because I would love to go and give a lot of the I'd love to be someone that would fucking find these fucking things with that. Depending on me. But there is something to be said about living. Some people just What's well, what's that like? It's supposed to be like, well, you know, I gotta make sure you like Brussels sprouts and like you kind of inch your way to death. It's just be like fucking pizza tastes good. I want a pizza. Fucking I'm happy. Let's try a big burger. Like I love that. Don't let me talk. When you just had all those perfect every single living things. Those guys just say, because you want some check. He takes a bottle down and then he hands both of them their own bottle. They were like, what the fuck? And he starts just drinking it. It's like he's having a coke. He already said some fucking years ago we watched the movie Doug. Because, dude, if I saw that thing when I was in my 20s and I knew what it was going to be 70 years, I knew it stopped. His last days were rough. I think everybody's last days are rough unless you drop dead. His last days are rough. He basically performed until it's performed. So, video of me, like, flash shows, like, we had to walk off stage. He was such a fucking badass. Even like just the way he had the microphone. It's all like, can't teach that man. Like, fucking in his DNA. Well, he lived it, that's for sure. And he's a legend. There's something to say for that. It's all what you put your energy to. Yeah, it's kind of how you. Like, you notice it's the balls to do that. Like, don't do it. Yeah, where like there's all this heroicism to sobriety, but which there is. Yeah, being sober and just eating like food foods every day is fucking hard. And I think to see somebody that has the balls, even with all the surgery type of shit, doesn't sort of fucking cigar goes right to the freaking hand. Well, you know, it's just come back and take care of it. I think stop cigars. I've never seen cars from that. Yeah, well, this is the best part. That's the best part of the movie. It's listen, don't switch the kid left to just focus on it. Just try to sense it's already training is on you. Totally white job. Everything is, you know, love about the grades because everybody knows you're supposed to keep up. Everybody knows you're not supposed to get fucked up every night. Everybody knows you're supposed to be responsible, mature, and smart. It's just wrong. It's just wild. Wild to the end. Yeah, and I think you do. You do. Because he gets a lot out of the way that they live for him. Somebody got to work for this too. He's like, it's here. There are those people too. Those wild people, Kowskis, St. James, Levies, people that just fucking go hard. There's something to that. Yeah. There's something to that too. Yeah. There's also something to being stoned. You know, what's interesting to me is just the range. I get things out of people that just drink water and meditate and fasting. You know, fasting. I was watching some, you know, Russell Simmons. He lives in like, I think, like, all year in Asia or something like that. He was doing an Instagram live. And he's doing it cross-legged, like some crazy overall over his knees and shit. Like an emotion. He's like, he's basically talking. I mean, gosh, this guy was the head of Death Chamber. He got it. In some countries. Fucking just, yeah, on top. I stretch all the time. Yep. I have to because you just get to a certain age. If you don't, yeah, you got one of those shit. So, anyway, I'm taking a class. I almost I just felt like I couldn't breathe. And I remember too also like my back was fucked up. That's why I went to the class. Like the position she started out twisting was happening too. So I kind of threw down the bed. The teacher got like all freaked out. It's like, come on, let's try to stay with the class. You keep getting busting out all these different asanas. I just started fucking laughing. Where I was just thinking, like, this is all supposed to be about listening to your body, and you're literally, you're like the oil man, and you're trying to control. This is your own little fucking economy. And just the fact that you walking around like you got it all figured out. You got 99% of people here all doing what the fuck you say. One guy is down to his back because his back is up, and you process it like I'm fucking in a yoga class. So, my broad brush, I said, fuck on yoga. Fuck up. I said, fuck that. Like, for me, tell some story. So, when I got out of that, Jesus Christ, before we got here, coming out here in first grade, I used to go to Sculpture Psychology. It was a great class. It was a great class. And it was fucking awesome. I was after a while ago, I was just psychologically breaking this guy down. And something happened in Cole's gym. I don't know what happened. He just was forever making fun of the muscle kids. And I was thinking, because I had the hybrid thing going on, like I love my foot, but I'm sure that I'm lifting weights and love going to the gym and all that shit. And I like the energy in a gym. You know, I liked it. And the old school was like, you guys talk about the towels, talking to your fucking and shit. And he was forever shitting on it. And then another thing that he would do, also somehow steer it to like a subtle compliment of love making. Right? To it was putting out like his vibe that he was good at the same time. You know, he had the little ponytail and shit. He was walking out. It was like a Will Ferrell character. It was funny. So it's like, this is like, it was like a real life like Will Ferrell, but just like I know everything you know. I don't think he's like persistent at all. Yeah, it was funny though. That he used to sit there. Yeah, it was just like this dude. It was fucking hilarious. And what was hilarious? I was, yeah, that's what he was saying. He took it and he used to know where your body's at, which was good. And I just remember when he would walk around the class and adjust me, he'd always skip me and then adjust some hot chick. He's way more flexible. It's just like, really? Right? As I'm sitting there, for some reason, I never needed an adjustment. I think this was like the 80s thing. There was a lot of adjusting like this, almost covering a titty and fucking, like, yeah, shit on the hips and stuff. Yeah. And God bless him. It's like, you know, these hot chicks in there, we get them all stretched out before you're back and we get them work. So I couldn't hate on him for that. But it was, I mean, to get through the class because I have such fucking ADD, I was just, it was like a comedy show going on with it. Like, my house, and I had a couple buddies on the team. You know, we're doing bad boys and shit out because of shit in the gym. What does he say? Talk about the muscle heads coming in there, and they had no flexibility, and you know, and how everything was all like overdeveloped. But you know, you always doing some fucked up pose or something. Because this works on your psoas. Like what machine in the gym? You know, is there a psoas machine? You know, like actually, it was like fucking, it was a long time ago. And at first it pissed me off. It's just like, I like fucking girls.
guy. I mean, you hear him talk, he's sincere. He's so handsome. Talks. It's so casual. The way it's so casual. The way he talks, we're here. You're so used to me. But that's who he is. He's comfortable. That's the face box. That's the thing. It's genuine. Yeah. Then it becomes this great thing. That's who it is. It's yeah. It's like you really fucking love. That's who you are. Like I don't want you to try to sell me like you want. Like the guy who loved me because the last 2 years. Selling you what they are to bring you through the approach to telling you something. Not maybe. I like film. Oh, no. It's my favorite people are flawed. Oh, no. It's not even that guy was flawed. It was just, like, Mark, like, the guy was talking about that teaching yoga class. It was like, there's a lot of people that really do that. Yeah, it's just finding them. So I like the place that I go to, I just look at the schedule. Like, oh, that's good. I'm going to take my class. Oh, yeah. It's fun. There's this one video where you're taking a stretch. It always has to be clean too, because there's so much sweating going on. And if you go, like, it's hot in the office, there's just no way to get this. The floors are sweating. There's just no way to so good for your stretching too, because you're in positions where you're not going to get it. It's like really stretching the tissue out, extending your range of motion. I love it. I tell you, I'm a fucking advantage. I tell someone, a lot of people listening to the more people. Oh, I love that when you guys do the summer October. You know, I want a cigar and fucking crush your dry out. Like 3 weeks in, he's got to be like movie stars and shit. That's always cool. Within the fitness one, we did one summer October fitness challenge. These straps, you know, like compete to see when you put extra fitness points for that. Robbie got a fucking six pack. And Robbie got shredded. The kids didn't work out. Before they was never working out. And over the course of the month, at the end of the month, he had a legit six pack. I mean, he's always pretty wired. He got thin. Yeah, he got fat at one point in time because he was eating enough of a kid. He was literally eating candy all day long. He was always in a bag a couple of years ago, shit like that. And that's why I found myself a message. That's a great message. Ready. It's so fucking fun. But yeah, he tried out with that. Didn't eat that. It's shredded. It's just super tremendous. Interesting. Interesting to watch. I like Tom Hardy too. That like I don't know. We always have like that crazy. It was totally against what I tell you this story about him running the fucking LA marathon and like drinking the night before. It's just like, dude, you're gonna fucking die. Not that he never really trained for it, but he's mentally strong. He just got himself in this mindset. One foot in front of the other, and I'm not stopping until I get to that finish line. 26 miles. Fucking that all for a fat guy. No, I was not. I used to like while I got so into it. I actually was drinking in the afternoon, and I still had to put a bike ride like shit face. Sweating. No helmet, and just fucking rode like 12 miles. I never heard the expression. I never felt hitting a wall. And like whatever the electrolytes were, there was just nothing left. And I was like 6 miles. Because East Coast is all kinds of hills and shit from my house. You know, it's like I don't think what am I gonna do? There's no cell phones. Like, what am I
just kept riding. And then it's like this 5 minute, like, I'm going to hit this. And I just got to the other side of it. My body was just like, all right, there must be something chasing us, so we need to go to something else here. And I pushed through it. So they say have culture back since we were into the moment. And 38 miles ahead. But just managed to just keep that. Eventually, you get to his home. Also, 20 hours later, God bless him. I would just, but then he had one people in cups of shit. 10 miles. He's a lot of people. 24 hours. Season 4 coming out tomorrow. You have time. I'm fucking tired of that. Don't stand up as well as all the shit you do. Delegation. You surround yourself with super talented people. You do your job, they do their job. You're able to be able to do that. But I think it was great. I did it too. I didn't think it. I thought it was fun. But now I am like, okay, chunk to get back on stage. I'm usually, I miss laughing, hanging with comics, and crazy shows. That's the scale of the story. Yes, literally. That's right. Okay, well, I'm in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. All right. Is that good? Hello, Jordan. How are you doing? I'm doing great. You have the schedule that you have, and the amount of energy and enthusiasm you maintain with the schedule is very remarkable because you're not stopping, you're not slowing down. You've had your foot on the gas for 2 solid years now. I guess that's what it is. Is that how you feel about it? Well, when you have an opportunity that's completely monstrous, you're full to take it for granted. Yeah, that's so great. Seattle's on camp, 200 cities since January. So everywhere, and part of what keeps us going, first of all, the crew, like the CA guys, they're really good. Live Nation's been really good. They make sure the theaters are smooth, and we've had no problems at all. And then I have lots of people who are helping me with my schedule. I get Tammy Charles with me. And then the lectures themselves. Well, I really like doing that part because I do a different lecture every night. And so that keeps me sharp and it makes sure that I'm thinking about new things all the time and trying to formulate my thoughts more precisely. And they're also unbelievably positive. So that's also something that makes it a lot easier to do because I go to a city and there's 1,500, 2,000 people waiting for me there, which is like staggering in and of itself. Where am I going to go? And they're all there listening intently, and it's a sophisticated discussion, or at least as sophisticated as I can make it, and communicating directly with the audience. And all the people are there to try to get their lives together. And so the feeling in the hall is really, really positive. And then I usually talk to about 150 people afterwards. And, all of them, how many of them, they just say, we have a photograph and all that, but lots of good stories about how they made their lives together. And they're thrilled to death about it, that they're out in the hall they were in, where they started a new business with this institute. They fixed up their relationship with their parents, or they quit drinking, and they're not addicted. I talked to one guy in Europe, he'd stopped, he was seen as addicted. I don't remember what to, it was something wasn't good. He stopped for 9 months, got 9 of his friends to work too. So he comes to them, he's just like bouncing, he's so happy that his life is really, really all around, and he had this additional positive effect on other people. And it's so fun because I have these conversations with people who grieve, but they're very intense, because people have to be able to trust you to tell you that their lives aren't going so well. And then they have to trust you even more to tell you that they're going to do better, because, of course,
last night told me the same thing. So it's so exciting, it's so ridiculously exciting to go everywhere around the world, go to airports, walk down the street, and have people come up and say, I've been watching you on YouTube, I often mention you. I listen to what you say, I've been developing a vision for my life, it's really helped me a lot. Thanks, Lord. Jesus, like to be able to have that happen time after time, day after day, all over the place. That's just absolutely going to 100 cities, like continually energizing because it's so positive. So there's all this weird crap in the press, about dangerous followers, all this alt-right nonsense. It's so ridiculous, I've talked to 250,000 people in 7 months. One incident that was negative in that entire time. Not one, nothing. No misbehavior on anyone's part. One head. So it's been one thing. That was it. Other than that, audiences behave perfectly. They all dress up, come in suits, which is really cool. A lot of young guys, they dress up. So they have this competition with me, which is quite fun. So that's an additional bonus. And, it's pretty countercultural. I think it's really fantastic. I think what's going on is it makes me very optimistic because I think that one of the things that new media has provided is these new avenues for information to get out there. And these new things like these lecture circuits. When was the last time you saw public lecture circuits that were popular to thousands and thousands of people? I saw the ones that you and Sam Harris did on YouTube. And Sam's doing them with a lot of other people as well. You're doing them with a lot of people with Dave Rubin as well. Yeah, this is a very unique thing, that's for sure. And also this desire to understand the new paths of behavior and patterns of thinking, and that these are corrective paths and patterns that can lead you to a more fulfilled and happier life. Yeah. And recognize the pitfalls of certain types of behavior that people just fall into. Yeah. And I think oftentimes the difference between someone who lives a fulfilled life and someone who lives a life filled with disaster is following the correct patterns and not knowing what the correct ones are. So there's a lot of good people out there that live shitty lives, and they don't do it because they're just dumb or because they're bad. They do it because they've been influenced by certain patterns. They've fallen into patterns whether because of the people they grew up, the people that are around them have this way of being, and they kind of fall into that, or it's drugs, or it's alcohol, whatever it is. And then they find a new one, and then they can slide right into that new one. And all of a sudden, they feel energized, they wake up in the morning, come over, they're getting exercise in, they're eating healthy, they're starting to think about things correctly and doing good things, and the momentum of them doing those good things leads them energized. And these are all things that you promote, and that I think are genuinely really significant, really important. Well, the thing is, it gets aligned. You get pushed into this weird kind of what we're talking about. Podcast is a small, select group of people. It's a very small but vocal minority that wants to misrepresent you. And then there's the periphery that listens to this small group, and then they sort of parrot those words out without any real thinking about what you said. Well, one of the things that I made a mistake about in the past that I just realized in the last couple of weeks was that people often accuse me of saying, well, most of the people that listen to you get, when you're accused like that, your automatic response is, well, you're accused of doing something wrong. There must be something wrong about that. It's like, why wasn't it 50% women? And so I said things, well, 80% of the people who watch YouTube videos are men. And so the fact that 80% of the people who watch my videos are men, isn't that surprising given that history? About 3 weeks ago, I started thinking, what the hell am I doing? It's like, what, is there something wrong with talking to men? Is that actually a problem? It's like I'm trying. I didn't set out to do that specifically, but if that's the way it's working out, then there is a majority of men coming to my shows. Is that why? Is that all of a sudden supposed to be a bad thing? I'm asking men to be more honest and especially in their speech and their thinking, and to be more responsible for themselves and for their family and for the community, and to grow up and to show their learn and to live a responsible, meaningful life and putting those two things together conceptually. It's like, and then there's an accusation about that as if there's something wrong. And I thought, why am I even putting in
how they put their life together. It's like, I'm absolutely thrilled about that. And so I don't see, I, it's just a sign of how pathological our times have become in some sense that there wouldn't be any guilt about that to begin with. Because how is that not a good thing, man? It's weird.
I think a lot of that has to do with this concept that men have this massive advantage, this white male advantage and privilege that we all enjoy. And have this advantage financially, there's disparity in terms of the gender pay, and income, and that if you were a really good person, you try to balance that out. You would be trying to pump up the winning team.
Right, well, that's the funny thing. Well, that's it. And that's part of the narrative thing. Well, if there's winners, there has to be losers. And the reason that there are losers is because there's winners. And that's complete bloody nonsense because, as far as I'm concerned, and I believe this, is that every single person sets out to put themselves together ethically and net positive to everyone around them. There's no downside to that. You know, and my work has been criticized. I think we've read it very poorly, especially chapter 1 when I talk about hierarchies. That I'm somehow supporting the idea that power in a hierarchy is the right way to be. And that's absolutely nothing in what I've written that suggests that at all. I'm suggesting that human hierarchies are very complex and that the way that you lead in a human hierarchy is by being competent and reciprocal. Even if you're selfish, let's say, you got to think very carefully about what that would mean because you have to work to take care of yourself and what you want to say. But then there's you tomorrow, or there's you next week, and there's you next month, and next year, and 10 years from now, and when you're old. So because you're self-conscious and because you're aware of the future, you're actually in community unto yourself. And if you're selfish and impulsive, all that means is that you're serving the person you are right now in an impulsive way, but not the person you're going to be. And so that's not a good grounds for any sort of ethical behavior. And I see that if you serve yourself properly, there's no difference between that and serving your family properly and serving the community properly. Those things all mesh in a kind of a harmonious manner. And one of the things that's really being reflected in the lecture tour is a discussion about that idea and its relationship between and meaning and responsibility. Because one of the things that strikes the audience as silent and constant, because I'm always listening to them to see, what the attention is maximally focused, is whenever I point out to people that the antidote to the meaninglessness of their life and the suffering and the malevolence that they might be displaying because they're resentful and bitter about how things the antidote to that is to take on more responsibility for themselves and for other people. And if that's aspirational, which is kind of cool. The conservative types, the duty types, and I'm not complaining about them, they're always basically saying, well, this is how you should act, because in some sense that's your duty, right? That's how a good citizen would act. And that's a reasonable argument, but the case that I've been making is more that, well, there is a value distinction between things. Some things are worth doing and some things aren't, and you can kind of discover what that is for yourself, and then usually you have the things that are most worth doing. And what you'll find if you watch carefully is that the things that you find worth doing are almost always associated with an increase in responsibility. Because if you think about the people you admire, for example, you spontaneously admire people, and that's a manifestation of the instinct to imitate. People who are imitative. You don't admire people who don't take care of themselves. Unless there's something wrong with you, you at least want an admirable person to be accountable for themselves. And then if they've got something left over so they can be accountable for their family, well, then that's a net plus. Obviously, that's someone you think is solid. And then maybe they take care of some more people, they have a business, or they're involved in the community in some positive way. You see, well, that's a person whose pattern of being is worth imitating. And so that's all associated with responsibility. But it's so interesting because it's as if everybody kind of knows this, but it hasn't crystallized. It's like, well, you should be responsible because that's what it is. It's not, no, you should be responsible because you need to have deep meaning in your life to offset the suffering so you don't become bitter. And the way you do that is to very heavy load, to get yourself in check for you now and for you in the future, and then to do the same for your family and your community. And there's real nobility in that, and there's real meaning. And more, the other thing that I've been suggesting to people,
anxiety, all of that hopelessness. But something kind of hellish moves in there too, to occupy that places, and you end up making things worse. But, one of the things I learned about studying totalitarian systems, whether they were on the right or the left, was that part of the reason that the totalitarian horrors of the 20th century manifested themselves is because average people didn't take on the proper responsibility. They shut their eyes when their eyes should be open. Even though they knew that they didn't say things they knew they shouldn't have done and said. And that was what supported those horrible systems. So, if you don't get your act together, then you leave space for hell. And I really believe that. So I think when things are happening like something like Nazi Germany, I would imagine that during that time, the people that were not supporting it felt helpless. You're in Germany, you're a part of this country is turning towards this horrible situation where Jewish people are being put on trains, and again, the people that didn't speak out in that, I don't necessarily know if it's a lack of discipline or just complete fear. It's fear for sure. I mean, no knowledge of how to deal with it. Disbelief to wanting to protect your family and not wanting to step out of line. Absolutely. Well, that's the thing. The problem is that if you're going to forestall that sort of thing, you have to do it early. Because the longer you wait, the higher the price you pay for it. But it's harder to take that jump early because you're not exactly sure where it's going. That's true. And you're also likely to be jumped on. Yes. You can see that happen in our own culture. Either a mistake on Twitter or even something that isn't a mistake. And, you can pay what feels to be a pretty high price. Right? When there is a high price or not, it's hard to tell because Twitter is so weirdly fiction. It's so hard to get a grasp on exactly what's going on. It's also your comprehension of what is your emotional reaction to people that you don't know being mean to you. This is what is that price? Well, some people want to dismiss that as maybe not just nothing. It's not nothing big deal. But yes, it causes that's what's happening. It has absolutely bullying online has caused many people to commit suicide. Well, the thing is, the weird thing about that online communication is that, I find that I tend to react to a negative Twitter comment as if it's someone sitting across from me talking to me that I know. It's not. And I don't even know if the person is real or if the accounts are often anonymous, right? So that person isn't really real. But your emotional response is still, someone's gone out of their way to be harshly critical to you. Right? And that doesn't happen that often in your day-to-day life. So, if you're a reasonable person, you're very sensitive to criticism, right? Because it's rare and because you're especially if there's a lot of people criticizing you, because you kind of have to be psychopathic in order just to brush that off. It's like, 100 people think I'm wrong, there's nothing to that. It's like, if it's 100 people out of 100 million, but you can't tell on Twitter, and it's irrelevant. But if it's a log of 100 people that show up outside your house, which is quite kind of what Twitter feels like, then you think, well, God, I must have done something wrong, because otherwise, why would all these people be here? Right. And I think that's why so many people are trying to apologize, when they do something on Twitter or do something and then mobs go after them. They think, oh God, I must have done something wrong. I should do some soul searching. So some of that's not even fear. It's more like it's in a sense it's a morality that's misplaced because of our inability to calibrate the social messaging. I've almost completely stopped reading Twitter comments in the last month. And I've definitely been. It's too much. It's too much. It's too crazy. Yeah, if you're number 2 now, the number of followers, 1 million on Twitter, that's when it's about time to get out of Dodge. Well, I'm still following people and reading what they're posting, but the comments are just not that. No, it's not. And I think it does have something to do with the technology itself. I do believe that small movement facilitates angry, impulsive response. So if you're trying to get people to respond to you, but the alternative is Facebook, where you have these long posts that are just rambling first drafts that people put out. They're like, I start reading about politics or what have you, but I just can't get involved. It's too big. And then people jump in and comment on them, and often their comments are massive as well. It's just verbose. respectable law. He wrote a long history of the Sentinelese people that it's that uncontacted tribe in the Indian Sea where this gentleman went there and tried to fish in Christianity and shot flares. Yeah, and he wrote this long history of these people and what they kind of endure. And, a few people going to them and doing some awful fun things with this easy. So I enjoy myself to do that. Like these long, like every now and then someone will use it in a novel way. I really like that. But there's a lot of it is just people just trying to get an action. What's the reaction? Piss them off. It's the best one.
Well, they also might be the ones that are most, I mean, you don't exactly know what motivates people to respond to Twitter. It might be that the fundamental motivation for a Twitter response is anger. Rather than the desire to share something, because we don't know anything about how these new communication techniques function psychologically. Like maybe Twitter is skewed 90% towards people who are impulsively angry at that moment. It could easily be. No, like, if you're driving in your car and someone cuts you off, you curse. At least I do. And it's often a situation issue rather than a personality flaw on the part of the other. It's easy to assume that. When you respond impulsively, God only knows how much of our social media networks are set up to differentially or impulsive behavior. And it's also not that easy to hold people accountable in some sense. Maybe there's some utility to that. But with anonymous accounts and all of that, the anonymity is also problematic because it certainly enables people to allow their worst to manifest themselves, especially if they're resentful and angry. So the one benefit that I can see to anonymity is it gives you the opportunity to explore controversial ideas without being trashed. Sure. I think you're correct. Well, that's it. I think that's true. I think there's some utility. I mean, I don't think that it should be forbidden. But, like most things, it has its advantages and its disadvantages. But most things, it's not entirely negative. Okay, so I figured something out that I thought I'd tell you about. This took me 3 years to figure out. I figured out this too. So there's this old idea, that you have to rescue your father from the belly of the whale, right? From some monster that's deep in the abyss. You see that Pinocchio, for example. It's a very common idea. And I figured out what that is, I think. So imagine that we already know from the clinical perspective that, if you set out a path towards a goal, which you want to do because you need a goal and you need a path, because that provides you with positive emotion, right? So you set up something as valuable, so that implies a hierarchy. You set up something as valuable. You decide that you're going to do that instead of other things. That's kind of a sacrifice, because you're sacrificing everything else to pursue that. And then you experience a fair bit of positive emotion and meaning as you watch yourself move towards the goal. And so the implication of that is that the better the goal, the more full and rich your experience is going to be in pursuit. So that's one of the reasons for developing a vision and for fleshing yourself out philosophically, because you want to aim at the highest goal that you can manage. Okay, so you do that. And then what you find is that as you move towards the goal, there's certain things that you have to accomplish that frighten you. Maybe you have to learn to be a better speaker, a better writer, a better thinker. You have to be better to people around you, or you have to learn some new skills and you're afraid of that, whatever, because it's going to stretch you if you pursue a goal that is. Yeah. So that will put you up against challenges. Okay, so all the clinical data indicates the opposite of safe spaces as John Knight has been pointing out that what you want to do, you identify something that someone is avoiding that they need to do because they're afraid. You have them voluntarily confront it. So you break it down. What you try to do with your behavior therapist is you break down the thing they're avoiding into smaller and smaller pieces until you find a piece that's small enough so they'll do it. It doesn't really matter as long as they start it. They can put the next piece on the next piece. And what happens is they don't get less afraid exactly. They get braver. It's like there's more of them. And here's what. So imagine you do something new. And that's formative, right? There's information in the action, and then you can incorporate that information and turn it into a skill and turn it into a transformation of your perceptions. So there's more to you because you've tried something new. So that's one thing. The second thing is, and there's biological evidence for this now, that if you put yourself in a new situation, code for new proteins and build neural structures and new nervous system structures. Same thing happens to some degree when you work out, right? Because your muscles are responding to find is that if you got to the point where you look at the darkest things that we need, like the most brutal parts of the suffering of the world and the malevolence of people and society, if you can look at that straight and direct, then that will turn you on maximum. So that's the idea of rescuing father, because imagine that you like the potential composite of all the ancestral wisdom that's locked inside of you biologically. That's not going to come out at all unless you stress yourself, unless you challenge yourself. And the bigger the challenge you take on, the more that's going to turn on. And so that as you take on a broader range of challenges and push yourself harder, more and more of what you could be turns on, and that's equivalent to transforming yourself into the ancestral father, into all, because you're like you're the consequence of all these living beings that have come before you. That's all part of your biological potentiality. And then if you can push yourself, and all that comes on, and that turns you into being that's the re-representation of that positive ancestral father. So that's why you rescue your father from rebellion and beast. So you think that this ultimate goal of sacrifice and of risking your life in order to save someone who's truly important to you, that this somehow or another maximizes your intentions in you? Well, I think you can think about it religiously too. So you can think about it this way. So in the Christian story, for example, Christ does two things that are endless identical. One is takes the suffering of the world onto itself, because that's a weird idea. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's think about it psychologically. Well, maybe it means that, well, that's your job. It's the world's full of suffering. You should accept that as your responsibility, past, present, and future. You're supposed to do something about that as much as you can about it. And maybe you start with your own localized suffering, put yourself together, but then you expand that outward and you decide that it's you're not a victim of that. You're parts of it, but you're the potential solution to it. So you accept that as a responsibility. So that's part of taking on alone. That's part of bearing a cross. The cross is sort of the symbol of the place of maximum suffering. Okay, so you accept that as a challenge, not as something that you're victimized by. Maybe you accept that as the Prince of Being. Okay, so that's one responsibility. You're responsible for addressing the suffering. So that can give you some meaning, it seems to me. And the next thing is, there's a story, of course, that Christ met in the desert. So that's the encounter of malevolence. So that would be the other thing, because the two major problems that people face, obviously, are suffering, tragedy, and malevolence. And so that's the other thing you're responsible for. Is that you're supposed to look at and capacity for human evil as clearly as you possibly can. It's a very terrifying thing that causes post-traumatic stress disorder in people that aren't accustomed to it. In the mythology that's associated with the encounter with evil, it's almost always the case that the entity that does the encountering, even if it does it voluntarily, is hurt by it. So the Egyptian god Horus, for example, was the eye and the falcon, the thing that can see and pay attention. When he encounters his evil uncle Seth, is the precursor of Satan. He uses an eye. This is no joke to encounter malevolence. It can get very shaky. But the idea would be that if you can face that malevolence and you can face the suffering, then that opens the door to your maximum potential. And then the optimistic part of that is, and this is why it's so useful to peer into the darkness, let's say. The optimistic part of that is that although the suffering is great and the malevolence is deep, your capacity to transcend it is strong. So what you get out of the most negative viewpoint is the most positive possible consequence, because one of the things you'd like to know, if you wanted to know something deep about yourself, is that you can face the worst that there was and prevail. And I believe that's capable. I believe that people are capable of that. I think that despite how tragic life is and how malevolent things are, that fundamentally our spirit, let's say, has the capacity to confront that and to fix it, like psychologically. So to confront it courageously, to be able to be up on that if you do it voluntarily, but also to address it. Not only to deal with it psychologically, but to deal with it practically. And then we can make things much better. There's no ways to strive towards utopia, right? This is the ultimate goal of use
like out of civilization. Well, I'm not going to be happy. I want to be long, or nothing, no suffering, no life. But in order to really truly about yourself and about life, you have to first you have to experience things. And I firmly believe that in order to truly appreciate love, you have to understand really have felt hate. And to really appreciate camaraderie, you have to feel loneliness. So this is just a part of being a person. For whatever reason, like
maybe see the other thing that I've been thinking along the same lines is that, it is so in the biblical stories, in the Abrahamic stories, for example, Abraham basically hangs around his dad's tent. He's like 80. He's one of these guys that fails to launch, in a big way. And God eventually gets sick and tired of him, like, playing video games in his basement and says, get out there into the world and have life. And so God, he leaves this farmer's tent. This is his community, this is his country, which is what he's commanded to do. And then he goes out and has an adventure. But the first thing he encounters is a famine, and then he encounters a tyranny, and then he encounters a bunch of people in the tyrannical state that want to take his wife. And so you can imagine that Abraham's response to that is like, look at her sitting in my dad's tent playing video games. But what's cool about that story, what I realized lectures on last year, was that was a call to adventure. And that right way of conceptualizing what we're talking about isn't that utopia would be a place where it's happening. Because, and I think because of what you just laid out, is you need that polarity. And that people need alone, and we need adversity, and we need difficulty, we need all of that. So maybe what you want is an adventure, the greatest adventure that you could have. And that would involve, something to push against. It involves real challenge. And so just to see that Dostoevsky knew this because when he wrote Notes from Underground, which I kind of recommend because I think it's a great book, it's a very short book, he criticized socialist utopia back in like 1860, before it became the sort of widespread idea that it is now. What Dostoevsky said was that, human beings are these very peculiar creatures, and if you gave us a utopia so that we had nothing to do but eat cake and see ourselves as a continuation of the species, that was his line. The first thing we do is smash it all to bits just so that something unexpected and troublesome would happen, because we're built for adventure and not for peace and happiness. We're all designed to overcome the natural world. The natural world is filled with that. The natural world is filled with things trying to eat. It's just everywhere you look, it's all you observe. You observe predators and prey, and animals eating vegetables, and that's it. And I think that this concept of overcoming adversity is so human, it's so a part of who we are. And I want to bring it back to you, because one of the things that I've been considering is that I've said this many times, and I just had a conversation with my good friend Steve Brunel the other day where he brought it up independently. He said, I think Jordan Peterson is the most misunderstood, misinterpreted guy in the world. He's like, people are always like, not just misinterpreted, but misstating what you believe, misstating what you said. This opposition to you, this, like we were talking about this GQ interview, which I thought the one was far more intelligent than her approach was far better and far more reasoned and well thought out than some of the other interviews I did before. So to bring in the varsity level players, saying things. I think this is important. I think this is part of what forges this message is that you are, and this is one of the things that Eric Weinstein and I had said about you, is that you are essentially the voice Gracie of the intellectual dark web. If you don't know what that means, it's the early days of the UFC. No one knew what the best martial art was. The idea was like all these martial arts that are running around independently, and they were all claiming that they had the best technique. Let's see what happens. And Royce Gracie was the one who represented jiu-jitsu and went out there and beat all these people with superior technique and superior strategy. South America, yes, it's from Brazil. Yeah, okay, I know. And he launched this Brazilian, his family launched this Brazilian jiu-jitsu empire that has taken over the world of martial arts. But you are the one who's consistently engaging with these people. You're the one who's involved in these Valley Tuno events where you're debating these people who are coming at you. As uncomfortable as those moments are, like, what's the moment that says, what you're trying to say is, yeah, sure, I think her approach, I think she misunderestimated you. I think she underestimated you. I think she misinterpreted
are, and she thought that she could come at you with this TRUMAN sort of article and frame your positions in a very unflattering way. It just didn't work. It was like the early days of Voice Crazy. Guys would come out and flailing and get him in an armbar and they tap it out. Fuck. That's kind of what happened. Now this woman you had this conversation with, she was much more skilled. Yeah, she was better verbally. Her arguments made more sense. She seemed more reasonable, more well read. She was able to think of the thing quicker. But still, these are really important conversations. Well, it was a funny thing because I went to the hotel Baltimore, and I went out my way to do it. And she was hostile to me the second I walked into the room. Yes, and that really kind of put me off. I mean, how's it? Well, she basically told me that we were going to have more, not so many words. But it just, there was a coldness to her, and a distaste for me that was sort of radiating from her. So she was animus possessed from a human perspective. That's the right way of thinking about it. One of the ways of thinking about that is that she had a Jewish relationship with me. So she'd already formulated who I was in her imagination. And it was also maybe a form of projection. So it's like I was being bought into all the things that she found distasteful. And that's who she was. So there was no willingness to consider on her part that I could be different than her preconceptions of things. So she was hostile to me in the way that you would be if you were prejudiced against someone right from the beginning. And so by the time it was uncomfortable in the room, and by the time there was a full issue, and so by the time the conversation started, I was more impatient than I would normally be, because one of the things that I do expect from journalists and Kelly is like this, by the way, and so some of the other people that have gone after me, at least they had the professionalism to be civil before the interview started. Because there's a certain amount of politeness, I would say, that not that I own, but that someone you're interviewing is owed. Yeah, if they come out of their way to talk to you, it's just human decency. Yes, there's no real conflict, right? Until you have this conflict, it's just hello, nice to meet you. Yes, thank you for coming to June Games. Nice to meet you. Yes, on social professions, not even just profession, right? Even just professional grounds. It's like, well, we're both here to do the job. I've agreed to come, but no, there was palpable enmity in the air right to begin with. And, I actually thought at the end of that interview, I thought, geez, maybe I've done enough interviews, because I found that I was more impatient than I would have liked to have been. Now, luckily, it doesn't seem to have gone overboard, because I've been watching the comments on that GQ interview. I think it's got about 4.5 million views, some ridiculous amount of views. And people have said that I was more impatient and harsher than usual, which I think is true. And I thought, God, maybe I'm starting to run out of patience, which is good, right? I don't want to run out of patience, because then it will flavor the message that you're putting out there, and people will take it in the wrong way, and they'll take it in with that bitterness. Yes, exactly. Yeah. One of the things that I think is very important is that you don't become resentful. On this tour, for example, like, there's no resentment for me, because you think, well, you might think, well, this is a lot of work, and I'm writing about like that, and it takes a lot of organization, it's going to do, and all of that, and there's a lot of work, but none of that is a complaint. And I decided with County right at the beginning that, well, first of all, that this was going to be work, not vacation, because we're not stupid, and we know you can't have everything at the same time if it makes sense. You're lucky if you get some things that are good at once, so we're very grateful to have the opportunity. And then I was going to continue to do this as long as I was thrilled to be in front of the audience, and when I meet people afterwards that are not looking at the end of the line to see what I did, because I want to be sure that every single person that comes to meet me, has a good present for it, absolutely, because I am actually quite taken aback and thrilled, I guess it's the right word, grateful, that's interesting, that they're there. It's like, God, man, some of these people, like I was in, they're coming from all over the place. People flying from Australia into Europe, they've flown, lots of Eastern Europeans came to England. They're making it's not inexpensive because these venues are expensive and all of that. And I, I do it. It's the same with the damn interviews. It's like I'm doing my best to not take any of this for granted and not get annoyed about it. And that goes for the conflict too. It's like, well, I tried to have my agent screen out maybe the more egregious interviews, the ones that would just be nothing but combat, because I find it quite stressful. I would say I'm hiding from them, but you don't know to begin with how the interview is going to go, and I can just say, well, I've been having interviews for a while, but I can't help but see that the conflict is a necessary part of this, even though I don't find it pleasant. I think it gives me being involved or enjoying the conflict. It's actually not true at all. I don't enjoy it at all. It usually takes me about 3 days to recover from a particularly contentious interview. Because I find conflict, interpersonal conflict, pretty stressful. Yes. But I think yes, and to pretend you're either a sociopath or you're alive. Yes. Well, there are people who seem to enjoy that kind of intellectual combat. The political types are more like that, but I think they still afterwards feel it. And if they read the comments and people are against them, just the unease it carries. Well, you would think so. I don't even know how people deal with it because, I'm being fortunate because although, I've had a fair press coverage, the comments on YouTube in particular, which is where the bulk of them are, and I would say among the general public, have been overwhelmingly positive. I don't know what people would like to be in a world where it's reversed, where the majority of people are against you. I've seen it happen. I guess I've had on the show where I've met them afterwards, and you see a physical effect on them. You see them being down like, Jesus Christ, those comments are so mean, like you can't read those. You can't read those. And you see how it's affected them. Like they can't sleep. It really fucks with them. They stay up for nights. It's not good. You're taking in all of these opinions of hundreds, if not thousands, of people. You don't even know if they're coming from a healthy place. And most of those opinions, they would not express it that way if they were talking to you. They can get the same message across. Like, I think you were ignorant to these facts. I think you were biased in your perceptions. Even if they have an opinion that's so flattering, the way they're expressing to you, they may consider it about you and your feelings as a human being. If you take into consideration what they're saying, it's just an asshole. You just see it tight. You just see print. It just doesn't. It could be a smart person. It could be a psycho. It could be a fool. It could be anything. But it's also funny too because the negative comments that are part of social media seem to be just as potent as negative comments in real life. But the positive comments don't seem to be as positive as the positive comments in real life. Yes. Like they don't seem as real. I guess that's partly because we're wired to be more sensitive to threat than to negative emotion because we can be hurt. And it's also unhealthy to not stroke your ego too much. If you're just concentrating only on if there's something distasteful, if you go to someone's page and they just retweet all the positive things that people say to them, because that has this sort of reinforcing side of if I say something really positive, majority he's going to retweet me. There are some people that they engage in this sort of commerce, like you say something positive, they retweet you, and it's a little too strokey, right? Right? People get really into that stroking world. I guess the danger of that is that a possibility of that ego inflation avoid. Yes, all the time. You've done a wonderful job of avoiding those waters because this is new. For a guy who's in his 50s who becomes famous out of nowhere, and doesn't just become famous, but becomes this culturally significant sort of lightning rod. And that's how I view you in a lot of these talks that you're doing, a lot of these debates, like rather than this woman at GQ or some of your interviews. What you're doing is you're expressing yourself in a brave but very controversial way. And a lot of people are paying attention to this, but then you're backing it up with your research, you're backing it up with real science, you're backing it up with a tremendous amount of history of the human race and of religion, scientific studies that have been done that show correlations between different types of behaviors in human beings, and all this is rich. It's very rewarding if you can take it all in. But when it goes against what people have, their preconceived notions, or their own set of beliefs that they're bringing to your conversations, to your debates, then it creates this hostile battle where what you're saying is very contrary to what the way you've been living your life. You saw this to me, you saw that Scandinavia. Yeah, well, I was there. I went to Stockholm twice, Oslo twice, Helsinki twice, and Copenhagen once in the last month. And there's been quite a bit of a lot of interviews and a lot of discussion about the so-called gender. Very interesting thing because it's very details and not in Scandinavia. And that makes sense because the Scandinavians are going to have to deal with this first because they've gone the farthest down the road for like making their society gender equal. Like something that's in Canada. Okay, so imagine first of all that there's two kinds of equality that you might pursue. One would be equality of opportunity, and so that would mean that there's a wide range of talent across people, regardless of their type, whatever that might be, sex, gender, race, ethnicity. There's talent distributed everywhere, and it's kind of a truism, and I can say a truism of the West in the deepest sense that each of the individuals within those groups should be in a position where their talents are they're encouraged to manifest those talents, partly because that would be good for them spiritually and psychologically, but also because there would be obvious benefit to the community. Right? I mean, talent's rare, which people don't understand. There's lots of different kinds of talent, but in each domain it's rare. And so it's to everyone's benefit to exploit talented people to the maximum possible degree. So even if you're just selfish, you want to push for equality of opportunity because the more talented people there are out there, the more cool stuff you get to have, and hopefully the more diverse and interesting your life is. So you can pursue equality of opportunity policies, and the Scandinavians have done that, especially trying to knock down barriers for women in the workplace. And by all accounts, by all standard theories, the Scandinavian countries and places like Holland, like the Netherlands, Canada, to a slightly lesser degree, have gone farther than any other countries in pursuing those policies. Okay. And part of the consequence of that is that some of the differences between men and women have been minimized. So obviously there's far more women in the workplace than there were 40 years ago. And in many occupations, there's actually dominance by women. There's dominance in the universities, there's dominance in the healthcare fields. And so when you born into the workplace, and hypothetically, there's problems with that because it's put a lot of stress on family structure. But hypothetically, that's what that's the it gives people a broader range of choices and it gives everyone access to more talent. So, and then also, if you look around the world, you see that one of the best predictors of the probability of economic development in developing countries is the attitude in those countries towards equal rights for women, and it's causal. The more positively the country is predisposed to female rights, the more likely they are to develop economically. Because that indicates that they're open to new ideas or something like that, to transformation. So that's one kind of equality. Open up the playing field so that everybody has a chance to compete and cooperate and land where they work. But then the other kind of equality is equality of outcome. So that's often described as equity in today's languages. So the ultimate equity, utopia, would be take every job, every conceivable kind of job, and then stratify that by every conceivable level of authority within every job, and then ensure that every single category of person is represented in precise proportion to their prevalence in the population. So every job should be 50% women and 50% men, and say 13% non-Western ethnic minority, and whatever that happens to be, then you can break that down. And otherwise, there is evidence of systemic prejudice. Okay, now, first thing to say about that is that's impossible. And the reason it's impossible is because there's no limit to the number of ways that you can categorize people into groups. So you about sex and ethnicity and race, maybe those are the obvious ones, but now you have gender, and then you have ethnicity, and attractiveness and intelligence and temperament and any height and age and socioeconomic background. I mean, let's say there's 20, but there's more than that. There's no possible way that you could ever regulate a society so tightly that every single one of those groups was equally represented in every single one of those occupations at every single level of the hierarchy. That's truly significant. That's men and women and race. Well, yeah, but who's to say those are the significant ones? That's the other thing, right? It isn't even obvious that they are, because I would say that the more significant one is cognitive ability, because that's a way bigger predictor of long-term life success than sex or race. So I don't even think that we've necessarily identified the canonical groups. We've just decided that gender and race are maybe those most obvious, right? But isn't there a problem with the people who don't? What they don't do is they don't take in terms of cognitive ability, they don't get on team. They don't get on, like, there's people that are sexist, but it's very rare that someone is elitist in terms of their cognitive ability. Well, hard to say, Joe. I mean, I think one of the reasons that it's elitist prejudiced is a better word. I don't know. I mean, you could be right, but look, I think one of the reasons that, like, here's something that's kind of it makes sense how I'm thinking about it. Well, there's one thing that's quite peculiar about the United States in that regard. It's like most working class people, let's say, are far more irritated with the intellectual elite than they are with the wealthy elite. And that's because they think they can become wealthy. And they could. But they don't think they become part of the intellectual elite. And it isn't obvious to me that the intellectual elite, so those are the left-leaning types that dominate the media and academia, are particularly positive in their attitudes towards the typical working class person. I think they're prejudiced and elitist. I do believe that that's the case. And I think they're also, what would you call it, patronizing. And I think that the typical working class person, say, who voted for Trump, is very, very sensitive to that. And so they're much more concerned with the 1% of the cognitive elite than they are the 1% of the economic. It's a game they can play. So, isn't that also caricatures, right? The 1% of the economic elite, you just think of people that are in these lofty positions that are in control of financial institutions. But the 1% of the intellectual elite, you think of in terms of some of the more preposterous things you're hearing in the universities now and safe spaces. And there's no appreciation on the part of the intellectual elite for pathologies of rationalism. Right? There's nothing stupider than a smart person who went wrong. Like you could take, I've seen this in my clients, frequently. Like, if I have a particular smart client who's particularly disordered in their personality, that's difficult. It's almost unnatural because the sense of classic is exactly what I'm getting. What is your approach to handling someone who's like super intelligent but yet completely lifelessly disordered? Well, I usually take a very practical approach. Like, we try to identify. I start always in my therapy practice. I always start with behavior principles. It's like, okay, well, let's see if we can identify a few areas, through negotiation that are really causing you grief and misery. What's wrong with your life as far as you're concerned? And so then often takes a lot of discussion, and then we might try to figure out what's causing it. And that's often very difficult to figure out too, because it might be something physical. You might be sick in some way, because lots of depression is autoimmune related. Anxiety can be a side effect of all sorts of physiological disorders, or eating improperly, or sleeping badly, or not exercising enough to kind of keep yourself regulated. So you try to figure out what's causing it, and then you try to sketch out some possible solution that we can both test. And then with the more intelligent ones, often they can come up with all sorts of reasons why none of this is going to work. Or 1,000 reasons why, usually 1,000 reasons why none of this is going to work. And with people like that, sometimes it's useful to turn to their dreams if they dream. Because one of the things that's cool about dreams is that even though they're hard to interpret, they never lie. And so sometimes you can take someone who's hyper-rational to have a dream, they'll tell you the dream, and then you can go through an interpretation, which is a tricky business. And the dream will tell them something, and there's just no denying it. It's like, well, it's a statement from nature. So that's not the case. So that's often extremely useful. So Okay, so going back to the equality issue. So, okay, so here's what's happening. So, psychologists have, this is what's put in the tail, not the tail, this here, things. Psychologists have come to a pretty decent agreement about standard personality models. So, there's extroversion, optimism, agreeableness, openness, and conscientiousness. And they look fairly stable cross-culturally. And that was all done by asking thousands of people hundreds and hundreds of questions and then grouping them statistically. So it was a theoretical, basically, computation power statistics to find out that these are how traits group. So, extrovert people are social and happy, and neurotic people experience a fair bit of negative emotion, so that's the positive and negative emotion dimensions. Agreeable people are maternal, and disagreeable people are competitive, and there's a fair bit of male-female difference there. Conscientious people are dutiful and industrious and orderly, and open people are creative. So those are your basic 5 dimensions. Okay, so that's been established, and everyone more or less agrees on it. Now, maybe there's 7 dimensions, and we've got a questionnaire that breaks the 5 down into 10. That's called Understand Myself. But basically, there's good consensus on the 5. Okay, so now, as soon as you have the 5 basic traits, you can ask some questions like, well, do men and women differ? And so what you do is just give the questionnaire. You can either fill it out yourself or have other people fill it out on your behalf. So that could be a teacher, it could be a parent, and that's all you do. And what you find is there are systematic differences between men and women. The biggest differences are that women experience more negative emotion and that they're more agreeable than men. So, and that's borne out by the psychiatric evidence because higher levels of negative emotion are manifested in depression and anxiety, and women are diagnosed with higher levels of depression and anxiety all around the world. And with agreeableness, it's also borne out by the clinical literature in some sense, the medical literature, the socio-medical literature, because disagreeable people are more likely to be incarcerated, because it's the best predictor of being incarcerated, even though it's not a very good predictor, and men are incarcerated at about a 10 to 1 range compared to women more likely to be antisocial and conduct disorder. So the personality differences are mirrored in the socio-medical literature. Okay, so there are differences, but then there's a question. Are those differences a consequence of socialization or are they biological? And the answer to that is tricky because how much something is social and how much it is biological actually depends on the social circumstances. So here's an example. If you have a society where no one has enough to eat, people are starving, then there's a huge cultural effect on people's intelligence, let's say, that's mediated by economic factors, even though it's got biological origin, right? This is starvation. So the relationship between biology and culture is actually partly culturally dependent, so it makes it complicated. But in any case, here's how the scientists decided to address this. They thought, well, why don't we rate border countries by how egalitarian their social policies are, which you can do with a fair degree of reliability. We put countries where women are second-class citizens at the bottom, and you put Scandinavian countries at the top. You can get good reliability across raters for how you rate those countries, and then look at the magnitude of the differences between men and women by the egalitarian social policies. And so then you find out, here's the hypothesis, if the differences between men and women are primarily social, then as cultures become more egalitarian, men and women will become more alike. That's not what happened. The opposite happened. The more egalitarian the society, and it turns out the richer the society, because that's also been discovered now, the more different men and women become. And so the differences are not huge. So with agreeableness, for example, we're going to take a woman out of the population just randomly. And you look at men, and the woman is more aggressive than the man. You'd be wrong 60% of the time. So there's quite a bit of overlap, right? Because you'd be right 40% of the time. But the problem is that a lot of selection takes place at the extremes. Maybe you're only concerned about disagreeable people and they become violent. And maybe it's only the 1 in 50 most disagreeable person who's violent, and they're all men. So you have quite a bit of similarity at the average level and big differences at the extremes. At the extremes is where they do things like climate selection. So the biggest differences we discovered between men deviations. What that means is that if you're a man, you would have to be more interested in people than 85% of men to be as interested in people as the 50th percentile woman. And you'd have to be more interested in things than 85% of women to be as interested in things as the typical man. And how do you define things? Objects. Okay, yeah, questions. Yeah, things. Non-animate things. Cars. Yeah. Tools. Yeah. Technology. Right. STEM. Yes. The other thing that's happened is that the more egalitarian the society, the fewer women go into the STEM fields. The fewer. That's yeah. Okay. So now this unravels in a big way. It's like this is a hugely relevant issue politically because it means that you cannot have equality of opportunity and equality of outcome at the same time. It's not possible because as you make your society more egalitarian and open up the opportunity for equality of outcome, you increase how different men and women are, and that changes their occupational choice. So if men are more interested in things, which they are by a substantial margin, then way more of them are going to be engineers. That possibly support this idea that an enforced model of equality would allow people to be themselves more. I mean, this is almost what you're saying. Well, that is the optimistic viewpoint. Look, it's so funny because the Swedish foreign minister told me to go climb back under the rock that I came out from under when I was in Scandinavia because I was describing this science. I read that, but I'm not exactly sure why. Well, she regards me as misogynist because I've been putting forward the evidence that there are gender differences between men and women. She should be held accountable for that because that's just a flippant thing to say. Like you should have, especially in a position of power like she's in, you should have a very specific argument. Saying like for a leader to have such a base thing to say, such a dumb thing to say, crawl back under the rock and keep going. Though she plays an angel about lobsters, but I don't think she likes lobsters on rocks. I guess they did it going fast. Yeah, the bigger lobsters have better rocks. It was a very interesting thing that she communicated where the woman was challenging you on your neurobiology. Oh, yes. Well, hardly any psychologists understand that serotonin is associated with hierarchies. It's like a truism. It's been known for 30 years. So I'm very curious about this because this idea of enforced equality, right? Ensuring that there is such a high emphasis placed on equality that you have the equal amount of men, the equal amount of women, the opportunities are absolutely available as much to women as they are to men. This is enforced. And this creates an environment where there's less resistance. An environment where there's less resistance, perhaps women don't feel as compelled to say, I'll show you. That is what seems to happen. This is not, here's an example. So there are fewer women mathematicians in the higher echelons. Okay, but here's something interesting about mathematics. First of all, it's very rare, so that's the first thing to keep in mind. Now, it looks like if you look at junior high, mathematically gifted men and males and females are approximately as common. Now, there's a little bit of debate about that because there is some evidence that maybe at the very upper extremes, there's a male advantage, just like there's a male disadvantage at the low end, because the male distribution for intelligence might be flatter. And so that's the greater male variability hypothesis. There's been papers putting that forward that have been retracted as a consequence of pressure from politically correct people, even though greater male variability is actually quite common in the animal kingdom for a variety of reasons. Men are more expendable, males are more expendable in some ways, or you could say that males are more likely to pursue high-risk, high-return strategies in a way that is certainly possible. In any case, the males in junior high who happen to be mathematically gifted are less likely to also be verbally gifted, whereas that doesn't seem to be the case for the females. And so if you're a male math nerd, then math is a pretty logical pathway for you because you don't have as many other options, whereas if you're a female math nerd, you have other options because you're more likely to also be verbally gifted. And so that's enough to, at least in principle, account for some of the reason why there are fewer women mathematicians than men mathematicians. That's proof of prejudice, and that's support for the idea of the patriarchal tyranny. And that's like the core axiom of the radical left is the patriarchal tyranny. As far as I'm concerned, that's God for them, the patriarchal tyranny. It's like, well, if it turns out that many of these differences in outcome between men and women aren't the consequence of the patriarchal tyranny. In fact, even bigger, when you reduce the tyrannical aspect of the patriarchy and even the patriarchal aspect to it, then it makes that theory not only wrong, but opposite of the truth, which is the worst kind of wrong. And so, you know, if men are more likely to pursue careers in the STEM fields, which seems to be the case under conditions of optimal freedom for men and women, then that's going to drive income disparities because the STEM fields pay more. And they pay more partly because they're scalable. Like it's very hard to scale care for people. You know, like if you work in a daycare, you're going to care for 3 infants. You're going to care for 50 because you can. It's not scalable. But if you're like a software designer, it's infinitely scalable. So there's a much wider range of possibility for generating much larger income pools and much larger pools of wealth. You know, and men are also more likely to work longer hours. If you work 10% longer hours, you make 40% more money. There's a run on your return on it. That's a good thing for everybody who's listening to know. If you have a job, you want to be the guy or the woman who's working that extra 10%, because the return on that is not linear. So that's a really useful thing to know. Men are more likely to work outside. They're more likely to work in dangerous businesses. They're more likely to run full-time businesses rather than part-time businesses. And they're more likely to move in pursuit of their career goals. And that all contributes to differences in Uber drivers. They make 7% more money because they drive faster. So anyway, this is not good. But it's a high risk, high return issue. It's a pattern, common. It's more risky. There's more riskiness, so there's more return as long as you don't get hurt. And I think that's a pretty common, pattern. There's more risk, there's more return as long as you don't get hurt. The problem seems to be when discussing these things in any way romanticizing or glorifying male behavior or putting any emphasis whatsoever on there being a positive aspect to a lot of the things that we think of as being negative, like oppression or ambition or competition. And well, the competition amongst men is fine. Competition with men against women is often thought of as cruel. Yes, there's a certain amount of reason for that as well, because obviously physical competition it's easy for that to border on cruel. This is why we were talking before the show that instead of calling people men and women, referring to because there's this very disturbing, in my opinion, trend of transgender women entering into these competitions now with women who are biologically female and dominating. And instead of calling people men and women, what's the spectrum? You can be a different man or a woman, that's your choice, and you can change it whenever you want. So you're a man or a woman, that's your choice. But we're going to have a new rule, which is that if you have an XY chromosome, so you're an XY person or an XX person, and if you're an XX person, XY person, you don't need to engage in physical combat with an XY person. Yes. Men or women, that's where it doesn't matter. Yeah. How if you're XY, you can't engage in physical combat with an XX. That's right. XYs cannot hit XXs. How's that? And maybe they can't run in contests against them. Maybe they can play tennis against them. And maybe that's just reasonable. As yes, it is certainly reasonable, but if you talk about that, especially someone like you were against this bill that was going to enforce these pronouns and the compelling use of these pronouns, that you're thought to be a transphobic person because you feel like there maybe should be some rational discussion about the physical limitations of certain body structures, because that's what it is. You're talking about my field of business. You're talking about combat sports, right? I've been involved in combat sports my whole life, and there is a difference. And it's not to say that females aren't competent. I mean, I had Miriam on yesterday, she's a good friend of mine, she's an 8-time world Muay Thai champion. She's a monster. But she doesn't fight against men, and she shouldn't fight against men, although she probably could beat a bunch of them. Great. It's not. She shouldn't have to. She's tough with them. one thing that I was attacked on more than anything in my entire life is saying that I think it's ridiculous to have a trans woman compete against women in mixed martial arts. I was like, you want to have them do it in chess? You want to have them do it in something that's non-physical? Sure. You want them to be a woman? Yes, okay. You want them to get ready for medicine? Sure. As soon as you're compelled, but here's one that's come up lately. If you don't want to date a trans woman, then you are some sort of a bigot. Even if you're a man, even if you want a family. You remember in Brave New World, Huxley's book, it was considered immoral to reject anyone's sexual advances because it was prejudicial. So the thing is, it is prejudicial. And that's the thing. So that makes the question even more interesting because the question is, at what point do you have the right to your prejudices? And one of the things that we seem to cling to, and I would say rightly, is that we're allowed to be prejudiced when it comes to we interact with sexually, and we choose as friends. And that's the right to association. And, we sort of only up to a certain point. This is it. Because this new logic is kind of leaking into sexual preference now. Like if you have a problem with someone being overweight, you're a sizist or something, like what is that? Well, the thing is that you can't have preferences without having prejudices, of course. Right? So that's a big issue. So what does that mean? You don't get to have any preferences. How's that going to work out in terms of like what you like to eat, what kind of films you enjoy, what kind of books you read, your lab when it comes to what you're sexually attracted to? There's new emphasis now trying to draw that line and say, it's preposterous people that are pushing this, and almost everybody's pushing back. But I find it interesting. It's a logical conclusion to all these other things that you can have. Because that is where the rubber hits the road. It's like, I've seen this in debates that I've had publicly where people talk about prejudice, and I point out to them that they have prejudicial attitudes with regards to their sexual preferences because they don't just sleep with anyone who asks them. Right? So it's like, well, how's that not a prejudice? Well, of course it's a prejudice. But then the question is, in what circumstances are prejudices justified? And that's a conversation we don't like to have because we believe there are no circumstances whatsoever under which prejudices are acceptable. There's a big difference between prejudices and discrimination. I think those two get conflated. Yes, there is a big difference between prejudice and discrimination. Right. Yes. And also, discrimination has to do with setting your standards in relationship to the task at hand. Yes. Right? That's what we hope for. That's the appropriate form. Right. Discrimination. Right. So that's like intelligence. So everything is the same about everything all the time. So you discriminate. You rank order things. You need to rank order them either to pursue things that are valuable. This is one of the problems with the people who are so anti-hierarchy, like the radical leftists. Well, there shouldn't be hierarchies. It's like, okay, then why do so? Well, that argument is so foolhardy that it's difficult to take seriously, but you do have to engage in it. And I think when you engage in it, it's really fascinating to watch because it's like you're playing a game of chess with someone who has a couple of pieces. They have this strong move that you do, but you've got all these other pieces. Like, well, let's just keep this game going until this comes to some logical conclusion, which is checkmate. There's hierarchies all throughout nature. It doesn't mean people should suppress people. It doesn't mean people should have rights. It doesn't mean people should enforce themselves or force themselves on other folks. It's not what it means. It also doesn't mean that the hierarchies, especially if they're human hierarchies, or that they're only not that they're good necessarily, or that they're predicated on power. Like one of the most pathological elements of the post-modern types, especially people like Foucault, is that all hierarchical structures are predicated on power. There's nothing other than power, and that's completely. I use examples of plumbers in my lectures more recently because it's been comical. It's like, well, on what basis do you hire a plumber? So imagine that there's a hierarchy of plumbers ranging from very successful to very unsuccessful. Okay, you say, well, what? The power theory would imply that there are roving pirates and off-field plumbers who like compounding on your door at 3 in the morning and tell you that if you don't get their particular posse to fix your pipes leaking or not, that they're going to come and burn down your house. Of course, it's completely absurd. You go to doing this function properly. And so that hierarchy of plumbers, which is part of the patriarchal tyranny, is almost entirely predicated on competence. And almost every enterprise in the West is like that. Because I keep wondering, well, where the hell is this patriarchal tyranny? Like, is it massage therapists? Is it nurses? Like, most nurses are female. If you get females organized into a hierarchy, which you do in nursing, is that all of a sudden, is that part of the patriarchal tyranny? Or is it the fact that now all those people are women? Does that mean it's no longer, well, it's still a hierarchy? Is it no longer a tyranny? Is it no longer patriarchal? And is it patriarchal only because there's men in it, or is it patriarchal because it's a hierarchy? All this stuff is so incoherent, and it just, all you have to do is think about it, and that hasn't been done to any degree. It just dissolves in your head. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that if you're entering into a job straight out of college, university, and now you're entering into, in your first year in the workplace, it's just a natural fact of life that there's going to be people that are further ahead in this race than you. Because no matter what they do, some of them are more crooked, but some of them are more crooked and sneaky as well, because but it's the agreeing, and everyone agreeing that this is a game. This is some sort of competition. Yes, and you're going to have hierarchies and competitions. Yes, and you're going to have people who do better. Yes, no matter what, that's right. But that's the fundamental issue. As soon as you, so we can look at it this way. As soon as you, let's assume people have problems. Everybody can agree on that. And we can assume that people like solutions to those problems. So we can agree on that. Then we can say, well, then if you implement a solution socially, so with other people, then you're going to cooperate and compete in relationship to the solution. And that's instantly going to produce a hierarchy. Because no matter what the problem is, some people are going to be better at solving it than others. And then if you have any sense, you can put solving it at the forefront, because then they solve it faster and cheaper and better. And then everybody benefits. And you get a hierarchy. Right? The people who solve those problems get financial incentive to solve those problems. Yes, and they do that because the rest of us are greedy and desperate. It's like, we want the people who are good at solving the problems to keep solving it. So what we're trying to do is to reward them so that they'll keep doing it even if it's difficult, to give them some status extraordinary, if necessary. Yes, when you look at the people that are at the head of the giant industry, the CEOs of some successful companies, they're the ones with the giant yachts and the big houses. And this is the incentive for people to try to get to that position. But the idea that there's no incentive, that there should be no incentive, but yet you're still going to have all this innovation, is ridiculous. It's not how it works. It's not how human beings work. If human beings are going to work really hard, there has to be some sort of reward. It can't be equal. Yes, and then what you could say, like, so right, that would be, roughly speaking, a conservative position. And then you can take a left-wing position that's reasonable. You can say, yes, there are hierarchies, but we have to stay away because they can degenerate into power-hungry tyranny. So it's no longer competence. It's political machination and game playing and tyranny that produce positional differentiation. So we got to stay away from that. And so we got to criticize the hierarchies, not the factive hierarchy, but the structured hierarchy, so they stay honest. And then we also have to be careful because when you do set up a hierarchy, and a lot of people collect at the bottom, that's the necessary consequence of a few people collecting at the top. And so then you have to be concerned about those people at the bottom. And so a variety of things that you would do to express that concern is why you might want to have a lot of hierarchies. So that people of different talents can play different games. And a complex society is pretty good at that. But you're still going to have people who stack up at the bottom of all hierarchies, right? There's going to be people who are sick, mentally and physically, and maybe people who are cognitively impaired, or experience some kind of catastrophe in their life. And then you want to set up your system so that those people don't suffer unduly, partly because that's bad, and partly because that destabilizes your whole society. And so you can say, well, that's the left's place, is to speak on behalf of the unjustly dispossessed. And the right's position is to stabilize and maintain competition and encourage competition that's of benefit to the whole. And then the political dialogue is a continual discussion. Well, he's getting too steep and too rigid, and well, that's, for me, that's also the fundamental reason for the necessity of free speech. It's because it's the only way to discuss this. It's the only way of working it out. And it is the case. You value socially these hierarchies, and they're necessary. There's also, I have a giant issue with the concept that these things are mutually exclusive, that you can't have competition and also have a good social environment. I think that's a cluster's idea. One of the things I really like about the psychologist Sean Piaget, who's I would say the most foremost expert on games, is that he did a very careful analysis of, say, competitive games. Okay, so let's take hockey or soccer, doesn't matter, same example. Okay, let's say, well, if people now, they have kids play these games and don't keep score, which of course the kids keep score because they're not stupid like the adults, but, well, we can't have it be competitive. Okay, so let's take it apart. It's like, well, is hockey a competitive game or a cooperative game? Okay, well, so first of all, everyone's trying to do the same thing. That's cooperative. It's not like half the people are playing chess and another, a third of them are basketball and two of them are boxing. Sometimes they do hockey, boxing in a quarter, but everyone's trying to do the same thing. So that's cooperative. Okay, everyone plays their position. That's cooperative. They all follow the same rules. That's cooperative, right? So there's competition, but it's nested inside a fundamental structure of cooperation, and the cooperation is the basis of the game itself. It's all arbitrary green. It's important to put this black disc in the net, which is to get your aim right, and then let's cooperate within our teams to do that. Because we're going to pass to each other, and we're also going to work so that each of us is a good player, but so that we all work for the betterment of our team. Because we want to win games across multiple games, so that's also cooperative. And then you want to interact with your enemies, let's say the other team, in a way that's indicative of good sportsmanship, so that the entire league can flourish. To think of that as competitive is absolutely, it's so, there's no other way of describing it than stupid. That's what it is. It's an ignorant unidimensional analysis. It's performed by someone who's reflexively opposed to anything that smacks of competition and who isn't thinking it through at all. They're denying the benefits of competition, and the fact that they make those very benefits of competition by enjoying the products that are created by those competitions. Yes, that's very well, that's for sure. That's called a performative contradiction. It's like, no, I issues on my iPhone, right? Exactly. It's like, well, yeah, fair enough. You should have a little gratitude for the fact that you've got your iPhone to complain about. And those organizations, those corporations are unbelievably competitive. And they fall apart almost instantly when that competition stops being an issue, because then there's no constraint on the behavior of the system. So, yes, the issue again, I think, and this is one of the things that we try to address, is your fundamental presupposition is that our culture is a patriarchal tyranny, which is an appalling presupposition, along with the idea that the best way of looking at history is that it was the oppression, the continual oppression of women by men, which is also something that I regard as absolutely reprehensible doctrine. Okay, so it's a patriarchal tyranny, but that, in their defense, that Tinning says there has been continual oppression of women. There's been women that have accomplished great things, but there's been a lot of oppression. So they concentrate primarily on that oppression. That's the main point of study, and that's the thing they want to talk about all the time. They kind of have a point in the fact that if you look at all the events that have ever taken place, there's a significant number of them that have been women being oppressed. Yes, but I don't know if there's more women who are being oppressed than men who are being oppressed. Okay, so I would say that the entire history of, but maybe look at it this way, is that we oppress ourselves personally with our own malevolence and stupidity. And then we're all oppressed by the kind of the crushing hand of the social world that molds us in one way and not in another. And then, of course, nature is doing her best all the time to give birth to us, but also to kill us and take us out. And so there's this endless, what do you call it, vulnerability that characterizes our existence psychologically and socially and naturally. And I would say 150 years ago, that was even more intense than it was now, because the typical person in the West lived on less than $1 a day before 1895. And so the way I think that we should view the history of the world is that men and women labored under virtually impossible conditions for the entire bulk of human evolution, and they did their best to cooperate and to compete, but to cooperate so that they had some possibility of modicum of security and satisfaction. And if that's the right framework, and then criticizing the actions of so many people and talking about how many people are complicit in these things while you're carrying around a phone that's made by someone who gets $1 a day.
I was talking to a journalist in Slovenia who was a lefty and not a very sophisticated one, and she was talking about the 1%. And I said, well, you know that if you make more than $32,000 a year, then you're part of the 1%. She said, what do you mean? I said, well, that's the worldwide statistic. It's like, so you're part of 1%. Well, she didn't. First of all, she said, well, I don't believe that statistic. And I thought, well, that's fine. You can Google it yourself. But what was so interesting was that for her, that characterization, the 1% victimizers, was only relevant within the confines of her national border. Right, right. So I said, well, no, it's all you have to do is expand that out a little bit. You're the problem, not the solution. And that was completely untenable for her. And so she couldn't include herself in the population of victimizers, even though, you know, she lives in a Western country and she's a well-paid journalist and she lives a very privileged life, so to speak, by historical and religious standards.
On living in the Congo.
Well, or anybody anywhere in the entire history of the human race.
Yeah, for sure. If you make $34,000 a day, you absolutely are in the top 1% of everybody.
Well, definitely, well, of course. Yes, definitely. Especially when you combine with it.
The reason I deny that is because it doesn't fit when you come into the argument. It doesn't fit your predisposed notion that you have, your idea that you're so rigid, this idea that you are not one of the ones that's great. That's exactly carrying that on phone with that laptop and all these different things that you enjoy that are created by these corporations that you support them financially. Yeah, they're the ones that are destroying this planet. These are the ones that you're rallying against. These are the ones that you hate against.
Yeah, well, the victimizer narrative only works if you assume that you're a victim, right? And as soon as you assume that you're a victimizer, well, then it's not so much fun. One of the things I wrote the forward for the new version of Socialists, a compelling abridged version that came out November 1st. And I was trying to figure out why the Russian Revolution went wrong so rapidly. Because it went wrong right from the beginning. And the Socialists quotes this guy, I think his name was Walter Latsis, if I remember correctly, but the Latsis part of it anyways. He said, when you're interrogating a member of the bourgeoisie to decide whether they constitute an enemy of the state, you don't give any credibility to such niceties as individual guilt or innocence. All you care about is their group and their background and their economic status. And if they're in the wrong group, bourgeoisie, then that's it. That's the end of them. And Solzhenitsyn comments not just the end of them, but the end of their children and their grandchildren as well. And Latsis was eventually executed by Stalin. Somebody wrote me and just told me that after the forward. But one of the things I figured out was this, and this is really worth thinking about now. So the intersection play is that, you know, each person has more than one group identity. So fundamentally, if you're going to calculate your victim status, then you have to calculate it across all the different groups that they might be victims in. And so, you know, maybe who's a Native American is one form of victim in this line of thinking, but a Native American victim is one female is like twice the victim, or however you would count that mathematically. So, okay, maybe you can be put into 6 different groups. We already talked about that. But here's the bloody rub. If I put you in 6 groups, in one of those groups you're a victimizer, you can play that on. And then here's the next group. If you're a victimizer among any possible dimension of analysis, then it's the good line for you. And so that's the fundamental danger of that group identity, victimizer, victim, and narrative, is that you fragment your identity in multiple dimensions, you find out that you're a victimizer, and then everyone's a criminal, and then everyone's guilty, and happened in Russia. And then you think, well, wait a minute, there are a bunch of people who are really compassionate about the war. So let's say, just for the sake of argument, that at the beginning of the Russian Revolution, the 20% of the communists were really concerned about the war. Maybe we can say 50%, just to be arbitrary about it. The other 50% were jealous and resentful about anyone who had anything more than they did. All right, now then you put those two groups head to head in the battle for 4 years and see who's standing at the end. Even if you are one of those utopians who actually cares for the dispossessed, when the revolution comes, you can bloody well be sure that your head's going to be first on the chopping block.
it's predicated fundamentally on resentment and the desire to devolve and try to protagonist. I think it's so important to talk about it this way, and I think it's really interesting by some resistance to talking about it this way, and how many people are unwilling to look as this multi-level historical sort of record. You can look and see how this played out, and you can look and see what's going on right now with these control games that people are playing socially, and that they are enforcing certain types of behavior and certain ways of thinking, and then trying to rein in earnings and rally against capitalism and support communism and socialism, and doing so in this sort of weird, trendy way without understanding the full scope of the historical case that has been tried in the past. It's not as simple as like, you have this end Ryan thing doing, you're looking at this world as, capitalism against socialism. It's good people who care about folks versus people who are ruthless. It's not that.
But I think now the capitalism doesn't even work like that. The managers are more stressed by the people they manage than the people they manage are stressed by their managers. I mean, think about it, right? All you have to just think about that for a minute. It's like you're an employee and you have a manager. And the manager's a bit of a jerk, let's say. There's 20 of you. Right. So there's like, you're kind of 1/20th impressed by the manager. Now you're the manager and you're managing 20 people and you're responsible for them. We're assuming that you're not a psychopath. And you probably not, because you probably wouldn't have been able to get to be a manager if you were a psychopath, because psychopaths generally aren't very successful and they have to keep moving as people figure out who they are. So the idea that psychopathic power is good power in a functioning organization is a stupid theory. There are some organizations that are pathological enough so that works, but they don't last very long either. So you're the manager and you're a decent human being, and you've got 20 people who are dependent on you, and at least 2 of those people are in real trouble. Like they're serious trouble. And they're your concern all the time. And so you see this as people who up the corporate hierarchies, they have more and more power. It's like, yeah, but not really. They have more and more responsibility, and their behavior is actually monitored with increasing severity. It's like you're quite constrained in most high-level positions of authority in complex organizations. Like you have to behave pretty damn carefully, or you're going to get yourself in trouble very, very quickly.
So today, I think that wasn't necessarily the case a decade ago or 2 decades ago.
It was less the case.
It's less the case. Today, it's far easier to get called out on things.
But even so, like, even 20 years ago, like, if you didn't treat your customers properly, and carefully, reciprocally, in long-term relationships, you were going to be a failure. In any corporation that produces anything of any value, I mean, the production is one thing, so you have to be competent at the production. You have to be in constant communication with your buyers and foster those relationships personally, because there's intense competition, and if those personal relationships aren't of high quality, then your business fails. One of the things I really learned, because I spent a lot of time with business people as well as academics, is that business people do a tremendous amount of socialization compared to academics. The academics can judge each other's work more or less on the basis of its scientific merit. And so they don't have to establish personal relationships to the same degree. But business people are always wondering, well, can I trust you? Can we enter into a reciprocal relationship that's going to be a mutual benefit over the long run? And so they're testing people out socially all the time. And if you're not capable of reciprocating honestly over some decades, say, you're going to screw things up in an absolutely horrible way.
It's one of the reasons why they like to use golf.
Yes, exactly. It's
Exactly right. There's 2 things. One, you get to see how someone handles competition. You get to see if they cheat. Some people do cheat in golf. It's an interesting story. A good friend of mine, his dad was playing golf with this man, and his wife was there as well. And the wife saw the dad saw this man that was playing golf with move the ball. And she said, do not do business with this man. Do not trust this man. He's a cheater. He cheated at golf. And he thought it was not that big a deal. So it's just a game of golf. He said, no, this is a big deal. Turns out the guy was a fucking criminal. It just took a while to find out. And he wanted to do a lot of other things. And how do you do some things as often as you do everything?
Yeah, well, that's why people are so interested in games.
Yes.
Because you see, what was about games. This is again why I'm such an admirer of Piaget, because he knew very well that game is a microcosm of reality. That's why you have to have an explanation for why people like games.
Yeah.
I've been talking about this a lot in my lectures too, is you think, well, any game, like any competitive game, soccer's a good example. It's basically a hunting game. And because you're firing a projectile at a target. Okay, so the target's the ball, the projectile's the ball, but it doesn't matter. So you have teams that are figuring out how to hunt properly. And you think, well, to hunt properly, you have to put the ball in the net as many times as you possibly can. So you organize yourself in a hierarchy to facilitate that. Again, that's not the whole story. Because you tell your kids, it doesn't matter when you win or lose, it matters how you win a game. And the kids all freaked out about that because he doesn't know what you mean. And he says, well, what do you mean? I'm supposed to try to win. And you say, I don't know what I mean, but it's still true. But here's what you mean, is that if you're in a league, you're not trying to win the soccer league. You're trying to win the soccer championship. And to win the championship, you have to win a whole bunch of games. And the rules to win a whole bunch of games aren't the same as the rules to win one game. Like you can go flat out as the prima donna and bend the rules in front corners and exhaust everyone and win the game, and then lose the next three because that's a stupid medium to long-term strategy. Or you can be a chance to develop and get your teams out. Strategy too. So you think, well, what you have to do to win the championship is that you have to organize your team so that the best players lead, and then everybody gets developed, and then you play the medium to long-term game in a fair way, a fair and decent way. Okay, so you think, well, that's how you win the championship. I talked to a coach a while back, and he said one of the things he did to select athletes was to watch what happened when they scored a goal. And if they were celebrating on their own, sort of an egotistical way, then that wasn't such a good sign. But if they scored a goal or a touchdown or whatever it was, and their entire team came in and bombed them and then like lifted them up on their shoulders, and they thought that guy is an athlete. Because not only can he go put the ball in the net, but he does it in a way that benefits the entire team. And for the long run. So that the goal isn't just to put the ball in the goal. The goal is to put the ball in the goal the largest number of times while simultaneously benefiting any of your fellow players as you can. Although I think that's a great strategy, I don't think that's necessarily, it doesn't matter if you're in a game. I don't think you can think of it in terms of like a long-term strategy for championship leagues. Well, when they're saying it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game. Meaning, don't cheat. Yeah, do your best and learn. Right, but I think that's right. I'll learn how to handle failure. Right? Learn how to handle victory. We'll also learn from the experience itself. Like if you make a mistake and you're trying your hardest and you make an error because someone has a counter to that, and you learn from that. That's how you play the game. Right? You play it successfully and you don't think, and you win just because you got lucky. That's not as good as playing intelligent. Superior, and you learn from the fact problems you present. Yes, okay, so one of the things that you're pointing out is that while you're playing, you want to be expanding your range of skills so that you can better at playing the next game. And you think, well, even the soccer championship is one game, right? Because your life is a whole series of games of championships. And the championships will come if you continue to excel and get excellent. Yes, and also when you play, yes. So there's the whole thing of those are the two things. So that's the goal, right? The goal isn't to put the ball in the net. The goal is to be excellent and to be invited to play, right? And the mechanism is that you put the ball in the goal. And that makes sense. It's really compelling because you can be cynical about it. You can say, well, look, there's 50,000 people there watching, somebody kick a spheroid object into a net. Anybody else cares. But that's not the issue. What you are in fact doing is you're going there to watch people develop expertise and to learn to play reciprocally in a noble and ethical manner. And all of that support, when it's done properly, is a direct physical incarnation of that ethic. And so it's not surprising that that's why people get so excited when they see an athlete do something. Imagine the best thing that you can see in a sports event is someone who does something purely in the spirit of fair play and in a manner that's unbelievably excellent. Wayne Gretzky was very good. Because
excellent sportsman and also unbelievably skilled. And so people loved him, and that's perfect because he was a player who played the game like it was more important to play it properly than to win. And he was at the top of his game at the same time. And that's what you want to be in life. That's right. There's no cutting corners, you know. And so that's very cool. And you see a very high order ethic emerge out of that. Be the kind of player that everybody kind of wrote about that in 12 Rules for Life. You know, it's part of my advice in Rule 5 is not to let your kids do anything that makes you dislike them. And that's part of the idea there is that, you know, if you're really on the side of your children, you help them develop in a manner that makes them eminently desirable, talented children and capable of interacting properly with adults because then the whole world opens up to them. That's great. And then they do that. The thing that's cool about that too is that this is what makes the most modern and Marxist types so wrong is that their best strategy for success in life is the exercise of raw power. It's a really counterproductive strategy. It doesn't work very well for advanced animals. Your best strategy is skill and reciprocity. So there's a real high order ethic in that. That has nothing to do. So the idea that our hierarchies are predicated on power and they're corrupt because of that, and the whole world is a battleground between hierarchies and different power hierarchies, and it's winner take all, and the devil take the hindmost. It's just that's completely inappropriate psychologically.
There's a real situation where you very rarely find people who excel at competition and who benefit from competition or against competition. And you very rarely find people who have no skill in competition at all and who have never engaged and have shied away from it their whole life and support it and believe that it's an important part of our culture. I think people want to believe and they want to support things that reinforce their idea of how they're living their life correctly. And if they shy away from competition, if it makes them nervous, if they never excelled at it, if it doesn't feel right to them, if it makes them uncomfortable, they want to feel like there's some better way. And this is one of the things that leads young, sensitive, kind, compassionate people to socialism. And this concept that capitalism and any form of competition at all ultimately is going to lead to a few people hocking up all the wealth and dominating all the people.
Well, the other thing that's kind of sad about that is that no matter what system you set up, that outcome. Like if you look at the Pareto distribution, so if that's the distribution of wealth, you find that in every society that we know of, whether it's capitalist or socialist or communist for that matter, a small proportion of the people have a disproportionate amount of resources. So the other thing that I've been trying to explain in my lectures is that if you were really concerned about the dispossessed and poor, you wouldn't put hierarchical dispossession at the feet of capitalism, because it's a way worse problem than that. You know, because the Marxist types, they think, well, if we didn't have capitalism, there wouldn't be hierarchies and there wouldn't be dispossession, and that's complete bloody rubbish, because the problem of hierarchy and the problem of dispossession is way deeper than the problem of capitalism. So, like, if you look at the Olympic grave sites way before there was capitalism, you see that a small number of people were buried with all of the gold. So, the fact of this unequal distribution of resources, that's as old as hierarchies are. It's unbelievable. And so, for the leftists to take an anti-capitalist position and assume that's going to be a benefit to the dispossessed is an idea that's at least 145 years out of date, as far as I'm concerned.
But we do want to discourage tyranny. We do want to keep that. We do want to keep someone from accumulating so much wealth that they dominate the world and have a disproportionate effect on culture and do things that are detrimental. That can be, in fact, detrimental for decades and decades to come. I mean,
that's why you have billions of powers in the United States, too. Because, yeah, well, the thing is, it's not the case in the issue. Like, the fact that you can't characterize the West as a patriarchal tyranny doesn't mean that hierarchies don't become tyrannical. Sometimes they do. And we have to be alert to that. That's been known for a very long time.
so is it fair to say that the West has some aspects of hierarchical tyranny?
Of course. And I would say that's a mythological truth. So, like, the way that society is represented in our deep narrative structures is always twofold. It's a wise king and a tyrannical king, and they're pitted against each other. And your job is to amplify finding now is that it's the patriarchal tyranny viewpoint is that it's only the evil king. And then that's particularly hard on young men because they are mature in power. And then that's a natural consequence of masculinity. And whenever you see anyone who's masculine manifest anything that's associated with competence or confidence or let's say competitiveness or having complete aggression, then you immediately assume that that's nothing but a manifestation of tyrannical power, and then you discourage it, or you certainly fail to encourage it. And I think that that's a dreadful mistake because that masculine energy, whether that's characteristic of women or men, because women can certainly manifest that, that's something that should be integrated and celebrated. And when you do that, that's partly why mechanisms like competitive sports are so necessary, is that you want to take kids, let's say boys, more competitive and aggressive boys, just for this example, you want to take them, you want to socialize them intensely so that they take that aggressive competitive impulse and they're capable of manifesting it inside a social structure like a game so that it's a benefit to everyone. And you can do that. It's not a problem. You teach an aggressive kid that it's beneath his dignity to bully someone weaker. So you can attach that right to the competitiveness. It's like you're a loser. You bully someone weaker than you, you're a loser. That's pathetic. It's like it speaks right to that competitive drive. So I want to be in tenets of martial arts or something. And that's one of the major tenets of martial arts. It is a huge part of what's taught in traditional martial arts academies. There's a very clear way of making it, and you're never supposed to do anything. Right. And you're supposed to have, if it's a true sense of power, exactly. And you're supposed to have extreme reverence for people calling you being your master, whatever you call them, your master. Right. Almost all martial arts. Right. So that's another thing that's really interesting about functional hierarchy. It's like because the leftist critics look at a hierarchy and they think every position is up looking down. Right? When you're pointing out is though in a functional hierarchy, there's plenty of respect going up. Right? So it's not just power. It's like it's power, it's authority and subordination at the same time. Voluntary subordination, because you should be properly subordinate to the people who are better at what you're doing. Yes. I mean, a functional organization that happens naturally, and the other thing that happens too, and the radical leftists never take this into account as far as I'm concerned, is that one of the things I've learned about people who run successful organizations, whether they're academic or business, is that they really love mentoring young people. It's an intrinsic pleasure because you think, well, for the evil capitalists, it's winner take all and to help with everyone else, and that's an unbelievably cynical view of human nature. And it only really applies to people who are genuinely psychopathic, and they're very rare. And so, most of the people I know that have been hyper successful are absolutely thrilled if they can find a young person, and they don't care, generally speaking, about sex or creed or color or any of that crap. They care about competence. They want to find a competent young person who's got a lot of possibility, and then open up all sorts of doors of opportunity for them and to see how they can help them develop. And if they can do that with 20 or 30 people, then my graduate supervisor had his he had his retirement party about 2 years ago. About 30 of the people that he trained to becoming scientists came to his party, and they talked nonstop about the beneficial effect that he had on their life. He found a lot of the work. They were young and smart, but didn't work all that properly oriented in the world. And he picked them up and gave them opportunities. And he certainly did this for me. He's opened all sorts of doors for me. And that was a huge source of pleasure in his life. But maybe the primary source. He had a family as well, and obviously his family wasn't the primary importance. But in his professional career, it wasn't his name on papers and his name in the marquee. It was all these young people whose careers he could foster. It was a never-ending source of satisfaction. And I think that's a great. Then you have to realize that there's a great personal benefit, and then you feel this. This is not just like something that looks good on paper. You can show some young person who's coming up the way. You're 10 years ahead of them. You can say, these are the mistakes that I've made. I can help you get through this. And then you see them flourish. There's a great deal of personal satisfaction. It's got to be some sort of evolutionary benefit. That's kind of that's all that's part of it. See, that's the thing is we are evolved for reciprocity. We really are. We're not evolved for power. This is what's so deeply wrong about the damn postmodernists and Marxists. That isn't what we do. First of all, power is not the best strategy to attain success. It's simply not. It doesn't even work for chimpanzees because the brute chimps, the ones that rule merely as a consequence of force, as soon as they weaken to the subordinates that are reciprocally engaged, so they have friendship, tear them into pieces. It's not how strong you are. Three guys that are like 2/3 of your strength are going to take you out. So you're much better situated in society and in your life if you're in an interactive network of reciprocally beneficial relationships. That works in games, but it also works in life. And to reduce that, and if you're competent, so there's the killer combination: hypercompetence and the capacity for genuine reciprocity. That makes you unstoppable.
Why is there this lack of understanding and appreciating this nuance in people that oppose these ideas? What's the willingness to be ignorant about all the variabilities, especially when you consider the bulk of research?
Well, I think some of it's justification for failure. Like if you're not doing very well, then it's really easy to think that the game is rigged. It's also easy to be resentful about people who seem to have more than you have, especially if you're not thinking about it very clearly. That's another thing that I'll be trying to lecture people about is that you should be very careful about assuming that someone else has more than you do. I mean, one of the best predictors of whether someone has money is how old they are. So old people are richer than young people. Well, obviously, right? Because they have their whole life to accrue wealth. It's like, well, who's got it better? You want to be rich and old or you want to be poor? I mean, you can't buy youth with money. So it isn't obvious who's better off in a situation like that. In fact, I think most people who are old and rich would trade for young and poor fairly damn quickly.
Well, that's why people read to get angry and see young rich.
I know that's just too much to bear.
Yeah, a young, rich, famous rapper like what's that fella? 17-year-old. Don't talk about that. Things 17.
But the funny,
High school.
the funny thing too, though, is that even the people who have that sort of, let's call it good fortune, independent of their talent, you don't have to scratch beneath the surface very far, even in successful people's lives, until you find a pretty decent vein of tragedy. And so that jealousy of the successful is also based on a really unidimensional view of exactly what constitutes success. You see the trappings, whatever they might be. Let's say it's a yacht and money that you know what to do with, and you say, well, that's good. Put that person at the pinnacle of a satisfying life. But there's no shortage of dreadfully unhappy and addicted celebrities. And it isn't obvious always that more money is good for people. I mean, you say, oh, that's a problem I'd like to have. It's like, look, fair enough. I mean, there are worse problems, but celebrity and fame and fortune are also not that easy to deal with, and they come with their own pitfalls. Plus, there are lots of things they will protect you against. People still get divorced, and they still get sick, and they still die, and their parents still get Alzheimer's, and all of that. Like the fundamental tragic elements of life are still in place.
One of the interesting things about people that are jealous of people that are extremely successful is that missing one of the core lessons of competition. One of the core lessons of competition is to be inspired by those who are more successful and not to try to chip them down and take away their accomplishments because they don't make you feel good. And the people that are piss poor at competition are always the ones that are trying to diminish the accomplishments of those who are extremely successful. You see this in sports fans. You see a loser, fat sports fan talking about what a piece of shit LeBron James is because he dropped the ball or he missed a shot. Like this extreme reaction that they can have to someone who's extraordinarily successful is almost always in direct proportion to how much of a failure they are in their own life. And that's one of the reasons why you contrast them so ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's part of the danger. I would say that's part of the danger of the entire identity politics movement is that reasonable care for the dispossessed, which we already talked about, is easily contaminated by hatred and resentment for people who are not only
successful person. The most annoying person who's successful is the person who deserves it, not the person who doesn't deserve it. If you can write the person who doesn't deserve it off, you can say, oh yeah, well, he just got lucky. It's my exactly. Then you see the person who's broken themselves in half and come up with a pathological background and is being successful. And you're like, you're uselessly wasting your life away. That's the sort of person that you really don't like because they cast you a very deep light.
So this is why competition is so important. Because the person that has a background in competition, is involved in competition, sees a person who's plus something really extraordinary, and it's incredibly inspirational. And you look to those people and you want to read their biographies, and you want to watch documentaries on them because it literally gives you fuel. Whereas the person who shies away from competition, insecurities and failures, and really has never tested themselves, those are the ones that find these people extremely distasteful because when they put themselves in comparison to these incredible people, they come up short. Well,
every ideal is a judge.
Yes.
And so what's the answer to that? No ideals. That's a stupid suggestion. No, it certainly doesn't because they don't these people have got meaning in their life.
So one thing, it speaks to what we were talking about earlier, that we need adversity. We need adversity, we need difficulty, we need struggle, we need to care. If you don't have any of this, you do not get your character tested, you do not advance in your own perception of who you are in this world and how you engage with all the other people around you.
You call out what's best in you.
Yes.
And you can't live without that. And you need that. And so, and the trick seems to me that voluntary acceptance of the adversity. See, that's one of the things that I think is core to the mythos of Christianity. Is this idea that you should pick up your cross and stumble uphill. And that's really what that means. Is that you set your eyes on some high level vision, the city of God on the hill, whatever that happens to be. And then you take the burden, whatever burden you're capable of lifting, which is obviously going to be a burden of suffering to some degree, and you carry that voluntarily. That's the trick, is that, and then you say, well, you need a purpose in your life. It's like, well, look, there's a lot of problems around you in the world. You have some problems. Some problems even they bother you. And personally, they say you call up to you those problems. Maybe those are your problems. Some problems you should solve. And those, I think, are the call to adventure. It's like, there's a problem. It bugs me. Okay, do something about it. That's your problem.
There's a certain amount that you can tolerate. I mean, I think it's like weight training. There's a certain amount where it becomes detrimental. Yeah, where you overtrain, your body's breaking down. There's a certain amount of problems you have in your life that are extremely beneficial. Yeah, because through going through these problems, sorting them out, you build your spirit, you build your character. And if you don't accomplish anything and you never encounter any problems, you are this gelatinous, soft, atrophied soul. And you don't have the intestinal fortitude or the spirit or the human potential has not been developed to the point where you can overcome adversity. The only way to overcome adversity is to face it.
So that optimum that you were talking about. So I'm really interested in the neurophysiology of the sense of meaning. Because neurophysiology, because the meaning, the feeling of meaning is an instinct. It's not a thought. It's not a secondary consequence of rational processes. It's way deeper than that. It's something that drives rationality itself. So now yours is very possibly definitely varies in this way, as far as I can tell. So imagine, as you said, that there's an optimal load, right? You proceed now and to your detriment. And you see that the way you fall muscle, you'll hurt yourself, you can injure yourself very badly, right? You take yourself out from the counter. And then if you are too little, well, then there's no gain. You have to find that thin edge where you're confident in what you're doing, but you're pushing yourself. That's going to be where meaning lies. That's what meaning tells people. It's if you're on the edge where you're confident and out of undue danger, but pushing yourself enough so that you're continuing to develop it. That's the instinct of meaning. And that looks to me like it's a consequence of the interaction between the right and the left hemispheres, and the consequence of the interaction between the negative emotion systems, anxiety and anger, that regulate you, that protect you from harm, and the exploratory play systems that drive you forward. You want the exploratory play systems to drive you forward, and then they're regulated by this negative emotion so you don't hurt yourself. And if you get that optimally right, then that's the maximal, that's the point of maximal challenge. And that makes you really alert because you're
positive emotion is functioning, that's what's driving you forward. This is worth doing. And your negative emotions are learned too, saying, yeah, but be weak and be careful. And you know what that's like in the weight room. You're lifting something that's at the edge of your ability, you've got a spot. You want to push, and you can barely do it, and you want to make sure that you're not going to have your arm down and rip the hell out of your muscle. But you're right on that edge, and that's the place of maximum gain. And that sense of meaning, that's what puts you on the border between chaos and order. Right? Because too much order means you're just practicing what you already know. And then you stultify it, stagnant. And too much chaos means you're going to look out because you're going to hurt yourself. You're pushing yourself beyond your limits. You stay right on that edge. That's where there's maximum meaning. And you're going to wonder where that edge is. Just pushing, yeah. Well, one of the things I recommend to young people, especially true for people in their 20s, is that you should push yourself beyond your limits of tolerance in your 20s to find out where it is. How much can you work? How disciplined can you become? Like, can you work 12 hours a day? Can you work 8 hours a day? Can you work 3 hours a day? Like, flat out. Where's your limit? And how much work can you do and how much socialization? You should find out. Push yourself past and then back off to that point where it's optimally sustainable. That's what a lot of people do, isn't it? I mean, they party too much when they're in their 20s and they go out on the stage. It's what they're doing, and I would say it's sort of a haphazard way, right? Because there's that instinct to go out there and do more, right? But it's unregulated and it's not as self-conscious as it might be. It's good to know that it's good to think about that as a goal. So you're trying to discover what your limitations are in your 20s so that you can hit that edge, so you can sustain yourself across the decades. And so, because you don't want to have too much fun. Too much fun takes you out. You don't want to be the oldest guy in the disco. It's not fun being the 40-year-old at the same place bar, precisely. So you want to make sure that what you're doing is age appropriate, and you want to push yourself in every direction that you can. But you should be doing that with an age. It's like you're trying to make yourself into a better and more competent person. And so discipline along with the fun is a good idea. So take care of yourself and the people around you. That's one of the things I recommended to people. I've had quite a few people actually tell me that they've done this. Interestingly enough, I said, well, look, if you have any sense when you were young, is to be the most important. You can be the most reliable because they have fought his future. So I think there's a good challenge, and I had a bunch of people come up to me in this last tour and tell me that that's exactly what they did. These were often young guys, like before 20. So my young guys suddenly, or after a year, say, listen, it was just taking me out. You wonder, he said, I just can't actually, he said, you want to be the most reliable person at the funeral because everyone else is grieving. What the hell else are you going to do? He said, that's what they tried to do, and that brought him through. So, that's part of that picking up that load as far as I'm concerned. If you have self-respect over that too, in a real sense, right? Because this sort of sad, suffering creature that's capable of a fair malevolence, but if you find out that you carry a heavy load and take care of yourself and have a little leftovers for some other people, then you can wake up in the morning and think, well, man, I could be worse.
This is not a political perspective. This is a positive, constructive way of looking at how to navigate the world. But when you break down these sort of behavior types, it's the people that generally support socialism or socialist ideas or they're anti-competition versus people that are pro-pushing yourself. It fall into this right-wing, left-wing sort of paradigms in this really weird way. I mean,
Especially, I think it's especially true on the radical ends, but I can get that on the radical right too, because you get people who are collectivist in their fundamental orientation, and they're trying to take on new credit for who their original ancestors were. But I would say with the political issue is, I think that you can build decent, responsible people who are on the right of the spectrum and the middle left, because I think that you can have left-wing political beliefs that are genuinely aimed to the dispossessed without being resentful of the hierarchies and without contaminating it with jealousy for the successful. It's hard, right? You have, because when I worked for the NDP when I was a kid, that was the Socialist Party in Canada, some of the leaders were people like that. Like a lot of the low-level party functionary types, they were the activist types that you still see today, and they were mostly resentful. I didn't like them at all. But some of the leaders were genuine advocates for the working class. And they had their flaws, obviously, but they put their money
transitions of power. And that's a reasonable part of the discussion. So I think if you put better people, you can live better people on the left and on the right. I appreciate that. Most of the game are better for everyone. They're better for people to win. They're better for people that are coming up. They're better for everyone. Yes, if that's right, the real structure of the game is that you're better off being your life. Yes, better off being your perspective, plays the game correctly, and just does his best and really truly can get champion and loved by all because you're off the other way, right? And that's the most the other thing that's cool about that. So imagine this. This is the antidote to moral relativism. Okay? So the first thing is that there are real problems in hierarchical organizations. They offer real solutions, socially and personally. So you can confront the problems courageously and you can solve them. So that's real. Everyone's suffering and limits malevolence. So there's nothing morally relative about that. The second is that sense of meaning that we discussed. That's not some philosophical secular consequence of thinking. It's way deeper than that. That sense of meaning tells you, and God's game, as Russian psychologists call that the zone of proximal development, which I believe is where the phrase the zone came from. And so in the zone of proximal development, this is what adults do with children. Kids are learning to talk. Adults automatically talk to little children who are learning to talk at a level that slightly exceeds their current vocabulary. They do that without even doing it. And that puts those kids in the zone, right? Because if you just baby talk to kids, they all they know is baby talk. And if you just talk like an adult, then they don't understand what you're saying. So you find this happy medium in between where the kid mostly understands what you're talking about and then you're coming forward. So that puts them in the zone. That's a meaningful zone. And so you can feel the operation of that zone in your own life. That's what the Taoists are on about because they say, well, the Tao is the way, right? And that's the pathway between chaos and order. That's meaning. And you can feel that in your life when you're deeply engaged in something. Like we are deeply engaged in conversations, okay, which is part of the reason that we keep having them, and I think why they're popular. And we're not paying attention to how the clock is ticking or how time is flowing or anything, to the fact that we're doing what we're doing. We're just having a conversation. It makes it meaningful. It's engaged. It keeps our eyes focused and our senses concentrated on what's happening. And the reason for that is that there's enough information flowing between us so that we're being slightly transformed as a consequence of the discussion. Right? So we're both comfortable. We trust each other. We trust that the conversation is aimed at something that's a mutual benefit. We trust each other to tell the truth, to we're capable of doing that. And then when you engage in this exchange of information, to the degree that it's breaking you down a little bit and building you up in a different way, that's a little death and rebirth. There's constantly deaths and rebirths in a meaningful conversation, and that life and function, and that focuses you, like, that speaks to you so deeply that focus happens without any consciousness. And that's meaning, and that's that line between chaos and order, and that's real. And it's nothing, you know, that you say, here's another thing that's cool. So that line between chaos and order, that's the same thing that's happening when you're playing a game properly, right? Because you're in the game and you're exercising your skill, but you're pushing it. But you're pushing it in a way that's also a benefit to your teammates and to the progression of the game as such, and to being a better general player. You're doing all that at the same time. And you're evolved with enough natural intelligence so that the sum total output of your nervous system says to you, you're in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. And that's what makes your life meaningful. And that's real. And I think it's more real than anything else. I think it's more real than suffering. I think it's more real than malevolence because it's the antidote to both of those. And so the whole moral relativism issue for me is that non-starter is just wrong. There's lots of ways of interpreting the world, but there aren't very many ways of interpreting it optimally. And you can feel when you're doing it. It makes you stronger. And then the people that come to me after my talks and say, well, you know, I've been putting my life together, I've developed a vision, I've been trying to be more responsible, I've been trying to be more honest and put my relationships together. They're all sparkly-eyed because of this, or crying sometimes, because it's really had an impact on them at a deep level. They think, oh, wow, this actually works. It's like, yeah, it actually works. It's real. It's real. And I would say as well that that's associated with the idea, the deep Western idea of the logos, which is meaning in actual speech. So, you know, if we have a conversation that's meaningful, that's a manifestation of the spirit of the logos, and that's the thing that destroys it and recreates at the same ties together so nicely. And the concept of meaning, like what is meaning, that's so huge to people. It's so fleeting. It's so difficult. Like what is meaning? Well, there's this right with family and loved ones and companionship and community and finding something that you enjoy doing and you can do that seems bigger than you or bigger than yourself, but meaning, like the meaning of life. What is meaning? It's one of the things that gives me so much existential angst, and I think it's the cause of a lot of despair because there's
you can question it.
yes.
But the thing is that that's one of the dangers of rationality is that, see, the Egyptians associated, Catholics did this to some degree too, they associated rationality with proclivity to malevolence. Partly because rationality tends to fall in love with its own productions. Intelligence has this like inbuilt arrogance. And the Egyptians in particular were really insightful. They tried to replace the idea of intelligence as the highest virtue with the idea of attention as the highest virtue. It's something Aldous Huxley knew. He wrote a book called Island. The island was an island that was populated by hemlock birds on it, and birds to talk, and all he did was say, pay attention, to remind everybody in the island to pay attention all the time. But you can undermine your sense of meaning and you can question it, but the best thing to do is to actually pay attention to when it manifests itself. Because it's a phenomenon like color or like love or like beauty. It exists. It isn't something you create, it's something that you discover. And you can discover. You just have to watch. I like your ignorance about yourself. You think, okay, well, I'm going to towards what my clinical clients to give my students is watch yourself for 2 weeks. Just watch like you don't know who you are. And notice when you're doing something that you're engaged in. It's like you'll see it, maybe it's only 10 minutes because your life is pretty overwhelmed. You'll see that, oh man, I was engaged in something there for 10 minutes. It's like, why? What was the work that you do that was right that engaged you? You were in the right place, at the right time, doing the right thing for a few minutes. It wasn't probably any issues. There's this line in the New Testament. Christ says, the kingdom of God is real. Across the earth, and you don't see it. And what's the very first thing? Is that you wander into paradise and live. You're engaged. You're deeply engaged in something. And you don't notice it. You don't think, oh, look, I'm in the right place. Everything's working out right now. I got it right somehow. I think I need to practice being there more and more and more, which is what makes things to come to some negotiated, what do you call it? Is to come to a negotiation of that intrinsic sense of meaning and to realize it as a fact rather than just as an opinion or something that's thinking. Because it's not a concept of being so aware of who they are and what they're doing that they can recreate that meaning so they can feel that feeling of meaning that they can figure out they can get back into that state of overall extenuating circumstances where where's my head at? What caused me to have this feeling or thing? Right? Yes, well, it's like someone gives you a gift. And you think, oh, I like that gift again. It's like, yeah, you have to figure out what it was that you did to deserve it, so to speak. And yeah, it requires a fair bit. It requires a fair bit of careful reflection. But it also requires that ignorance is you have to think, well, I don't know who I am. I'm going to find some things meaningful. What are they? They might not even be things you want to find meaningful. They might be things that you might even be ashamed of. Because sometimes people are interested in things that they don't think that they should be interested in. Like maybe you have a guy who's this kind of cliche, who's socialized to be a really tough guy, and he finds out that he's kind of interested in art or aesthetics. It's like he's ashamed of that because maybe it's too effective or whatever. Well, it doesn't matter because that's actually speaking. That's actually something that's speaking to him from the core of his genuine being. He's going to have to pursue. Or you might find someone who's really just stands up to someone, just wants it, says what they really think, and they really is afterwards, wow, that was exactly right. And they think, oh my God, I decided when I was a little kid, maybe they had a harsh father, and they decided they were fucking, I'm never going to be angry my whole life. There's something wrong with aggression. So they've gone out of their way their whole life to be free of conflict. Then they find out that one day they stand up for themselves, that whole domain that they parsed off as inappropriate is actually contains exactly what they need to put themselves together. But you find when you meet these monologue, that's the only chemical it's turbo innocent energy. I want to talk to you about activists. This is something you brought up earlier, saying that you find love
want to know what you think the motivation of a lot of these, like, particularly radical left-wing activists that want to shut down lectures and screen people down auditoriums. What do you think the motivation of these people is? What do you think?
Well, I think that it's virtue. Like, it's actually put yourself together, and you have to do that in ways that you can't trump it. Because most of the things that are wrong with you are kind of low, what do you call it, second rate and embarrassing. All your stupid habits, your quickly procrastinate, all the things that you're utterly ashamed of. And then you have to work on them slowly because the probability that you'll fix them quickly is small. And you can't really brag about it because it's so embarrassing just to admit that they exist when you can't really brag about it. It's sort of painstaking private work. And you get a lot of social, you don't get a lot of quick social status for it. It's effortful, embarrassing, humbling, and difficult. And then you can do something like be an activist and you get all that public acclaim for being on the good side with no effort whatsoever. And so it's a plus.
Do you think that there's any motivation at all to try to make the world a better place?
Yes. I think that's
part of it.
sure. Well, I mean,
It's flavored by this desire to broadcast your virtue.
yes, because it's very difficult to make the world a better place. That's the thing. I mean, young people have a messianic impulse. That's another thing that's documented by Piaget. The stage, in late adolescence, where you want to make the world a better place. I would say that's probably part of the impulse to, establish a permanent relationship and have a family and take care of people, and to take on some of the burden of life. It's the psychological precursor to that. And it's reasonable for smart young people to be concerned about broader philosophical issues if they tilt in that direction as well. But it's all too easy for that to be pathologized into resentment for those who seem to have more unfairly, and also to take the easy route out. And there aren't easy routes. There are only difficult routes to doing useful things, and it's better just to do that. And so I think that there's some impulse to, there's some wish that things can be less unfair and that fewer people can suffer. But it's kind of a low-level virtue, that reflexive compassion. I'm not saying it's without merit, because that compassion is the basis for the ability to take care of people who are ill and infants and so forth.
It's low level.
It's not thought through. Things are complicated. It's hard to make complicated systems work better. It's really easy to make them work worse.
What about activists that want to shut down certain schools? Someone who's, in my opinion, fairly innocuous in terms of the negative. Here's one. Christina Hobbs-Summers. I don't see a good argument for shutting her down. She's so polite. She's a feminist. She's well-read. Yeah, she's a really nice person.
Yeah, Janice Baker was like that too. Canada.
It's just sort of person. It doesn't make sense that people who shout her down, yet they do.
Oh yeah,
They shout her down. They say horrible things about her. They mischaracterize her in a really brutal way that it completely invalidates their argument or their opposition to her. If anyone's paying attention, but she is tolerated in such a very, very strange way.
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah, it's part of our doubt, I suppose, about authority, about its and our willingness to assume that all authority is contaminated by power.
It's exhaustion. It's almost like you're doing a play, or a musical where you're singing something, someone just starts screaming out. Well, that person's an asshole. You're espousing your opinion, and that person starts to scream out, and they do so under the guise of moral virtue.
It was undeserved access to power.
Yes.
And it's no wonder that the radical leftists in particular concentrate on power. Everything's about power. And then it's okay if they use power as part of their means of expression. It's like, well, you're just playing power games. It's perfectly reasonable, even appropriate for me to play power games because, I'm oppressed compared to you. If everything's power, then everybody gets to yell.
Right.
One of the things I realized about are you're an autonomous being, you're capable of formulating an opinion that's actually unique to you. And then in dialogue, we can mutually modify each other's unique opinions in a way that produces a beneficial outcome. That's all the predicate. Well, the people who are opposed to free speech, you see, it's not that they're trying to shut down people whose opinions are different than theirs exactly. It's that they're opposed to the idea that free speech exists. It's a way deeper problem because there's no one way of being interacting with the world that's preferable to any other way. And so what people do is organize themselves into hierarchies of power and then struggle for dominance within the hierarchies, and then the hierarchies struggle between each other. So it's a landscape of warring hierarchies. That's all it is. And you think that you're a person and that you have an opinion, but you're not. You're just a mouthpiece of your privileged hierarchy. And so am I. And so it's incommensurate from different hierarchies. There isn't a you talking to a me that can come to an agreement. There's just you acting as a mouthpiece for your power and me acting as a mouthpiece for my power. And so since I'm part of my group and I want to win because it's all about power, then why the hell would I ever want you to talk? Not like I have anything to learn from you, or even that learning is possible, or even that there are two people having a discussion. There's nothing but the mouthpiece of power. There's two mouthpieces of power warring. And so why should I listen to you? I'll just shut you down. Because then I win. And so this free speech debate isn't about whose opinion should be allowed within an overarching framework where free speech is a real thing. It's a debate about whether there's such a thing as free speech at all. The radical postmodernist types, they deny even that there's such a thing as an autonomous individual in any way. You're just the nexus of economic forces, economic and social forces. You're entirely socially constructed. There's no you. These are deep criticisms. I've made this case before that the postmodern types, although they have to align themselves with the Marxists for reasons that we don't have to go into, they are going after things that are so fundamental you can't believe it. There is no autonomous individual in the postmodern world. That's a modernist or enlightenment viewpoint. That's or a Christian viewpoint or a Judeo-Christian viewpoint. Or maybe an Abrahamic religion viewpoint. Who the hell knows? It might be that deep. We are the nexus of sociological forces. There's no integrated self. You don't have ideas or opinions. That's all is your interpretation. No, it's just fundamentals. No. This is the fundamental essence of postmodernism. It's especially true in the form that espoused by Derrida and Foucault. Foucault, everything's about power. Everything's about power. And Derrida was that's why he criticized the idea of logocentrism. Logos is that ability of the individual to engage in dialogue. The root for dialogue is logos or logic. That's all criticized. That's all gone. The identity politics players, the serious people who are serious about this philosophically, they don't believe in the idea of the autonomous individual. That's gone. So it's not like they're playing a game within, you think, well, this is a game. We're all playing a game where we agree on some things and we're just disagreeing about the details. It's like, oh, no. You don't want to make that mistake. This critique is way, way deeper than that, which is why Derrida was opposed to the idea of logocentrism. He didn't believe in the idea of autonomous individual. That didn't make sense. That's just a fiction set up by those who use the idea of the autonomous individual to advance their power maneuvering within the confines of the colonialist West.
That was the rationalization from that perspective. Is just to enhance their argument, to try to push forward their ideas in a less debatable way.
Why? I think the motivation is hatred for competence.
Hatred for competence.
I truly believe that. I've been trying to go down the steep as I could to find out how good I was. I think it's Canaan. I really believe that. I think that because I can't understand the motivation otherwise. It's like, well, why are you tearing these things down? Well, it's on the basis, we have sympathy for the oppressed. It's like, well why? Like, where in your conceptualization does that idea of sympathy for the oppressed come from? You don't even have the idea of the individual in your I think it's Scandinavian.
Right. Do you think that when you talk about the Scandinavian model, where they've made it incredibly equal, and through this massive effort to take away any opportunity or to rather open up every possible opportunity for women that men also have, and you see these differences in genders actually accentuated because of this. Do you think that maybe what we're seeing also, even in terms of the postmodernists and the radical leftists versus people on the right, the same sort of competition aspect of it is also problematic because it's one of the reasons why there's so much debate in the first place, and that if we had maybe more middle ground and more opportunity, there would be less of an argument. There would be less of a reason to have these extreme polar opposites that maybe embracing of more, like there's certain socialist aspects of our society that we just accept, right? Like unified, right? You know, like universal provision of infrastructure. Yes, yeah, that's cool. Schools should be, I think, more emphasized in that direction, but it gears towards privatized schools for people with higher incomes, which gets away more from socialism and sort of enforces capitalism. Right? But I think things like maybe perhaps even universal basic income or certainly universal health care, which you guys have in Canada, which we don't have here, and definitely higher education and make education far more accessible and far less costly. Stop subsidizing student loans, stop making student loans something that you can never see.
Well, I think this is part of the internal debate, right? Because we've already talked about the utility of hierarchies and the necessity of putting those who can in charge. But the consequence of that, which is an unequal distribution of both talent and resources, well, you don't want that to get so steep that people stack up the bottom because your society starts to destabilize. And so you have to have a continual discussion between the left and the right to see how you stop the bottom from suffering. Yeah, from hitting zero. Yeah, because zero is not good. You can't play when you hit zero, and that's not good. You know? I don't think there is a universal solution to that problem because the problem keeps manifesting itself. Think about it as an eternal problem. Here's the problem. There's a set of problems that will never go away. Now, what the problems are change, but the fact that there are problems never. Okay, there's hierarchies to solve those problems never goes away. The fact that the hierarchies dispossess never goes away, but the details shift all the time. And so the whole reason that you need the political discussion is to take a look at the particulars of the hierarchies and the particulars of the dispossession and say, okay, well, now we need to shift it up here, and now we need to shift it up here. Now we need to adjust this, and now we need to adjust this, because you can't come up with a final solution to those problems. I think that's partly why you have consciousness itself. You know, because if you can automate the solution, actually there was a permanent solution. Well, there's a permanent solution to breathing. Part of your brain that just breathes. You don't think about it, you don't adjust it when you're talking. You get one point. It's like problem taken care of. Well, there's other problems that are so fluid, like the internal problems, but they're so fluid in their detail that you need awareness and linguistic capacity to address them. And I would say the problem of hierarchy and dispossession fit exactly into that category. Is that we're going to organize ourselves hierarchically because talent is unequally distributed. It doesn't matter. Like you see, you in basketball and instantly, you know, there's 1% of the population who are super great at basketball. It doesn't matter. So as you set an arbitrary value structure in a hierarchy, and there's the whole schlubs at the bottom that can't put the ball in them to save their lives. And that's an eternal problem. That's why it says in the New Testament that the poor will be with us always. Very pessimistic. And there's two lines like that. One is, to those who have everything, more will be given, and for those who have nothing, everything will be taken. That's a rough line. And the second is, the poor will be with us always. Okay, so why? Well, it's a reflection of what we just described, is that you're going to get hierarchical structures and they're going to dispossess. Okay, so then what we want to do is we want to use mercy. Say, justice gives you what you deserve. So that's on the competitive end. You get what you deserve. But there's this old idea, an old religious idea, this is a good idea. God rules with two hands. ossified, and so you want to hang on to that position, even though your confidence no longer justifies it. You start to use the advantages of your position to accrue benefits for yourself that you did not earn. And that's the proclivity of the hierarchy to become blind and tyrannical. And that's an eternal problem. The Egyptians had a god for that, Osiris. Osiris was the god of hierarchies, and he was always threatened by Seth. He was his evil brother. His evil brother was always conspiring to overcome him. And that's the problem with hierarchies, is that they tilt towards tyranny. And the reasonable left says that. Watch the hierarchies because they tilt towards tyranny. Yes, it's true. But that doesn't mean that the idea of hierarchy itself is flawed, and that doesn't mean that all hierarchies are tyrannical. That's going way too far.
Do you think that the Scandinavian model that has revealed that when you do make things more equal, you will find that people generally tend to gravitate more towards traditional gender roles? That this is, do you think that this makes people happy? Has it been observed that this is a happier result?
That's a good question. The are pretty high in Scandinavia, but I don't know if has done an analysis that would indicate whether the sexual sorting is a contributor to that. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, the general idea has been that the Scandinavians are happier because their societies are more egalitarian. But they're not more egalitarian in the sense that men and women are also more different. So
Men and women are more different, but the opportunities are
yeah.
more egalitarian.
And then the societies are more satisfied. And it's tough because there's other variables because the Scandinavian countries are relatively homogenous, right? And more homogenous societies tend to be more peaceful and happy, not more diverse societies. And they're also small countries, so they're somewhat easier to govern, and they tend to be wealthy. So it'd be hard to parse out all those contributors, right, to figure out what it is that's making the Scandinavians relatively content.
This is almost like a super tribe versus a country.
Yeah, right. Well, those sorts of societies, in some sense, are easier to manage.
Is there any benefit to this model that we could perhaps bring to the United States or Canada and maybe mitigate some of the issues that we have between the right and the left? But maybe there's some sort of a compromise that will lead to less debate and dispute.
Well, I think that you guys in the States are doing real well, actually, personally. I mean, you know, your system of checks and balances seems to work out pretty well. There's a fair bit of, let's say, left domination right now of the mainstream media. I think that's a reasonable claim. And also of academia and of the intelligentsia. But the political system is skewed pretty hard to the Republican end of things at the moment. And so that's not a bad balance. And in the last election, I mean, maybe you could make a case, perhaps, that things have tilted a little too far to the Republican side. But then that got balanced out because the Democrats took the House again. And it seems like they were more moderate Democrats. That seems to be the scuttlebutt. So, you know, it isn't obvious to me that your system isn't functioning well. I think that one of the things that's happening that's making things look more contentious than they are is that the mainstream media is under such assault by the up-and-coming media forums, including people like you, that as their financial models deteriorate, and as they lose their fact-checkers and their top stories, they concentrate more on exaggerating the extremes to attract attention. And so, you know, there was an article published in the Atlantic Monthly about a month ago showing that, you know, that's how you calculate these things, but that the radical leftists and the radical right-wingers are only about 5% of the population on each side. And then the vast majority of Americans consider themselves something approximating the relatively silent majority. And so I don't think that things are polarized as badly as they seem. And it is also the case right now that if you poll people and ask them about the conditions of their life in the United States, they tend to say that they're doing quite well, but that other people aren't. And so I think maybe, I don't know this for sure, but I think maybe
us as a whole, because we are constantly dealing with this clickbait, nonsense headline, everything is a dispute, everything's
Well, it's never
yes.
I mean, I noticed this years ago because I already stopped watching the news 25 years ago, although I've been heavily involved in the last 2 years, because I noticed that most of what Pastor News wasn't. Because my sense was, well, if it isn't important in a month, if it isn't important a month from now, it was never important. And almost everything that's news is like important right now. And so I tried to stay away from that. It was better for my peace of mind, and I often recommended to my clinical clients who are present anxious that they shield themselves from the news as much as possible. But now the news is everywhere. Right? It's everywhere. It's Twitter, it's Facebook, it's YouTube. It's like we're just inundated by it. It's like CNN on steroids. It's 24-hour news cycle that it's produced by everyone, whether they're informed or not. And it's really high emotion. And I think that is making things look a lot worse to us than they actually are.
I think it's also similar to what we were talking about earlier when it comes to reading comments on Instagram or Twitter. I just think there's just an amount of data. It's incomprehensible. I don't think you can handle it. I don't think you can navigate it. You can't have any relationships. Sort of the reason why we have this Dunbar's not yet had. If you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of people, in your case, 1 million followers, and they're constantly interacting with you, it's gonna fucking drive you mad.
Well, you don't even know what to do with it. Because I don't even know what my ethical obligation is to my regular followers. Because like there's a million people following me, can't read it all. No, definitely. Well, certainly I know one limitation, which is that having it drive me insane is probably not a good outcome for anyone. When I said for those who hope that I would call this my wrong, I say
This is a personal thing, right? Because they're responding and there's dimensions are to you personally, but in a lesser way perhaps, but it's still also overwhelming. It's just a sheer amount of information that's available constantly about everything. There's a million stories every day about every single thing that's going on in your life.
everywhere on the whole planet.
But how are you supposed to navigate that? How are you supposed to get wide and concentrate on things that are truly meaningful for you in the present moment without being completely detached from the outside world? It's this balance that people try to find that is so elusive. It's so hard to figure out how much to watch, how much of this political process do I pay attention to.
Well, that's the big technological challenge, yes. I mean, we thought, when I was a kid, we thought, oh my God, kids are sitting in front of the television 4 hours a night. It's like, well, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, right. It's all day long. Your phones, all day long.
Yeah, the phones are so much more powerful than television that it looks like a typewriter compared to a computer. It's so we don't know how to adjust to that psychologically. But it's even worse than that because as soon as you adjust to the degree that you do, the technology changes on you.
Right.
So
it's more immersive.
Sure.
It's always leading in that direction.
So it's a real. I see this especially with parents who have teenage kids. It's like they know the phones aren't. I've been talking to some teenagers lately about these are kids that are involved on social media. It's like I would think, well, when I was 14, it's kind of a rough time in life, and you go to school and you've got your friends and you've got your enemies, and then you come home and your friends aren't there and neither are your enemies. Right? You're outside. There's an outside of that. Yeah. But now on social media, there's no outside. The one kid I was talking to had moved schools and is doing quite well in the new one. But the people from the person's old school are still after them on social media. So, and you think, well, just use your phone. It's like, yeah. You tell that to your teenager, you try not using your phone for a whole day. Yeah. You think, well, the teenager's going to be able to manage the phone. It's like, no, they're not. You can't manage the phone. Nobody can manage the phone.
It's not just teenagers. My middle daughter's 10 years old, and all of her friends have phone. All of them. It's like 2 of her friends that don't have phone. And they come over the house, and when you go over the house, you can't use the phone. Once you get inside the house, there's no phones. You have friends come over the house, they want to constantly on the phone, and it's like you can't do that. Like we're talking about, this is my life. My life is my phone. We want to make control. These kids are just doing this all day long,
and they are mastering the technology. That's the other thing. It's not surprising that they're trying to phone and you don't think they'll know how to use the phone better than you within a year, you're a fool.
That's true.
They're gonna have that thing figured out in ways that you haven't even imagined. So yeah, you're not controlling it. That's for sure.
It is a very extraordinarily unprecedented time to sort of navigate this world. I don't think there's not been civilizations that have deal with worse things, right? Violence, enmity, disease. I don't think anyone's had to deal with such a radically transformative medium like the
Yes, range of possibilities. Well, and you see that again, right? I mean, this is just getting out. Well, have you been watching the Boston Dynamics videos?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's what I want to have in here. Oh yeah, I mean, the amount of rock they've made in 5 years is just absolutely scary.
I think they smell like sulfur. Musk was on the podcast talking about some development work on called Link. This is some radical new way of accentuating bandwidth between human beings and information that is increasing the access to it. And he was very big about it. Yeah. He said it's going to come out within X amount of months.
Yeah, well, they've already, there are scientists who've already managed direct brain computer links, right? So that's monkeys, for example, going forward. And so, and I suspect that, you can learn to control single neurons in your face. My suspicions are that technology is going to be aware of it that won't have to be neural interconnects that you'll be able to communicate with neural. I mean, that's not very far down the road. The probability that we're going to about what's his name, Kurzweil's idea of the singularity index. Seems somewhat improbable. I'm afraid he once told me that something's impossible, then it won't happen. It'll be something that will come up to storm it that you wouldn't expect. Maybe the singularity is one of those things. But I know a lot of guys who are in the high computational world. A lot of them are convinced that within a decade of achieving this as powerful as a human brain. And I know people have been saying that for a long time, but Jesus, computers are good at motion recognition, they're good at facial recognition, they can communicate with one another, and they can imitate. Those Boston Dynamic robots are pretty damn impressive, and they're mostly autonomous. All sorts of things that can navigate on their own, but these autonomous cars, like all these things they're coming together real fast.
Did you ever watch Black Mirror on Netflix?
The only one I watched was the one that outlined what the Chinese are now doing to their own people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, the one where everything you do is read and track,
Right, the social network one. Right.
yes, which is quite frightening and reasonably probable.
Oh, 100% probable. I was talking about, I think it's called Heavy Metal. It's about autonomous robots that seek other people to kill them. And these artificial intelligence people that are making these Boston Dynamic robots. And, the scariest one that I read about was a DARPA one called Engineer Robot, EATR. It operates on, uses as a fuel, uses biological material as fuel, which means if you EATR. So this is going to be eat dead bodies in the field, theoretically, and use that as fuel.
Okay, that sounds like a fine thing to do.
Fucking imagine an army of robotic, armed, artificially intelligent things just eat corpses in order to have fuel to continue.
Well, someone's obviously imagining that.
It's made.
These lectures, as you know, I think that we're in a time of unparalleled possibility.
Yes.
So for good and for evil. And the more people that there are out there that are together, the better probably manage it. Because we've all got some pretty hard decisions to make coming up real fast. These guys that are working on these AI systems, I'm hoping that the ones that are more ethically oriented in the proper direction will be the ones that have the upper hand. I'm really hoping that. So,
Collectively, and it's about
was looking at it, that came up before that it brings engineering.
more. And I think personally, this is important. Collectively, it's great. And I mean, I just think it's. I think when you wrote 12 rules of life, we need rules. We need rules to be able to figure out how to navigate this thing.
That's why I think that individual level analysis is the right word. Is that I'm hoping that, like every time someone comes over and talks to me and says, "Oh, you are in a dark place, and I know my life together, and this is how it's going," I think tilt the scales non-trivially towards a good outcome.
Yes.
And the more people that that's happening to, the better. And I don't think there's a more effective way of doing it than to concentrate on the individual.
No, I don't disagree with either. It's happening a lot. You know, I hear it every day. I hear it every day. I find you and find a lot of other inspirational people online and just Chaco, and there's just so many of you. There's so many, and there's so much fuel out for inspiration.
Well,
There's
it's
so
pretty,
much
pretty fun that inspiration can become popular.
inspiration.
It's on this company. No kidding, no kidding. And encouragement. And one of the things that's quite sad is how little encouragement people need. It's so touching, because I'm constantly in a state of being overwhelmed by what happened this morning when I went to Whole Foods. Because it's overwhelming when people come up and they share these really intimate pieces of their life with you in 20 seconds. It's like your old friend. Like, here's what my life was like. It's dark. It's dark. Here's a bunch of the things that are happening. It's like this little blast. It's like the persona of the person disappears, and you get to see the real person there in 20 seconds. It's overwhelming. But every time that happens, as far as I'm concerned, it's a victory. And it's a victory that multiplies too, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm hoping that, well, it helps.
It certainly does. And by the way, if you meet me, you have one of those stories, and I don't know how to react. This is how it is. I know. Wow, that's amazing. Well, that's something else. I'm super happy. That's very good. I'm genuinely happy for you. I still don't know how to react.
That's how to react.
I never will learn.
That's how to react. Yeah, that's how to react. That's all you need. It's like, that's great. You keep doing it. That's all power to you.
It always feels flat. I mean, they said it's so mindful. I'm saying terrific. But it is terrific. It is terrific. It is. Absolutely. Just in that 2 hours. It's gone. Thank you. Always a pleasure to see you, Joe. You're a good man. It's a pleasure being here. Bye. Thanks very much.
think that you like just getting stoned all day.
I get stoned all day, but I don't have shit to do.
Gotcha.
If I have too much shit to do, I get stoned all day. Shit doesn't get done.
You said you like once.
Yeah,
Like once.
get some tobacco, gives you this little extra high.
Pleasure. People who smoke once, they don't smoke. They don't know that they're tobacco evil. They try to pass it to, no, it's evil. It's like, no, that's tobacco.
It's tobacco with weed.
Yeah.
It's like a combo high.
It cuts it.
Yeah, so I like it 41 State. That's my favorite 41 State. That's usually a little pick up, high, a little like,
I'm happy how legal weed is these days because it's like, my son had a spring concert yesterday, and I would feel like shit back in the day walking and just smelling like blood. Yeah, because he goes to private school, and it's like, it's a reflection on him.
yeah.
So it's like, you got the weed in there, and I'm like, oh, it's another thing. It's like, I did this shit cool. Okay, I'm still like,
Yeah, I've seen it happen. I have a 22-year-old daughter, but I also have an 11 and a 9-year-old. And with the 22-year-old, as she was growing up, it was all weird. If you were smoking
play dates, you know what I'm saying?
people coming over your house, you'll be in the house.
Yeah, but
Parents get weird.
I live like right up the street from the school, so like, I'm in the school zone. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
like, I can't right now.
incarcerated for real. They locked her today in Dallas. Did you see that shit?
Oh, no,
The old lady, a grandma, they locked her because she had CBD on her. Yeah, she was in Dallas here. It's like, it's just ridiculous. It's all made easy for arthritis.
That's true.
My wife's mom uses it for arthritis. It's crazy.
Shit, my ex-baby mom, she's still on it. She has another baby boy in her relationship. She's able to take CBD during her pregnancy to help her function and all that stuff.
Oh, it's amazing. It's the shit. My friend's son has some seizures. He has some sort of epileptic seizure. Some CBD is on. He said he doesn't have it anymore. It's incredible. It's almost, you feel like you're lying. Right. There's so many different things. Right. When you talk about weed, you feel like you're lying.
Yeah, I mean, like these days, in this day and age, I was just telling somebody the other day, smoking pot is really old school. Like, you know what I mean? We're still even doing it. Like, it's too easy towards just ingesting it. You know, and all that shit sprays. Yeah, so we take just, you know, it works like fun. Like, you know,
Too much.
I've seen some people now, those are crazy. So I got a homie who just took a THC yesterday. He was talking about that type of shit. Shit knocked him out. He thought he was still asleep. Animals fucking fun. Yeah, animals got to.
I've had some bad experiences. Like, someone who I like, not bad, but like completely lost, couldn't touch me his dimension. Dang, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, I have friend me THC pills. Yeah. And I was taking them out of car once. And it was a party for a jiu-jitsu tournament. So it was a jiu-jitsu tournament. And then there was this party afterwards. And by the time the pills would kick in, I had no idea how much I was in there. It was like some handmade shit. This guy was cleaning himself, he had a sauce in the body. It was as high as I've ever been in my life. It was a point where I wasn't even seeing people. I was seeing like a two cut out of the person. And then behind them, I was seeing like a true attention.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I was really high. I was talking to this one dude. And he was just, he was a high level jiu-jitsu guy. It was a very strange feeling. Like I'm talking to this guy. And then, like a month later, he was on for rape. Yeah, he raped some woman and then he escaped to the story was. And he started training again with a fake name. But it was like this high level black belt. It's like that. Especially back then when this happens, like the early 2000s, there's only a certain number of high level black belts that are underground. Right. So he put on this fake Brazilian name and started training in like the Pacific Northwest. What the fuck? Strangling black belts and everybody's like, what the fuck is this guy? So his last name is some picture of him. The guy's working for real. Oh shit. I'm talking on this THC pills and they're like, something's wiring is not correct. Oh fuck. Yeah. That's whoa. Yeah. THC pills. Yeah. They exposed that. I think mushrooms. Mushrooms, yeah. I fuck with
I do mushrooms every now and then. I don't fuck with it all the time. I haven't done it in like 3 years because they help you see shit like that. So it's like for me, I'll take that experience and I'll just let it be. I don't need to keep going through it. Like you probably seen that. Oh shit! Now I know. I know it's dangerous. I should be a dangerous person. That's the same. I'm not just a train killer, but he was dangerous. That's why there's people like that out there. Yeah. You don't know until you experience it. That was a mild experience compared to most people see encounters. There's a lot of psychos out there. It's fucking crazy. I know. Just probably invited too. That's why I feel like like smoke weed and trained. I think so too. It's balance. It's great. It's all that shit. Most people, there's gonna be some just yeah, just taking it to that level. But yeah, that's crazy. Think about fighting competition. People are taking biggest risks. They don't have to do that. That's like the choice. Like you get a job, the choice is I want to get a job trying to fuck up other people. I want a job trying to fuck up people. Killers, the train killers, just going after each other. Right? When you're around those dudes, one of the things you realize very early on, you have your preconceived notions about them. Like people, violent people, right? People of character, certain extreme character. So the best people are not African fighters. They're a different breed. They chose that path. They chose it. So it's fortunate that I didn't want to decide to go do that. That's why it's so exciting to watch, right? Because you know that everything on the line, right? I look at it like you said, they chose that. So to become an athlete, to choose to fight, you know what I mean? Like, and a lot of them are really, like you said, smart and technical, especially how the sport is developing these days. Because people know what the long-term damage will be. Something, not just fighting to be fighting. Right. So I think they all work for the same reason. They're trying to find anything to do it. Right? They have all just drive to prove it. And I was like, I was just talking to somebody the other day about that. It was like a crazy argument because they were saying how fight fans are just there for knockouts. And I was like, you definitely have your knockout fans. Those probably the most, you know what I mean? It's like, I was like, you gotta give credit to a lot of people who understand fighting and love it and are looking for that aspect. It's like, when you watch football, like a lot of people play football and wish they could have been that person on the field. They just haven't, you know what I mean? So I was trying to explain to him, I was like, there's a huge crowd of people who actually know about this shit. I mean, knowledgeable those people support it as well. Yeah, I feel like I know exactly what you're saying. There's something that just wants to get up. So I want to see Floyd Mayweather take punches. Like, one of the best things about Floyd Mayweather, Canelo wasn't that Floyd beat Canelo up. He outboxed him, right? But he showed this level of defense. If you're a boxing fan, Jesus Christ, he knows everything that's coming. He's always in the right angle. He's always one step ahead. And that's why he's so good. Because his defense, like, chained him a couple times. Was it Maidana? Maidana hit him hard one. They fucking like saved the clip and played it. So think about other boxers, how much they get in it. I love watching that. I love watching some like my favorite fighter to watch was Mike Tyson. Not just because he was the best pound for pound fighter on the planet, but because he was not getting hit. Right. He was occasionally someone tell John Miller attacking him straight left. Occasionally some guys hit him. But most times things are just breezy. They're getting blocked. Right. If he gets hit, he's right. It's a puzzle. Right. Like if you're a fan of martial arts, you want to see the master of the puzzle. Exactly. And you know, I don't count the people out, and I wouldn't fucking sit for a dude and let him be like, oh yeah, everybody was not guys or not, bro. It's not like that, man. I think everybody likes all things that are. It's like you get like a true Gotti versus Mickey Morgan. Did you see that fight? I was it was a trilogy of fucking wars. It's 2 guys that were not champion. They were like one step below at the time of the career being the championship. more, back and forth, back and forth. I like watching that too. Yeah, you know, I'm just saying, I like watching all things. I like watching someone just completely have somebody just like nowhere close to them. Yeah, it's very possible. Yeah, so slick. You know, you can only do that for so long. It's more be at the top for so long. Yeah, if you watch those performances when those guys are at the top, that shows you what's possible. Hell yeah. And it's good to see somebody like master their craft too. Yeah. Because you see them come up, like you watch them and it's like they become the shit. It's like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? I've seen this dude like start from just being okay. And now he's just fucking shit up. You see him learn, you see him develop, and all that stuff is fun. It's a good combination to go get into the partnership with weed and martial arts. That's a good combination. 100% brilliant. I do like a lot of my thinking is just from after I train, I just sit there and just think about living. But you know what I mean? Ideas come to me. Have to deal with situations, you know what I mean? Because it's just not those, it's not that just flows. Yeah, it flows. And I think with the training, it helps you get all the bullshit off your back. Right? Yeah, right. Yeah, especially for me too. It's like I party a lot, and I'm in the studio till like 5, 6 in the morning, and I'm drinking and stuff like that. So to just be going down that path, doing that every day, bro, I look crazy. I feel crazy. I have to get that off of me, like out of me. You know what I mean? That's why the gym was crazy, bro. I need to do something like that for myself. It's nice to have, and it's so funny. Like that's how I look at you, like the OG. So it's like I'm not gonna do it tomorrow. Like, hey, I'm gonna be in gym. But you know, eventually that's the goal. When I look back, I'm like, I see you in the gym. That's so you train hard. I've seen you train. Now I'm like, you work out at Unbreakable. Yeah, that's probably that's a great gym. It is a really good gym. Chain Laser. Yeah, it's a nice spot. Very, very impressive place. That is me. It's my friend, like teach you topics about the body. And that's what they do. They teach you whatever your goals are. They bring you, up to that speed. So it's like I weighed like 140 pounds ever since I got out of high school. So, and does a Snoop train there too? Yeah. This is video of Snoop sparring. He's sparring Daniel's so rapid. Yeah. Daniel's fucking crazy. He's a beast. Yeah, I know that guy. I've had his fights before. He's a tank. He is crazy. That guy's a tank. That's this thing is like, I gotta get in. Like, all right, he's gonna be so valuable. Wow. It's smart. He's going at it, so he's trying to take you out. Just those good shots right there. Yeah, Snoop's got skills. He really does. But yeah, I mean, I guarantee you, Snoop. That's gonna be like a lot of people in a fist fight. Hell yeah, he's tall as shit too. Look at that, like that. Look at those arms. Yeah. So that was some that's so heavy. That kind of tank. And he fought UFC for a while. He's still fighting, still active. Yeah, I think he's really good right now. That's my point was pretty hard, but it's once you do time, you get the path, you really put your work in these certain areas, everything, such a, you know what I mean? Yeah, but I already teach me some stuff. Wow, it's really awesome right there. You are sparring right there. One of the greatest Muay Thai fighters and one of the greatest of all time. He's amazing. His videos, like his highlights, understand that the jumping left switch kick, not that you know, he's outstanding, crazy. Someone pulls that, man, you're sparring one of the greatest of all time. It's fun as fuck. It's like those people that you know about fighters that try, like you said, with me, they're cool as hell. Yeah. So to me, I my ass, like, goofy sit down. He like showing me shit that I can use later. So I was like, it was cool. The Thais have a really interesting way of sparring. Some play, right? Well, they do full blast. Like tap and laugh around, joke around, and just develop their timing because they fight so often. John Wayne Pars from Australia, multiple time world champion. And then even he
smart way to do it. You see guys like Seraphian, he's capable of doing that. Like he's smart with a guy like Snoop or a guy like Stage. He's smart with a guy like you. Just play with him, right? Everybody just have a good time and it's fun.
Definitely seen that a lot, like on Instagram and even watching it on like hearing you just doing that Instagram at the time kids. It's like you kick me, I kick you, I kick you, you kick me, I kick you twice, you kick me 3 times, I kick you once. Like you said, it's playing around. Like you kind of it's part take care of each other. Exactly. All and the ties they do like these, they'll be the fuck out of each other. Like it looks like kind of hard, but they're just making their bodies harder, like you said earlier. Yeah, they're used to.
A lot of times they'll slap each other with the side of the leg too. Like they really drive the knee in and just slap each other a little bit. It's obviously it's very effective when you figure something out.
You got some crazy kicks. Yeah, I seen what was it, a side kick that you did.
Probably jump side kick.
Yeah, you can teach me.
I'll teach you that.
Yeah, I just did before because I'm learning just a regular side kick slide.
Like a taekwondo school, the best teacher we have. I'll definitely show you how. But if you train, find like a really good taekwondo school. One thing, taekwondo has some things that won't work in MMA if you're adding takedowns and punches in the face because they don't punch in the face in tournaments. You can use it to do crazy kicks. So they have a lot of weird like dexterity stuff. And if you get good at that stuff, I think that's why having something you develop in leg dexterity. Man, as you get a little older, then you can one time, right? So you can do both things. Because if someone's when guys are like constantly chopping at the legs, they never really develop the kind of spinning kicks. Guys do they don't kick the legs. Those are the guys who develop the best spinning kicks. It's just so easy to chop the legs and effective. Chop the legs out. So a lot of those techniques don't get dialed in to the level they get dialed in from a taekwondo guy because they can't kick each other in the legs. Right? It's kind of a dumb thing, right? Because you should kick the legs, but at the end of the day, it allowed them to develop some crazy shit. A lot of weird spinning stuff. Shit. Yeah, those guys are so fast. The power's insane. It's just all crazy shit. It's hard to develop. Right. It's hard to develop.
It's like a lot of posture. You gotta be balanced. And you gotta bend knees and everything. You gotta that's how you do anything. So it's like you're spinning, even if you just stand, you have to have correct posture. That's what you do. A couple kicks, like you said, it's like a lot of somebody spinning. It's all type of shit. So it's different for sure.
It's really to figure out to do that as a young kid and learn some other shit later.
Right. Balance. That's what I see when you kick the fuck out of that shit. It's like you were like really balanced and straight. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people think I'm pretty strong as fuck, but you can see technique. Right. You know what I mean? If you do this shit over and over and over, really perfect it. That's different than just being a strong kid.
Yeah. Technique's everything. So that way in jiu-jitsu. It's that way it's got that way in music. Right? That way in everything.
Yeah, definitely. Man, I'm in the studio like all the time practicing. Like I can write a song before this interview is over. But that's because I practice, you know, it's not because like I'm the most lyrical person in the world. It's like I just fucking rap every day. Like you know what I mean? So it should come easy. So
When you write things out, or do you get it out of your head? Like, I know Jay-Z supposedly doesn't write anything, right? He just keeps it on his head, which is incredible. It's awesome that you do that. It's kind of insane.
I have different processes. So like for me, I have melodies. Like I'll sing the words as I go. But if I'm writing lyrics, like writing words down, when I actually rap it, that's what I'm using with. But there's different ways to do it. Because honestly, this is what my studio is set up. It's like it's a chair, the mic is right here. I'm home over here. My engineer set up right there. So it's like we're coming up with it as we go. Like, I'll take a little break, just write something down, and I'll just jump straight back on it. You know what I mean? So just pick it up, just keep going, keep flowing. Or there's times where I could just play the melody So it's just different ways to approach it.
So you just do it based on how you feel that day.
Whatever the track really calls for. It's like if the song is something that I get instant inspiration and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna knock it out right now. Or something I want to live with for a little bit, I'll just do these questions. I'm happy to live at that point and then move on to the next thing. Come back to it later. Just make sure that everything is fresh. I like to keep everything fresh. Keep it fun. Keep it loose. And I don't really overthink anything. If it's not there, then I just go away from it. Find something that's more fun.
It's a beautiful freedom to be able to do that. You know, you obviously can do my fucking job.
I swear, like, it's work because I'm always looking for what's next. You know what I mean? For the fans, for the listeners, for people who supported me all the way to this point. Like, okay, I gotta push myself. I gotta do what's next. It's gotta be crazy. You know, I gotta sign this scene, so it's like I gotta press him. I can have him just listen to a whole bunch of other rappers and not my music. So it's like,
Yeah. It's it is an interesting responsibility. A guy like you who becomes famous, it's an interesting look at for so many people. You know, and I think when you call it a different thing at work, because it's like there's work, like fuck, I work for UPS, right? Yeah, it's cool. Benefits, that's work, right? What you do is like you love it. Yeah, you know, when you love something, you almost need it better work. Yeah, for sure. It's the same word as work at McDonald's. It's the same word, work. The marketing word. You need a better word. Like a passion project. Like, you able to do what you want to do. Exactly. Whatever that thing is.
I believe that. That's a good one. Because it's not the same work. It's not the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. You
I already put in the work.
Yeah.
That's why
If you have a shit job in your life, you know what that is. That's work. That's saying I'm going to work. Do something you love. Excited about it. It's really work. That's what I mean.
That's why people get pissed at me. When I go to work, there's 100 girls there.
Bro, I have a bunch of just like you. Yeah, in that sense, the world's just not fair. Some people's jobs are not the same. But if you start to think about how fortunate you are,
I thank God every day, all the time, because it is a blessing. I'm literally like, last night, I'm like right here, a song. The only problem that I had was like, girls asked me right on it. I'll enjoy it as much as you are, but I got it like physically right. So it's like your ass is like my arm. I'm like, you can do that, which is right there. You know what I mean? Like, and I started thinking about something like, wow, these are my problems. Like, yeah, that's cool. Just have a little bit of discipline. I'm cool with that one. That's amazing. Man, I'm cool with that. For sure. Yeah. The song I read. So beautiful. Job done. Yeah, that's it. It's another word, right? It's not a word. You were not working. You can obviously working at it, but it needs a better word. Yeah. The fans will come up with the word for sure. More creative. Yeah. Type of yeah. I think they will figure it out. And it will report back for sure. Try to do that. It just makes sense. It's no ways. It's not hell no. For sure. No. Yeah. And that's why I was telling people always try to think down. They always try to think, man, that's easy for you to say, or not everybody can make it. Yeah, you're right. Not everybody can. Truth. But maybe you can. Right. Maybe does that mean not everybody can? Everybody can. Everybody's going to do everything. Not everybody's going to walk to the top of the hill. That's the thing. Some people are going to stop halfway. I can't do it. That's the thing. People limit themselves in a crazy way. Like, oh yeah, everybody can do it. Like you said, it's like, no, everybody can do it. It takes a lot. You know what I mean? Shit to get it. But when you get there, it looks awesome, right? So, yeah, I mean, fuck. It's whatever it is. Just try to figure it out. Do it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Like you said, the top of the hill looks great. Some people settle for the middle. Yeah. it's like, all right, now I'm at this new level. Like, whether I want to be like this or not, I put myself in. I work hard now with these motherfuckers. So this is how I have to act because I'm down here anymore. I work from here to get here. So what happens? Balance, put things into place. You do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, instead of a lot of that. You know what I mean? And you just pick your shots. And it's like you're gonna get everything in the end. This is how it's just planned and how it's supposed to be. But you just piece it together just a little bit different. Like I just turned 31 on I'll be 32. That's young to a lot of people, that's old to some people as well. But for me it's like there's a whole new mindset, you know what I mean? And I feel like in my 20s I was actually like a fucking teenager. Like now I'm an adult. So now I look at things a little bit differently. It's like, I was really a kid. This is how you be as an adult for the rest of my life. And it's still hard.
That's a balanced way of looking at it, man. I love it. Enjoy it. That's not the thing, too. Like, people have to understand to be someone like you, to be a very successful rapper, and to not expect you to live the way you talk about all the time. It's so ridiculous. Like, you don't think he wants a party? He's talking about party all the time. I think he wants a party. He likes party. This is just an act. It's weird, right?
It's crazy as fuck because people they want you to be they want me to be myself where they want to party, they want to take shots, they want to smoke weed, they want to stay up all night.
Yeah, why is that bad?
It's not
So many people want to do it. But it gives this image in some people's minds of the frivolous life, frivolous thinking, partying, drinking, smoking. You enjoy it.
and they come around and do the same thing when they want it. It's like I have like a weird place in life where I think I'm like the key to a lot of shit because it's like if you wanna enjoy yourself, I'm good. You know what I mean? It's like, oh man, I'm just thinking these wood shows up people don't like the joint. It's a big deal. If you wanna fucking be professional, like especially in what I do because there's a whole lot of rappers who like on business. You know what I mean? They're not thinking like that. So for those guys, I'm their guy. Like they look at me like this has his shit together. Like he really handles his business. He talks to people, he shows up, he does this, he does that. So to be the party guy and the business guy is like amazing. You know what I mean? It's a lane that I kind of carved for myself, but it's me in real life. So it's like that's the only thing I have to do is really just completely be myself, just be 100, look and show up, do my business thing, tell people to do the right thing, and fucking like the joint. You know what I mean? That's it. Yeah,
That's a crazy business, sir.
I'm good. Straight like that.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Listen, it's going wow. You put yourself in that
For sure, bro. It's a blessing. It's a blessing.
I talked to my producer, JD.
Okay.
Hodgman's really, and that's nice. He is. He's the funniest fucking human beings he's ever lived. Right? And just keep reviewing on him. Just keep reviewing on him. Oh, so
I don't think I ever met him. Yeah.
about time. He's so funny. He's legit. My face was hurt. Like the cheek bone muscles.
He probably got some crazy ass stories. I love him, man. Ever.
Yeah. So that's what it is. He got paid. He figured out how to just be who he is all the time.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's not limited to one or two of us.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different paths.
That's the cool part.
So how many years have you trained martial arts now?
This is my second year.
Wow.
Only 2 years.
That's amazing.
I gained, 35 pounds.
I pulled up a video of you hitting pounds. That's incredible. So I don't know. Tell them what video that's from.
That's all good.
You can hit hard. You have good technique. You turn your hips and shoulders. And you do it right. So that's very impressive. That's only 2 years in. That's awesome. Yeah, I love it. I love it when people take a chance to really try something new. Yeah, that's cool. So how months have you been in here? Like you said, so
This was probably like a year.
yes, so seriously though, good technique for someone who's been doing it in a year. When you're moving, I mean, you just go fast. See what I'm saying? Like everything you're doing, it might not be the fastest in the world, but the most devastating. But you're doing it perfect. You're doing exactly how you're supposed to do it, and then you just get better and better from there. There you go. We were talking about the change in your physique, right? Right. You became fucking shredded, right? It's impressive. Right? That's only through hard work. You can't do it any other way. Just work. Yeah.
I was how long was I? That's my
That's the word. Welcome to the wonderful world.
so um I love from the garden. I have been forced myself to eat.
To gain weight.
So like, I already have more metabolism, so you add working out to that. I'm burning so much. Setting alarms to eat, getting a little bit more rest. You know,
Setting alarms to eat. Like,
like
you wake up and then you eat. Like, you go to sleep.
go back to sleep on the tree. Eat kind of fun to
Oh my Jesus Christ.
I do a lot of like ginger shots and like shit like that to help like turmeric and all of that shit too. Like you said, I mean, shit, it's like
Why would you do changing the
a tree.
Yeah. Don't say that your sleep cycle is more important.
Well, it's not like breaking my sleep. It's like more like
Like you said, while you're awake. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I never heard anybody tell us how to wake up in the middle of the night. I did hear that. That's why it was weird. I heard that from there was that Clint Eastwood where he played a boxing trainer and his daughter, that famous actress, boxer.
okay.
Remember that $1 million baby or
Oh,
something?
yeah.
Yeah. When that actress was when she was training for them, and I think that's what I read. They had an alarm set. She would wake up, night have a protein shake.
Oh, really?
And then go back to sleep.
Yeah, I do that. No break the sleep. Just regular eating habits, just reminding myself. Yeah, because I was eating like twice a day. Some just rock star shit. I can't eat like that, bro. Shit, like
Nutritionist or something like animals or meals.
reps.
Yeah, you know that.
So it's like they just do it on my nails.
That sounds
I'm single, so it's like everybody in the house is cool. Right? And you know that shit happens. So it just comes in.
so you can make sure everything's healthy, exactly what you want, all
Before you get fresh.
that's a good thing to know.
You know, the food is like a big part of it. Working out is one thing. People just working big. Like you said, I won't like people talking about like mind, body, and soul. So the food is working. So
I keep fucking me alive. But I can keep
I want to yoga instructor.
yeah.
Who's the best yogaist?
I don't know.
You do yoga?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long? Oh, yeah, I see you do like some hot yoga and shit. Yeah. That shit's intense, bro.
It's kind of intense, yeah, but it's pretty fun. It just stretches you out, loosens you up.
That's what I need to do. I need to stretch.
Yeah.
I do like regular normal stretching. So you don't be high.
Yeah, it's good too because the heat gets rid of those. You can kind of take it to certain things, stress your front to test your flexibility, stretch things out a little bit more. Catch it just keeps you pliable. Catch it, when you do hard things, it's hard. There's not enough stretching things out to maintain range of motion.
Yeah.
Especially as you get older. How often do you go? I try to do it at least once a week, but I often fail. But about 2 times a week. Okay. It's not like I can't do one thing every day. I get bored. It's harder to stay active. I just have to do a bunch of different things. That makes sense. So whether it's martial arts, running, lifting, whatever it is.
I feel like through time you like added those things, right?
Yeah.
Just like mine.
It's now five times, but he swam back from Alcatraz. Sand dunes. If I had
I like to just tune shit out. The pain would just, I would be like, yes. Yeah, I'm like, yeah,
myself at yeah, and if you
and it breaks you.
Yeah.
But you reach points where it's like, okay, now I'm just, it's like, all right, now I'm gonna go run some sand dunes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you're explosive and more just.
You started training and seeing these awesome benefits. Well,
it was probably like the first feeling that, and having that being a part of the process. I'm happy that now is.
I think you'd love it either way.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah. I'm 50.
Oh shit!
How I was feeling.
I was rapping.
Well, you rapping. The thing I really admire about there's a discipline aspect to it. You have to be. You're always in the lab. You're always working
constantly. It's like training. You gotta work at it. It's times when my dad used to have to tell me like, yo, it be normal. Like, wow, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit happened. And even something like that. But
how old were you when you knew you were
great? I think I was in third. Man, I started making beats like the program, like just in the fucking so like I would just record like, you know what I mean, off the clock. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Got my first deal at 16.
Always new.
Yeah. It was something that I worked on.
That's a beautiful thing. For many people, that's the real shit.
And I think like if age and you like, I get on all the time. We'll be like, yo, let me get.
Yeah. People lose just cause. Yeah, that's for some people. Derail them. I don't think it's for everybody. No. That's a good way of looking at it. I think some people react to it weird too.
I fuck certain movie just pop.
I think that's true, but I also buy a lot.
Yeah.
I think they might have an allergy. It might be like broccoli or something.
I've heard of that.
That experience.
They're like, you're allergic to it. I mean, it's an effect or not. If you want to believe it, and everyone's.
There's a thing that you got long limbs, man. You'd be perfect for
years, and then just You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, just probably just learn some shit.
Yeah. That's the long. It seems to be long is frame.
Right.
Strong enough to and it's better that trend. It's just tanks. It seems to me like just mechanically the frame.
Fuck yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm in there.
You'd love it. It's a game too. You want to be tempered, measured, just kind of touch each other. But it's a
little bit that I've done. And
what kind of documentary? Type music.
always. You see what else?
Searching for Sugar Man. Stories about who he was. He was a superstar. And he didn't even know it. And then people see him, they're saying,